Chapter 1. Chapter 1, Stanza 1. With 32 mystical paths of wisdom, engraved Yah, the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the living God, King of the universe, El Shaddai, merciful and gracious, high and exalted, dwelling in eternity, whose name is holy. He is lofty and holy. And he created his universe with 3 books, Sfarim, with text, Sefer, with number, Sephar, and with communication, Sipur. With 32. As the next stanza will explain, these 32 paths are manifest as the 10 digits and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The 10 digits are also manifest in the 10 sefirot, which are the most basic concepts of existence. The letters and digits are the basis of the most basic ingredients of creation, quality and quantity. The qualities of any given thing can be described by words formed out of the letters, while all of its associated quantities can be expressed by numbers. Numbers, however, cannot be defined until there exists some element of plurality in creation. The Creator himself is absolutely simple, containing no plurality whatsoever. He is the most absolute unity imaginable. Therefore, plurality only came into existence with the advent of creation. Only then could numbers be defined. The first elements of plurality in creation involved the 10 sefirot. Hence, it was the sefirot that defined the numbers, and therefore the concept of quantity in general. Most of Sefer Yetzirah will deal with these 32 paths, as they are manifest in the letters and numbers. The 32 paths themselves, however, will not be mentioned again. The early kabbalists defined these 32 paths as different states of consciousness. A list of these is given in Appendix 2. According to the Kabbalists, these 32 paths are alluded to in the Torah by the 32 times that God's name Elohim appears in the account of creation in the first chapter of Genesis. In this account, the expression God said appears 10 times, and these are the 10 sayings with which the world was created. These 10 sayings parallel the 10 sefirot. The first saying is said to be the verse, "In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth," Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. Even though God said does not appear here, it is implied and understood. The other 22 times that God's name appears in this account then parallel the 22 letters of the alphabet. The 3 times in which the expression God made appears parallel the 3 mothers. The 7 repetitions of God saw parallel the 7 doubles. The remaining 12 names parallel the 12 elementals. See Table 2. In general, none of the names of God refer to the Creator himself. The Creator is only referred to as Ein Sof, which means the infinite being, or simply the infinite. The names used in Scripture and elsewhere merely refer to the various ways through which God manifests himself in creation. The name Elohim, which is used throughout the first chapter of Genesis, refers to the manifestation of delineation and definition. Each of the 32 paths therefore served to delineate and define a particular aspect of creation. Man is seen as a microcosm, with each thing in his body paralleling something in the forces of creation. Thus, for example, the 6 days of creation have parallels in man's 2 arms, 2 legs, torso, and sexual organ. This is the significance of the Torah's statement that God formed man in the image of God. Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. Note that the word for God here is Elohim. This is because man's form parallels the structure of the delineating forces that define creation. The Kabbalists note that the 32 paths of wisdom have their parallel in the human nervous system. 31 of these paths then parallel the 31 nerves that emanate from the spinal cord. The 32nd and highest path corresponds to the entire complex of cranial nerves, which are 12 in number. The nervous system serves a double purpose. First, it transmits messages from the brain to all parts of the body, allowing the mind to control the limbs and organs. Secondly, the nervous system transmits information from the various senses to the brain. 4 of the senses, sight, hearing, taste, and smell, come directly through the cranial nerves, which are entirely in the brain. The impulses that come from the lower 31 nerves deal primarily with the sense of touch and feeling. Like the nerves, each of the 32 paths is a two-way street. First, it is the channel through which the mind exerts control over creation. Secondly, however, it is also the path through which man can reach the mind. If an individual wishes to attain a mystical experience and approach the mind, he must travel along the 32 paths. In Hebrew, the number 32 is written Lamed Bet. This spells Lev, the Hebrew word for heart. It is in the heart that the action of the mind is manifest in the body. As soon as the influence of the mind ceases, the heart ceases to function, this being the definition of death. The heart also provides life force to the brain and nervous system. When the heart stops pumping, the nervous system can no longer function, and the mind no longer exerts influence on the body. The heart, therefore, serves as a causal link between mind and body. It is for this reason that Sefer Yetzirah calls the heart the king over the soul, chapter 6, stanza 3. It also describes the mystical experience as a running of the heart, chapter 1, stanza 8. The Torah is seen as the heart of creation. The first letter of the Torah is the Bet of Bereshit, in the beginning. The last letter of the Torah is the Lamed of Israel. Together, these two letters also spell out Lev, meaning heart. The 32 paths are contained in the Torah, which is the means through which the mind is revealed. It is also the link between the mind and the physical universe. The Torah is therefore expounded in 32 different ways, as taught by Rabbi Yossi of Galilee. The two letters Lamed and Bet also share another unique distinction. As a prefix, Lamed means to, and Bet means in. The 3 letters of the Tetragrammaton, Yud, He, and Vav, can also serve as suffixes for personal pronouns. The suffix Yud means me, He means her, and Vav means him. In the entire alphabet, there are only 2 letters to which these suffixes can be joined, and these are Lamed and Bet. These then spell out the words Li, to me, La, to her, Lo, to him, Bi, in me, Ba, in her, Bo, in him. The 2 letters Lamed and Bet are the only ones in the entire alphabet which combine with the letters of the divine name in this manner. The number 32 is the 5th power of 2. As the Sefer Yetzirah explains in chapter 1, stanza 5, the 10 sefirot define a 5-dimensional space. The 32 paths correspond to the number of apexes on a 5-dimensional hypercube. This is not as difficult as it might seem. A line, which has 1 dimension, has 2 apexes or ends. A square, having 2 dimensions, has 4 apexes or corners. A cube, which has 3 dimensions, has 8 corners. We thus see that with the addition of each dimension, the number of apexes is doubled. A 4-dimensional hypercube has 16, or the 4th power of 2, apexes, while a 5-dimensional hypercube has 32, or the 5th power of 2 apexes. Paths. The Hebrew word for paths here is nitivot. a word that occurs only rarely in Scripture. Much more common is the word derech. As the Zohar states, however, there is an important difference between these two words. A derech is a public road, a route used by all people. A nativ, on the other hand, is a personal route, a path blazed by the individual for his personal use. It is a hidden path, without markers or signposts, which one must discover on his own, and tread by means of his own devices. The 32 paths of wisdom are therefore called nitivot. They are private paths, which must be blazed by each individual. There is no open highway to the mysteries. Each individual must discover his own path. The numerical value of nativ is 462. This is twice the number of the 231 gates discussed in chapter 2, stanza 4. These gates are a means through which one ascends and descends along the 32 paths. Mystical. These paths are said to be mystical, pliot in Hebrew. This comes from the root pala, which has the connotation of being hidden and separated from the world at large. Not only are these paths individual, but they are hidden, concealed, and transcendental. This is very closely related to the word pele, meaning a miracle. A miracle is separated and independent from the laws of the physical world. It is also influenced by hidden forces. As such, it is a link with the mystical and transcendental plane. The same is true of the paths of wisdom. According to the Zohar, the word pele specifically relates to the paths of wisdom. The type of miracle denoted by the word pele is specifically one that is accomplished through the manipulation of these paths. The methods of manipulating these paths is one of the important teachings of Sefer Yetzirah. The Sefer Yetzirah later calls the three mothers a great mystical, mufla, secret. Chapter 3, stanza 2. The first of the three mothers is Aleph. When spelled out, Aleph has the same letters as Pele. According to the Kabbalists, the letter Aleph denotes Keter, crown, the highest of the sefirot. It is with regard to Keter that Ben Sira said, "In what is mysterious, mufla for you, do not seek." The Kabbalists call Keter the level of nothingness, ayin. It is on this level that the laws of nature cease to exist, and can therefore be altered. As the book Raziel points out, the three letters of Pele represent increasingly hidden values. According to the phonetic families defined by Sefer Yetzirah, chapter 2, stanza 3, the first letter Pe is pronounced with the lips, the second letter Lamed with the middle of the tongue, and the final Aleph with the throat. Thus, the first letter is pronounced with the outermost revealed part of the mouth, while the last is voiced with the innermost concealed part. The word Pele thus denotes the transition from the revealed to the concealed. Wisdom. These 32 paths are said to be paths of wisdom, chakhmah. In a kabbalistic sense, wisdom is seen as pure, undifferentiated mind. It is pure thought, which has not yet been broken up into differentiated ideas. Wisdom is the level above all division, where everything is a simple unity. It is in recognition of this that the Talmud states, "Who is wise? Chacham. He who learns from every man." It is on the level of wisdom that all men are one. Hence, if one is on this level, he must learn from every human being, and indeed from all creation. According to the Baal Shem Tov, this means that a person on the level of wisdom must even learn from evil. It is only on levels below wisdom that people are separated into different individuals. Only on lower levels does the division between good and evil exist. The Talmud likewise states, "Who is wise? He who perceives the future." This is because wisdom is the pure mind force that transcends time. On the level of wisdom, past, present, and future have not yet been separated. Hence, on this level, one can see the future just like the past and present. The antithesis of wisdom is understanding. The Hebrew word for understanding is binah, which comes from the root bain, meaning between. Understanding is the level immediately below wisdom. It is on the level of understanding that ideas exist separately, where they can be scrutinized and comprehended. While wisdom is pure undifferentiated mind, understanding is the level where division exists, and where things are delineated and defined as separated objects. On the level of wisdom, all men are included in a single world soul. Understanding is the level of neshama, where the soul of each individual assumes a distinct identity, and each one is seen as a separate entity. The divine name associated with understanding is Elohim. This is a plural word, since understanding implies a plurality of forces. It is the name Elohim that is used throughout the entire first chapter of Genesis in describing the act of creation. The 32 times that this name occurs correspond to the 32 paths of wisdom. This resolves an important difficulty. If wisdom is a simple, undifferentiated mind, how can it be manifest as 32 distinct paths? But actually, wisdom is undifferentiated, and it is only through the power of understanding that it is divided into separate paths. These paths are therefore designated by the name Elohim, the name associated with understanding. An example would be water flowing through a system of pipes. Water itself is an undifferentiated fluid, having no essential macroscopic structure. Structure is only imposed on it when it flows through the system of pipes. In the analogy, wisdom is the water, while understanding represents the pipes that channel it. The 32 paths are expressed as the letters and numbers. Since these represent division, they are manifestations of understanding. Hence, wisdom represents nonverbal thought, while understanding is its verbalization. In this respect, wisdom and understanding are seen as being male and female, respectively. In the Kabbalah, wisdom is seen as the father, Abba, while understanding is the mother, Ima. The male represents unchanneled creative force. This can only be brought into fruition when delineated, enclosed and channeled by the female womb. It is for this reason that the Sefer Yetzirah, in chapter 1, stanza 2, calls the primary letters mothers. This also resolves another difficulty. Earlier, we said that the 32 paths represent the heart, since the Hebrew word for heart, lev, actually spells out the number 32. The heart, however, is normally associated with understanding, while these paths are said to pertain to wisdom. But the paths merely channel wisdom, while the substance of the paths themselves is understanding. Engraved. The text states that the Creator used these 32 paths to engrave so as to create his universe. The Hebrew word here is chakach. This usually has the connotation of removing material, as in the verse, "Engrave yourself a dwelling in a rock," Isaiah chapter 22, verse 16. Derived from this root are the words chok and chukah, meaning rule and decree, since rules and laws serve to remove some of the individual's freedom of action. Thus, the word chakach is closely related to machak, meaning to erase, as well as to the root lakach, meaning to remove or take. The word chakach is very closely related to the concept of writing. The main difference between engraving, chakach, and writing is that when one writes, one adds material such as ink to the writing surface, while when one engraves, one removes material. When the Bible uses the word chakach to designate writing, it is referring to such systems as cuneiform, where the text was written by removing wedges of clay from a tablet. To understand why the author uses the term engraved here, we must understand the idea of creation. Before a universe could be created, empty space had to exist in which it could be made. But initially, only God existed, and all existence was filled with the divine essence, the light of the infinite, or Ein Sof. It was out of this undifferentiated essence that a vacated space had to be engraved. The process, known to the Kabbalists as the tzimtzum, constriction, is clearly described in the Zohar. In the beginning of the king's authority, the lamp of darkness engraved a hollow in the supernal luminescence. The hollow engraved in the supernal luminescence was the vacated space in which all creation subsequently occurred. The undifferentiated light of the infinite, which existed before the constriction, is on the level of wisdom, which is pure undelineated mind. The power of constriction is that of understanding, this being what the Zohar calls the lamp of darkness. It is negative light, or negative existence, which can engrave a hollow in the divine essence. This constriction, or hollowing of the divine essence, did not occur in physical space, but rather in conceptual space. It is hollow insofar as it contains the possibility for information, but not actual information. As such, it is the chaos and void, tohu and bohu, mentioned in the account of creation, where the scripture states, "The earth was chaos and void." Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. Chaos is a state where information can exist, but where it does not exist. The hollow was made through the 32 paths, since letters and digits are the basic bits of information. While random letters and numbers do not actually convey information, as long as they exist, it is also possible for information to exist. The vacated space is therefore the state where it is possible for information to exist, but where this possibility has not yet been realized. These letters were subsequently combined into words, forming the 10 sayings of creation. Each of these sayings brought information into the vacated space, through which creation could take place there. The order was therefore first engraving, and then creation. The Sefer Yetzirah therefore states that the Creator engraved and created his universe. Engraved Yah. Many of the kabbalistic commentaries translate this as "he engraved Yah." In Hebrew, the word "he" is often not written out, but understood from the verbal form. The "he" here refers to the infinite being, Ein Sof, who is above all the divine names. According to this, the Sefer Yetzirah is saying that the infinite being began creation by engraving the divine names through the 32 paths of wisdom. The names are written with letters, and they could only come into being after the letters had been created. It is in the same vein that some of the early Kabbalists interpret the first verse in Genesis to read, "In the beginning he created Elohim, along with the heaven and the earth." The first thing that the infinite being created was the name Elohim, which is associated with the constriction. The divine names also parallel the sefirot. Once the vacated space had been engraved, the sefirot could be created inside it. The engraving of this space was therefore intimately related to these names. This can also be read in the imperative. With 32 mystical paths of wisdom, engrave Yah and create his world. The term engrave here would mean to form a clear mental image of the name, so as to meditate on it, as we will discuss later in chapter 1, stanza 14. The method is alluded to in Rava's saying, "If the righteous desired, they could create a world." Yah. Saadia Gaon translates this as the eternal. The Kabbalists normatively associate the name Yah with wisdom, chakhmah. Actually, however, only the first letter of this name, the Yud, designates wisdom. The second letter, He, designates understanding, the feminine principle. The reason why this name as a whole is used to designate wisdom is because wisdom cannot be grasped except when it is clothed in understanding. For this reason, the Yud alone is not used as the name for wisdom, but rather the Yud combined with the He. There are a number of reasons why these two letters represent wisdom and understanding, respectively. Yud has the primary form of a simple point. This alludes to the fact that wisdom is simple and undifferentiated. The numerical value of Yud is 10, indicating that all 10 sefirot are included in the simple nature of wisdom. At the beginning of a word, the letter Yud indicates the masculine future. This is related to the teaching, "Who is wise? He who perceives the future." At the end of a word, when used as a suffix, the letter Yud means me or my. Wisdom is the essential nature of the individual, belonging to him alone. As such, it is the ultimate my. The same is true of the sefirah of wisdom, chakhmah, with respect to the infinite being. He has a numerical value of 5, alluding to the 5 fingers of the hand. As such, it represents understanding, the hand that holds wisdom, distributing and channeling it. At the beginning of a word, the prefix he means the. It is the definite article that specifies and delineates an object. Like a hand, the definite article holds and specifies a concept that is specific rather than general. At the end of a word, he indicates the feminine possessive, her. This is because understanding is the domain of the feminine essence. He is one of the 2 letters in the Hebrew alphabet that is written as 2 disjunct parts. This alludes to the fact that understanding represents the beginning of separation. There is some disagreement in the Talmud as to whether or not Yah is a divine name. The Sefer Yetzirah clearly takes the position that it is. Yah, the Lord. In Hebrew, this is written as YH, YHVH. It was with these 6 letters that God created all things. It is thus written, "Trust in God, for eternity of eternities." For with YH, YHVH, he formed universes. Isaiah, chapter 26, verse 4. The Lord of Hosts. This name usually designates the sefirot which are associated with revelation and prophecy. These are Netzach, victory, and Hod, splendor. This name, however, also contains the tetragrammaton, YHVH, here translated as the Lord. The tetragrammaton designates the totality of all the sefirot. Hence the phrase YHVH of hosts actually represents all the sefirot as they are revealed to man. This is the reason for the designation YHVH of hosts. It refers to revelation, the state in which God associates himself with beings that are lower than himself, namely, his hosts. According to the Talmud, the first person to use the designation Lord of Hosts was Hannah, when she prayed, "O Lord of Hosts, if you will look at the affliction of your servant." 1 Samuel chapter 1, verse 11. God of Israel. This is connected to Lord of Hosts. While revelation in general is to all of God's hosts, in particular, it is granted to Israel. As we shall see in chapter 2, stanza 4, the name Israel is closely associated with the 231 gates. The Hebrew word for God here is Elohim. This alludes to understanding, the concept that divides and delineates. The living God. The name is associated with the essential creative forces, represented by the sefirah of Yesod, foundation. In man, this force parallels the sexual organ. In Hebrew, this phrase is Elohim Chaim. This sefirah takes all the forces, collectively referred to as Elohim, and presents them in an active, procreative mode. Life is defined as that which is active and procreates, and hence, this is the connotation of living God. King of the universe. This is the mode in which God relates to the universe as a king, and it is associated with the sefirah of Malchut, kingship. Of all the sefirot, this is the only one which comes into direct contact with the lower stages of creation. The first 5 designations, Yah, the Lord of hosts, God of Israel, the living God, King of the universe, thus designate the 10 sefirot in their downward mode, as they are the source of all creative force. El Shaddai. These 2 names are usually translated as Almighty God. Saadia Gaon, however, translates them as Omnipotent Almighty. Here, the Sefer Yetzirah begins designating the sefirot in an upward mode. In the Bahir, the disciples thus ask, "From above to below we know, but from below to above we do not know." The designation El Shaddai is also related to the procreative force represented by Yesod, foundation, and corresponding to the sexual organ in man. We therefore have 2 designations for Yesod, foundation: living God, Elohim Chaim, and El Shaddai. Living God is the designation of this sefirah from a God's eye view, while El Shaddai is its designation from a man's eye view. God thus told Moses, "I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as El Shaddai." Exodus chapter 6, verse 3. The first 5 designations represented the downward process from God to the universe, through which the creative force is channeled. The author, however, is now designating the names that relate to the upward process, through which man approaches the divine. King of the universe, the lowest stage, applies to both directions. Merciful and gracious. These are the second and third of the 13 attributes of mercy, expressed in the verse, El, merciful and gracious, Exodus chapter 34, verse 6. On this level, one can comprehend the inner workings of the 6 sefirot: Chesed, love; Gvurah, strength; Tiferet, beauty; Netzach, victory; and Hod, splendor. It is through these sefirot that God expresses his mercy to the world. This level was gained by Moses when God told him, "I will have mercy upon whom I will have mercy, and I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious." Exodus chapter 33, verse 19. High and exalted. The next designations are all taken from the verse, "For thus says God, high and exalted, dwelling in eternity, and whose name is holy. I dwell lofty and holy." Isaiah chapter 57, verse 15. High and exalted refers to the level of understanding, binah. The lower 7 sefirot correspond to the 7 days of creation. Understanding, binah, is above these 7 sefirot, and hence it is the level preceding action and creation. This is the level where God is seen as being utterly transcendental, separated from all the worldly and high above everything mundane. Dwelling in eternity speaks of the level of wisdom, chakhmah. This is the level that is above time. Here, one perceives God as transcending not only space, but time as well. His name is holy alludes to the level of the crown, keter, the highest of the sefirot. The Kabbalists note that the expression his name, which in Hebrew is shmo, has a numerical value, gematria, of 346. This is the same as the value of ratzon, meaning will. Will is even higher than wisdom, since it is the impulse that gives rise to all things, even thought. In kabbalistic terms, will is designated as crown, keter. Just as a crown is worn above the head, so is the will above and outside all mental processes. The word holy, kadosh, denotes separation, and its general sense implies separation from the mundane. The expression, "his name is holy," indicates that the crown is a level that is separated and removed from every imaginable concept. Since it is above the mental processes, it cannot be grasped by them. The last expression, lofty and holy, is not found in many versions of Sefer Yetzirah. It possibly relates to the infinite being, Ein Sof, which is lofty above all concepts, even will. The last 5 designations thus refer to the rungs which man must climb to reach the infinite. These are the sefirot in their upward mode. The impulse of creation first went downward through the sefirot, and then it went upward again, returning to the infinite. Only then could creation take place. With 3 books. Sefer Yetzirah now begins to define the word sefirah, the Hebrew designation for the divine emanations that form the basis of creation. The Hebrew word for book, sefer, has the same root as the word sefirah, except that the former is masculine and the latter is feminine. These 3 books are said to be text, number, and communication. The Hebrew word for text here is sefer, which literally means book. Number is sephar, from which the English word cipher is derived. Communication is sipur, which more literally is telling. These 3 divisions respectively represent quality, quantity, and communication. These are the letters, numbers, and the manner in which they are used. These 3 books correspond to the 3 divisions of creation defined by Sefer Yetzirah, namely universe, year, and soul. In more modern terms, these would be called space, time, and spirit. Universe refers to the dimensions of space, year to time, and soul to the spiritual dimension. See Table 4. As we shall see, the Sefer Yetzirah speaks of a 5-dimensional continuum defined by the 10 sefirot. The first 3 are the 3 dimensions of space. The 4th dimension is time, while the 5th is the spiritual dimension. Since the 3 spatial dimensions comprise a single continuum, the 3 of them together constitute the first book. Time is the second book, while the spiritual dimension is the third. The 3 books define the 3 ways in which the array of the 32 paths can be presented. First, one can draw a diagram representing them, as one would picture them in a book. This is the aspect of text. This is also the aspect in which they appear in the book of the Torah, in the 1st chapter of Genesis. Secondly, one can express the numerical sequences and distributions of these paths. Thus, for example, as the Sefer Yetzirah states in chapter 1, stanza 2, the 32 paths consist of 10 sefirot and 22 letters, the latter which consists of 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. This is the aspect of number in the 32 paths. This is also related to their affinity to certain geometrical forms. Finally, one can speak of the relationships between these paths as they convey information. This is the level of communication. It is closely related to the 32 paths where they represent states of consciousness, as presented in Appendix 2. These 3 aspects are most apparent in the letters of the alphabet. There are 3 primary ways in which the letters can be interpreted. First, there's the physical form of the letters, as they are written in a book. This is the aspect of text, sefer, which literally means book. Secondly, there's the numerical value, or gematria, of the letter, this being number. Finally, there's the sound of the letter, as well as the way its name is pronounced, this being communication or telling. See Table 5. Text, sefer, the physical form of the letter, pertains to the continuum of space, since form only can be defined in space. This is universe. Number, sephar, implies sequence, and this is the sequence of time, which is the continuum of the year. Finally, communication, sipur, applies to the mind, and this is in the spiritual continuum, which is soul. These three words also define the term sefirah. First, the word sefirah shares the root with sefer, meaning book. Like a book, each sefirah can record information. The sefirot thus serve as a memory bank in the domain of the divine. A permanent record of everything that has ever taken place in all creation is thus made on the sefirot. Secondly, the word sefirah shares a root with sephar, meaning number. It is the sefirot that introduce an element of number and plurality into existence. The Creator, the infinite being, is the most absolute unity, and the concept of number does not apply to him in any manner whatever. In speaking of the infinite being, the Sefer Yetzirah therefore asks, before 1, what do you count? Chapter 1, stanza 7. It is only with the creation of the sefirot that the concept of number comes into being. In this mode, every event and action is measured and weighed by the sefirot, and the appropriate response is conceived and calculated. Using the computer as an analogy, the sefirot function as the processing unit of the divine domain in this mode. Finally, the word sefirah shares a root with sipur, which means communication and telling. The sefirot are the means through which God communicates with his creation. They are also the means through which man communicates with God. If not for the sefirot, God, the infinite being, would be absolutely unknowable and unreachable. It is only through the sefirot that he can be approached. Of course, as all the Kabbalists warn, one should not in any way worship the sefirot or pray to them. One may, however, use them as a channel. Thus, for example, one would not think of directing a petition to the postman, but one could use him to deliver a message to the king. In a mystical sense, the sefirot form a ladder or tree through which one can climb and approach the infinite. Thus, when the Sefer Yetzirah presents the words sefer, sephar, and sipur here, it is not doing so accidentally. Rather, the book is deliberately presenting roots which define the concept of the sefirot. This is all the more obvious since this entire chapter deals with the sefirot. The three aspects, text, number, and communication, are the keys to the methods of Sefer Yetzirah. If one wishes to influence anything in the physical universe, space, he must make use of the physical shape of the letters. If this involves a meditative technique, one would contemplate the appropriate letters as if they were written in a book. The method involves making each particular letter combination fill the entire field of vision, eliminating all other thoughts from the mind. Finally, if one wishes to influence the spiritual realm, he must make use either of the sounds of the letters or of their names. This technique, which we shall describe, is the one that is used when making a golem. Chapter 1, stanza 2. 10 sefirot of nothingness, and 22 foundation letters, 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. 10 sefirot. The Sefer Yetzirah now defines the 32 paths as consisting of 10 sefirot and 22 letters. The word sefirah literally means counting. It is thus distinguished from the word mispar, meaning number. Although the sefirot are said to represent the 10 basic digits, they are not actual numbers. Rather, they are the sources from which the numbers originate. Although the Sefer Yetzirah does not name the 10 sefirot, their names are well known from the classical Kabbalah. They are given in Table 6. the sefirot are usually presented in an array consisting of 3 columns, as in the figure. The names of the sefirot are all derived from Scripture. In recounting Bezalel's qualifications, God says, "I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, and with knowledge." Exodus chapter 31, verse 3. As the Sefer Yetzirah later states in chapter 1, stanza 9, the Spirit of God refers to Keter, crown, the first of the sefirot. Wisdom and understanding then refer to the next 2 sefirot. The first 2 sefirot are likewise alluded to in the verse, "With wisdom God established the earth, and with understanding he established the heavens, and with his knowledge the depths were broken up." Proverbs chapter 3, verses 19 and 20. It is likewise written, "With wisdom a house is built, with understanding it is established, and with knowledge its rooms are filled." Proverbs chapter 24, verses 3 and 4. All of these sources list 3 qualities: wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Knowledge, however, is not a sefirah, but merely the point of confluence between wisdom and understanding. In many ways, however, it behaves as a sefirah, and it is thus often included among them. The next 7 sefirot are named in the verse, "Yours, O God, are the greatness," 4, the strength, 5, the beauty, 6, the victory, 7, and the splendor, 8, for all, 9, in heaven and in earth. Yours, O God, is the kingdom, 10. 1 Chronicles chapter 29, verse 11. It is here that the names of all the lower sefirot are defined. See figure 1. In most sources, however, the first of these is called chesed, love, instead of gdulah, greatness. Similarly, the 6th is called yesod, foundation, rather than all. In older kabbalistic texts, however, both designations are used. According to some Kabbalists, the 10 sefirot also parallel the 10 Hebrew vowels. Together with the 22 letters, they then comprise the totality of the Hebrew language. Of nothingness. The Hebrew word here is binah. This word can also be translated as meaning closed, abstract, absolute, or ineffable. This word occurs only once in Scripture, in the verse, "He stretches the north on chaos. He hangs the earth on nothingness." Binah. Job chapter 26, verse 7. According to many commentaries, the word binah is derived from the 2 words bli, meaning without, and ma, meaning what or anything. The word binah would then mean without anything, or nothingness. According to this interpretation, the designation sefirot of nothingness is used to indicate that the sefirot are purely ideal concepts, without any substance whatever. Unlike letters, which have form and sound, the sefirot have no intrinsic physical properties. As such, they are purely conceptual. Other sources state that binah comes from the root balam, meaning to bridle. This is found in the verse, "Do not be like a horse or mule, who do not understand, whose mouth must be bridled, balam, with bit and rein." Psalm 32, verse 9. This second interpretation seems to be indicated by the Sefer Yetzirah itself, since it later says, "Bridle, balom, your mouth, from speaking of them." Chapter 1, stanza 8. According to this, binah would be translated as ineffable. The text is speaking of 10 ineffable sefirot, indicating that they cannot be described in any manner whatever. Similarly, the biblical verse, "He hangs the earth on the ineffable," would mean that the forces which uphold creation cannot be described. According to both interpretations, the sefirot are distinguished from the letters. While the letters are primarily modes of expression, the sefirot are inexpressible by their very nature. A leading kabbalist, Rabbi Isaac of Akko, 1250 through 1340, points out that binah has a numerical value of 87. God's name Elohim, on the other hand, has a value of 86. Binah thus represents the stage immediately following the pure essence of the divine. 22 foundation letters. In the simplest sense, these are called foundation letters because it was through the letters of the Hebrew alphabet that the universe was created. The Sefer Yetzirah itself, therefore, says of the letters, "With them he depicted all that was formed, and all that would ever be formed." Chapter 2, stanza 2. This is also alluded to in what the Talmud says of the builder of the tabernacle. Bezalel knew how to permute the letters with which heaven and earth were made. With each act of creation, the Torah reports that God said. Thus, God said, "Let there be light," and God said, "Let there be a firmament." The decrees through which God brought creation into being consisted of sayings. These in turn consisted of words, and these words were formed out of letters. Hence, it was through the letters of the alphabet that the universe was created. These letters of creation were not only responsible for the inception of the world, but they also constantly sustain it. It is thus written, "Forever, O God, your word stands in the heavens." Psalm 119, verse 89. The very words and letters with which the universe was created are also the ones which constantly sustain it. If these words and letters were withdrawn for even an instant, the universe would cease to exist. Thus, if one knows how to manipulate the letters correctly, one can also manipulate the most elemental forces of creation. The methods of doing this comprise the main subjects of Sefer Yetzirah. In Hebrew, foundation letters is otiot yesod. This can also be translated letters of foundation. In the Kabbalah, foundation, yesod, is the sefirah that corresponds to the sexual organ. It therefore has the connotation of coupling and pairing, usually for the purpose of procreation. The letters are said to pertain to foundation, yesod, since it is only through the letters that wisdom and understanding can come together and be coupled. As discussed earlier, wisdom is pure nonverbal thought. Understanding, on the other hand, can only be verbal, since if an idea cannot be expressed verbally, it cannot be understood. The only link between nonverbal wisdom and verbal understanding consists of the letters of the alphabet. This is also evident from the mentioned Talmudic teaching. The Talmud states that Bezalel knew how to permute the letters with which heaven and earth were made. This is derived from the verse where God says of Bezalel, "I will fill him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, with understanding, and with knowledge." Exodus chapter 31, verse 3. We therefore see that the ability to manipulate the letters of creation depends on wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Knowledge, da'at, however, is the point at which wisdom and understanding come together. It has the connotation of joining and intercourse, as in the verse, "Adam knew his wife Eve," Genesis chapter 4, verse 1. Knowledge, therefore, serves in the place of foundation between wisdom and understanding. It is in this same context that the Sefer Yetzirah speaks of letters of foundation. In a more general sense, the letters serve to pair off and connect all the sefirot. This is particularly true in the Tree of Life shown in Figure 1, which shall be discussed in detail. 3 mothers. These are the 3 letters Aleph, Mem, and Shin. They will be discussed at length in Chapter 3. These letters are called mothers because they are primary. Essentially, Aleph is the first letter of the alphabet, Mem is the middle letter, and Shin is the second from the last. The reason why Tav, the last letter of the alphabet, is not used is because it is one of the doubles. One reason why these letters are called mothers is because, in general, the letters are derived from understanding, binah. As discussed earlier, understanding is the primary feminine principle, and is therefore called mother. This is alluded to in the verse, "For you shall call understanding a mother." Proverbs chapter 2, verse 3. Since these are the primary letters, they are called the mothers. These letters are also called mothers, emot, in the same sense that a crossroad is called a mother of the road. Ezekiel chapter 21, verse 26. These three letters are called crossroads, since they form the horizontal links between the sefirot in the tree of life diagram. On a more basic level, these are mothers because the number of horizontal links defines the order of the array, as discussed. 7 doubles. These are the 7 letters that can express 2 sounds: bet, gimel, daled, kaf, pe, resh, and tav. The elementals are the 12 remaining letters, which have a single sound. These 2 groups will be discussed in chapters 4 and 5, respectively. If we draw 10 points in 3 columns in the simplest manner, we see that they are automatically linked by 22 lines. Of these, 3 are horizontal, 7 are vertical, and 12 are diagonal, as shown in Figure 2. The division presented by Sefer Yetzirah is therefore a natural consequence of the array. This figure can actually be looked upon as a member of a family of diagrams. The order of the diagram is then determined by the number of horizontal links. In practice, for reasons dealing with the basic nature of the sefirot, they are not arranged in this natural order, but have the middle line lowered somewhat. There are several different ways that the Kabbalists assign the letters in these diagrams. These are shown in figures 3 through 6. Chapter 1, stanza 3. 10 sefirot of nothingness, in the number of 10 fingers, 5 opposite 5, with a singular covenant precisely in the middle, in the circumcision of the tongue and in the circumcision of the membrum. The number of 10 fingers. Creation is said to have been accomplished with God's fingers, as it is written, "When I see your heavens, the work of your fingers." Psalm 8, verse 4. The 10 numerical digits similarly parallel the 10 fingers in man. The 5 fingers of the hand contain a total of 14 bones. This is the numerical value for yad, the Hebrew word for hand. 5 opposite 5. Although the sefirot are usually divided into 3 columns, they can also be arranged in 2 arrays, one to the right and the other to the left. The masculine sefirot on the right side would then be all those normally on the right, as well as the upper 2 center sefirot. The feminine sefirot on the left would include the 3 normally on the left, together with the lower 2 center sefirot. The 5 masculine sefirot are often referred to as the 5 loves, chasadim, since they are on the side of chesed, love. The 5 feminine sefirot are similarly called the 5 strengths, gvurot, because they are on the side of gvurah, strength. See Figure 7. When the sefirot are in their normal state, arrayed in 3 columns, they are in a state of equilibrium. But when the sefirot of the central column are moved to the right and left, so as to divide the sefirot into 2 arrays, a powerful tension is produced. When they are in such a mode, powerful spiritual forces can be directed and channeled. Therefore, in many places where God interferes directly with the physical world, the Scripture speaks of God's fingers or hands. The most obvious case occurs with reference to creation itself, which the psalmist calls the work of your fingers, as quoted. We similarly find, "My left hand has founded the earth, and my right hand has spread out the heavens." Isaiah chapter 48, verse 13. Before such a creative act could take place, all the sefirot had to be polarized to male and female sides, generating tension and force. Just as human procreation involves male and female, so does divine creation. Very closely related to this are the various actions that use the hands to channel spiritual forces. These include the laying of hands, the lifting of the hands and the priestly blessing, and the spreading of the hands in prayer. In all these cases, the intent is to channel the power of the 10 sefirot through the 10 fingers. In making them correspond to the 2 hands, the sefirot are polarized, creating spiritual tension. See Figure 8. Once such tension exists, through meditation and concentration, the powers of the sefirot can be focused and channeled. And a singular covenant. The Hebrew here is Brit Yachid. Some read Brit Yichud, a unifying covenant, but the meaning is similar. A similar concept is found in the last chapter with regard to Abraham, chapter 6, stanza 7. In general, a covenant, Brit, is something that comes between 2 separate parts. The paradigm of a covenant is that which God made with Abraham when he commanded him, "Take to me a prime heifer, a prime female goat, a prime ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon." Genesis chapter 15, verse 9. These 5 animals paralleled the 5 fingers. 3 of the animals were divided in half, so that the 6 halves represented the 6 sefirot that are normally to the right and left. The 4 halves of the birds, which were not divided, represented the 4 sefirot which are normally in the center line. See Figure 9. The 2 tablets containing the 10 commandments were also called the tablets of the covenant. Deuteronomy chapter 9, verse 9. It was for this reason that they were given as 2 tablets, rather than as a single one. When the 10 sefirot are divided into this double array, the place in the middle becomes the focus of spiritual tension. This place is then called the singular covenant, or unifying covenant. Circumcision of the tongue. The Hebrew word for circumcision is milah. This same word, however, also means word, as we find, "God's Spirit speaks in me, and His word, milah, is on my tongue." 2 Samuel chapter 23, verse 2. Hence, this can also be translated a word of the tongue. The circumcision of the tongue refers to the ability to utilize the mysteries of the Hebrew language. It also refers to the ability to probe the mysteries of the Torah. In a more general sense, such circumcision denotes a fluency of speech. One who cannot speak properly is said to have uncircumcised lips. Moses thus said, "How will Pharaoh listen to me when I have uncircumcised lips?" Exodus chapter 6, verse 12. When one is given the power of proper speech, his tongue is said to be circumcised. This is both the circumcision and the word of the tongue. A good example of this is found in the priestly blessing. Here, the priests raise their hands and pronounce the blessing outlined in Scripture, Numbers chapter 6, verses 22 through 27. The priests must raise their hands so that they are precisely level with the mouth. As it is written, Aaron lifted up his hands toward the people, and he blessed them. Leviticus chapter 9, verse 22. The Cohen priest must concentrate on the fact that his 10 fingers represent the 10 sefirot. As a result of the focus of spiritual force between his 2 hands, his tongue is circumcised, and his blessing has its proper effect. The same is true of raising one's hands in prayer. Here again, the 2 hands focus spiritual power so as to circumcise the tongue, allowing the individual to pray effectively. In some kabbalistic meditative systems, the raised hand position was likewise used to focus spiritual energy. It was for a very similar reason that the Kohen priests had to wash their hands and feet before engaging in the divine service. This also provides insight into the significance of the 2 cherubim that were on the Ark of the Covenant in the Holy of Holies. These 2 cherubim were the source of all prophecy. Prophecy involves a particularly intense focusing of spiritual energy, allowing the prophet to actually speak in God's name. Prophecy was thus the ultimate level of circumcision of the tongue. In describing the ark, God told Moses, "I will commune with you, and I will speak to you from above the ark cover, from between the two cherubim, which are on the ark of testimony." Exodus chapter 25, verse 22. What was true of Moses was also true of the other prophets, and the influx of prophecy was channeled primarily through these two cherubs in the Holy of Holies. There is some evidence that, at least in some cases, the prophetic experience was the result of intense meditation of these two cherubim. When the cherubim were removed from the Holy of Holies with the destruction of the first temple, prophecy as such ceased to exist. According to the Zohar, the two cherubim represented the sefirot divided into a masculine and feminine array. These were placed on the ark, which contained the original tablets of the 10 Commandments. There were 5 commandments on each tablet, so the two represented a similar array of the sefirot. This created a permanent state of tension, through which the spiritual force associated with prophecy could be focused. Circumcision of the membrum. Just as the fingers of the 2 hands represent the 10 sefirot, so do the toes of the 2 feet. Between the legs is the circumcision of the sexual organ. In order to understand the significance of this circumcision, one must realize why God commanded that it be done on the 8th day. The Torah states, "On the 8th day, the flesh of his foreskin must be circumcised." Leviticus chapter 12, verse 3. The covenant of circumcision was originally given to Abraham. The world was created in 6 days, representing the 6 primary directions that exist in a 3-dimensional universe. The 7th day, the Sabbath, is the perfection of the physical world, and it represents the focal point of these 6 directions, as discussed in chapter 4, stanza 4. The 8th day, then, represents a step above the physical, into the realm of the transcendental. Through the covenant of circumcision, God gave Abraham and his descendants power over the transcendental plane. The most obvious case in which this occurs is in conception, where a soul is brought down into the world. Since the mark of the covenant is on the sexual organ, it gives the individual access to the highest spiritual realms, from which he can draw down the most lofty souls. By meditating on the fact that the 10 toes represent the 10 sefirot, one is able to concentrate spiritual energy into the sexual organ. Through such methods, one can gain complete control over one's sexual activities, even in the midst of intercourse. By sanctifying oneself in this manner during sexual intercourse, one is able to determine the qualities of the child that will be conceived. The covenant of circumcision also represents the channeling of sexual energy. The sexual drive is one of the most powerful psychological forces in man, and when it is channeled along spiritual lines, it can help bring one to the highest mystical states. In giving the commandment of circumcision, God indicated that the emotions and desires associated with sex could be used for the mystical quest of the divine on a transcendental plane. The juxtaposition between the circumcision of the tongue and the circumcision of the membrum explains the prophetic position favored by Elijah. The scripture states, "Elijah went up to the top of the Carmel, and tranced himself on the ground, and placed his face between his knees." 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 42. This position was used for the intense concentration of spiritual energy. According to the Midrash, this position was used because it placed the head in conjunction with the mark of circumcision. When one is in this position, all of these forces are brought together. The 10 fingers, 10 toes, tongue, and sexual organ comprise a total of 22 elements, paralleling the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The individual's body itself thus becomes an alphabet, with which he can write in the spiritual realm. Chapter 1, stanza 4. 10 sefirot of nothingness. 10 and not 9. 10 and not 11. Understand with wisdom. be wise with understanding. Examine with them, and probe from them. Make each thing stand on its essence, and make the Creator sit on his base. This section speaks primarily of the first three sefirot: Keter, crown; chakhmah, wisdom; and binah, understanding. Later, we find a similar discussion with regard to the lower 7 sefirot in chapter 4, stanza 5. 10 and not 9. The highest faculty in man is will. This corresponds to the first of the sefirot, Keter, crown. If one were to attempt to describe God, it would be tempting to say that he is pure will. This would be very much like saying that God is spirit, or that he is love, since all such descriptions attempt to depict God in terms of human traits. If any human trait were to be used, however, it should be will, since this is the highest of all human faculties. If we would say that God was pure will, however, then we would be saying that he is identical with Keter. Keter, however, is merely a sefirah, and as such, it is something created by God and inferior to him. We therefore cannot even say that God is pure will. Even will is among his creations, and is inferior to him. Therefore, there is no word that can be used to describe God's essence. The author consequently states that the sefirot are 10 and not 9. For if we were to say that God is will, then Keter would be identical to God, and only 9 sefirot would remain. But since there are 10 sefirot, then even will is nothing more than a sefirah, and it is something that is inferior to the Creator. The Sefer Yetzirah also warns 10 and not 11. This is to teach that God himself, the infinite being, is not to be included among the sefirot. If he were, then there would be 11 rather than 10. God belongs to a totally different category than the sefirot, and is not to be counted among them. As a result, we cannot even describe him by such purely abstract qualities as will, wisdom, love, or strength. When the Bible makes use of any of these qualities in relation to God, it is speaking of the sefirot created by God, and not of the Creator himself. This is particularly important for the mystic. As a person reaches the highest levels, he might think that he is actually reaching God himself. The Sefer Yetzirah therefore warns that when one climbs the ladder of the sefirot, there are only 10 steps, and not 11. The Creator is always beyond our grasp. It is for this reason that God is called Ein Sof, literally the infinite. One can climb higher and higher, reaching toward infinity, but one can never attain it. Infinity may remain a goal, but it is only a goal that points to a direction, but not a goal that actually can be reached. The same is true of the infinite Ein Sof. Understand with wisdom. As discussed earlier, understanding, binah, involves verbal thought, while wisdom, chakhmah, is pure nonverbal thought. Understanding consists of the normal reverie, where the person thinks out things so as to understand and organize the thoughts. Wisdom, on the other hand, is pure thought, and in particular, it refers to a state of consciousness where the mind is not engaged in reverie. It is very difficult to experience pure, nonverbal thought. As soon as a person attempts to clear his mind of thought, he immediately begins to think, "Now I am not thinking of anything." The state of wisdom or chakhmah consciousness is one of pure nonverbal thought, which is very difficult to attain. It is in an attempt to attain the state of chakhmah consciousness that the various meditative methods are used. Thus, mantra meditation attempts to clear the mind of reverie by filling it with the repeated words of the mantra. Similarly, contemplation pursues the same goal by filling the mind with the contemplated object. Wisdom is associated with the nonverbal right hemisphere of the brain, while understanding is associated with the verbal left hemisphere. As the Kabbalists explain, wisdom is normally only experienced when it is clothed in understanding. One may be able to experience the workings of the nonverbal areas of the mind, but only when one clothes them with verbal thoughts. It is here that the Sefer Yetzirah begins instruction on how to grasp the sefirot. The first step is to understand with wisdom and to be wise with understanding. This involves a deliberate oscillation between understanding and wisdom, between verbal binah consciousness and nonverbal chakhmah consciousness. Try for a moment to stop thinking. You remain completely conscious, but there are no verbal thoughts in your mind. If you are an average person, you may be able to maintain such a state for a few seconds, but immediately your mind begins to verbalize the experience. You might say to yourself, "I'm not thinking of anything." But as soon as you do this, of course, you actually are thinking of something. For those few seconds, however, you have experienced nonverbal chakhmah consciousness. If you work at this exercise, you can gradually learn how to extend the time in which you are in this state. It is like a heavy pendulum. The longer you push it back and forth, the further it will swing. Similarly, the more you learn to oscillate between verbal binah consciousness and nonverbal chakhmah consciousness, the deeper you will reach into the latter, and the longer you will be able to maintain this state. Chakhmah consciousness is particularly important in reaching the sefirot. As mentioned earlier in chapter 1, stanza 2, the sefirot are ineffable and cannot be understood verbally. As the Sefer Yetzirah itself says, they must be reached by paths of wisdom, that is, through the paths of nonverbal chakhmah consciousness. Examine with them. A similar expression is later used with regard to the lower sefirot, chapter 4, stanza 5. Once an individual is able to experience the sefirot, he must make use of them to examine and test them. The author does not say examine them, but examine with them. The Hebrew word used here is bachan, and it means that one is to test things for their intrinsic quality as they are at the immediate moment. When a person has an awareness of the sefirot, he can then examine anything in creation and determine the sefirah to which it pertains. As he becomes proficient in doing this, he can use various things to strengthen his attachment to their associated sefirah. When the Sefer Yetzirah was first written, each individual had to do this on his own. Now, however, there are many lists which associate various things and ideas with their appropriate sefirot, and these can be used as aids in binding oneself to them. Probe from them. The Hebrew word for probe here is chakar, which usually indicates attaining the ultimate knowledge of a thing. The Sefer Yetzirah says that one should probe from them. As a result of the spiritual power that one attains from the sefirot, one should probe each thing to its ultimate depth. Through one's experience of the sefirot, one is to gain the deepest possible insight into everything in the world. Note carefully that the Sefer Yetzirah does not tell us to contemplate the sefirot themselves. Rather, it instructs us to use them in developing an inner sight with which to view the world. Make each thing stand on its essence. In this manner, one can learn how to perceive the essential nature of each thing. The Sefer Yetzirah says, "Make each thing stand on its essence," so as to parallel the next phrase, "Make the Creator sit on his base." The Sefer Yetzirah is also indicating here that when a person perceives the true spiritual nature of a thing, he also elevates that thing spiritually. Standing refers to such elevation. The expression, "make each thing stand," therefore says that when one probes from them, he elevates the things that he probes. Make the Creator sit on his base. The Hebrew word for base here is machon, and in a number of places it is seen as the place where God sits. Thus, in his prayer, Solomon speaks of the heaven, the base, machon, of your sitting. 1 Kings chapter 8, verse 39. The scripture likewise states, righteousness and judgment are the base, machon, of your throne. Psalm 89, verse 15. In other places, the Bible speaks of the temple as being the base upon which God sits. The word machon comes from the root kon, which is also the root of the word hechin, meaning to prepare. Hence, machon refers not merely to a physical base, but to one that is specifically prepared for a special purpose. The scripture thus says, He founded the earth on its base, machon. Psalm 104, verse 5. This verse indicates that everything in the physical world has a specific spiritual counterpart and basis through which it can be elevated. In general, the anthropomorphism sit, when used with respect to God, indicates a sense of lowering. When a person sits down, he lowers his body. Similarly, when God sits, he lowers his essence so as to be concerned with his creation. When the Bible speaks of God's throne, it is speaking of the vehicle through which he expresses such concern. In Kabbalah, there is a general rule that every awakening from below motivates an awakening from above. Thus, when a person mentally elevates each thing to its spiritual essence, he also brings spiritual sustenance, shefa, down to that particular object. This sustenance can then be channeled and used by the individual. Under some conditions, this can be used to actually bring about physical changes in the world. The term machon is also interpreted by the Talmud to indicate a parallelism between the spiritual and the physical domains. The prepared basis, machon, through which God sits and channels his spiritual influence to the world, is precisely this machon, the parallelism between the spiritual and the physical. This is the aspect through which God sits, and the scripture therefore speaks as the base, machon, of your sitting. In this context, the Sefer Yetzirah here calls God the Yotzer. We have translated this as the Creator, but a more accurate rendition would be the Former, or the one who forms. In Hebrew, there are three words which have similar meaning. They are bara, meaning to create, yatzar, meaning to form, and asa, meaning to make. According to the Kabbalists, bara indicates creation ex nihilo, something from nothing. Yatzar denotes formation of something from a substance that already exists, something from something. Asa has the connotation of the completion of an action. The Kabbalists teach that stages parallel the three supernal universes, which are called Bria, creation, Yetzirah, formation, and Asiyah, making. They are alluded to in the verse, all that is called in my name, for my glory, Atzilut, I have created it, Bria. I have formed it, Yetzirah, and I have made it, Asiyah. Isaiah chapter 43, verse 7. The highest universe is Atzilut, the domain of the sefirot themselves. Below this is Bria, the domain of the throne. Since Bria, creation, is something from nothing, Atzilut is often referred to as nothingness, Ayin. Hence, the sefirot, which are in Atzilut, are called sefirot of nothingness. Below Bria is the universe of Yetzirah, formation, which is the world of the angels. Finally, there is the universe of Asiyah, making, which consists of the physical world and its spiritual shadow. See Table 7. Here, Sefer Yetzirah is speaking primarily about establishing a link between the two lower worlds, Yetzirah and Asiyah. The methods of Sefer Yetzirah involve the manipulation of the forces of the universe of Asiyah, and this is the reason for the name of the book. The text therefore speaks of God as the Yotzer, the former, indicating his manifestation in the world of Yetzirah. From the mentioned verse, he founded Yasad, the earth on its base, Machon, we see that Machon refers to a spiritual level that is close to the physical world, namely, the lowest level of Yetzirah. Machon is on the level corresponding to Yesod, foundation, which has the connotation of connecting and binding. Hence, it binds Yetzirah to Asiyah. By elevating objects in the physical world, one can then draw upon the forces of Yetzirah, the world of the angels. It is for this reason that the Sefer Yetzirah uses the term machon, base, rather than throne, kiseh. The term throne would indicate the universe of Briah, which is the world of the throne. Machon, on the other hand, is a level of Yetzirah. Chapter 1, stanza 5. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Their measure is 10, which have no end. A depth of beginning, a depth of end, a depth of good, a depth of evil, a depth of above, a depth of below, a depth of east, a depth of west, a depth of north, a depth of south. The singular master, God-faithful King, dominates over them all, from his holy dwelling until eternity of eternities. Here, the Sefer Yetzirah defines the five-dimensional continuum, which is the framework of its system. These 5 dimensions define 10 directions, 2 opposite directions in each dimension. See Table 8. The space continuum consists of 3 dimensions, up-down, north-south, and east-west. This continuum is defined by 6 directions and is called universe. The time continuum consists of 2 directions, past and future, or beginning and end. This is called year. Finally, there is a moral, spiritual 5th dimension, whose 2 directions are good and evil. This is called soul. According to the later Kabbalists, these 10 directions parallel the 10 sefirot in the following manner. Beginning, chakhmah, wisdom. End, binah, understanding. Good, keter, crown. Evil, malchut, kingship. Up, netzach, victory. Down, hod, splendor. North, gvurah, strength. South, chesed, love. East, tiferet, beauty. West, yesod, foundation. The 10 sefirot are thus seen as consisting of 5 sets of opposites. These are the 5 opposite 5 discussed in Chapter 1, stanza 3. The opposites parallel the 5 fingers on each of the 2 hands. Wisdom is always defined as the beginning by the Kabbalists. This is based on such verses as, "The beginning is wisdom," Proverbs chapter 4, verse 7. This corresponds to the beginning of existence, before creation was defined, articulated, or verbalized. God then created the world with 10 sayings. This represents the power of understanding, binah, which is the aspect of verbal thought. As discussed earlier, the name Elohim, used in the account of creation, represents understanding. Sayings can only come about through understanding, denoted by the name Elohim. Psychologically, wisdom also represents the past in another manner. Memory is not verbal, but is stored in the mind in a nonverbal mode. It is only when one brings a memory to the surface that it becomes verbalized. Since pure memory is completely nonverbal, it is in the category of wisdom. The future, on the other hand, cannot be imagined at all, except in verbal terms. One can remember the past, but not the future. The future can only be conceived when it is described. The main way in which we know the future is by extrapolating from our knowledge of the past, or, in the language of the Talmud, understanding one thing from another. Past and future are also the counterparts of wisdom and understanding, insofar that they are respectively male and female. The past is said to be male, since it directly influences the future. In this manner, it is as if the feminine future is impregnated by the past. Keter is said to be good, since it is the sefirah closest to God. For the same reason, Malchut, the sefirah furthest from God, is said to be evil. This does not mean that Malchut itself is actually evil, since all the sefirot are completely and absolutely good. However, since Malchut points in the direction away from God, it is said to denote the direction of evil. The entire array of the sefirot is often called the tree of life. The center line, from Keter to Malchut, when taken alone, is called the tree of knowledge. It is on this line that good and evil come together, this being the mystery of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, Genesis chapter 2, verse 9, of which Adam and Eve were commanded not to partake. It is in the quasi-sphera of knowledge, dat, that good and evil converge. Because of this, some of the later Kabbalists place the depth of good and depth of evil both in knowledge, dat. There are 32 hyperquadrants that can be defined in a 5-dimensional hyperspace. These correspond to the 32 apexes on a 5-dimensional hypercube, as discussed in Chapter 1, Stanza 1. These in turn are related to the 32 paths of wisdom. See Table 9. In general, a knife or cutting blade has one dimension less than the continuum that it cuts. In our 3-dimensional continuum, a blade is essentially a 2-dimensional plane. Therefore, in a 5-dimensional continuum, one would expect a blade to have 4 dimensions. Such a blade would be a 4-dimensional hypercube, having 16 apexes. The Midrash states that God's sword has 16 edges, indicating that it is indeed a 4-dimensional hypercube. Their measure is 10, which have no end. The Sefer Yetzirah does not say, their number is 10, but their measure is 10. What it is saying is that the sefirot define a continuum of 10 directions, or 5 dimensions. Each of these directions is said to be infinite and endless. Indeed, in saying that they have no end, the Sefer Yetzirah uses the term Ein Lahem Sof. This is the term usually used for God, the infinite being. Each direction extends without limit, and in this respect, the sefirot share a property with the infinite being. The initiate is here given an allegory through which he or she can perceive his or her path to the infinite being. The allegory consists of any of the directions. Thus, for example, up has no end. One can continue to travel in an upward direction, but can never actually reach up. The same is true when one travels up spiritually. A depth of beginning. The Sefer Yetzirah does not speak of directions, but of depths. In general, the concept of depth indicates something at a great distance, as when one looks down a deep well, gazing at its depth. It therefore denotes great distance, both physical and mental. Therefore, an idea that is difficult to understand and far from one's comprehension is also said to be deep. There are many examples of this in Scripture. We thus find, the heavens for height, the earth for depth, and the heart of kings has no probing. Proverbs chapter 25, verse 3. Regarding wisdom, Kohelet likewise said, it is deep, deep, who can find it? Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 24. In particular, the word depth is used in relation to the divine, as in, how great are your works, O God! Your thoughts are very deep. Psalm 92, verse 6. These 10 depths, therefore, represent the 10 directions extended to infinity. It is written, counsel in man's heart is like deep water, but a man of understanding will draw it out. Proverbs chapter 20, verse 5. Although the depth of these directions is infinite, it can be described mentally. The first technique involves verbal thought, through being a man of understanding. Gradually, then, one can also learn to depict these infinite depths non-verbally. The first exercise is to try to depict the depth of beginning. Attempt to picture an infinity of time in the past. Let the mind travel back to a minute ago, an hour ago, a day ago, a year ago, continuing until you reach a level where you are trying to imagine an infinity ago. Then do the same with regard to the future. The next exercise involves trying to imagine infinite good and infinite evil. The limits are pure ideas, which cannot be verbalized. Finally, one must imagine the limits of the spatial dimensions. One must perceive the height of the sky and beyond the sky, the depth of the earth and beyond the earth. In this manner, one gradually trains the mind to depict the infinite. Since the sefirot themselves are also infinite, this exercise can help one attain communion with the sefirot. The individual can then learn how to climb the tree of the sefirot, and eventually approach the loftiest spiritual heights. This is accomplished through these depths. It is written, "A song of steps, from the depths I call you, O God." Psalm 130, verse 1. One calls out to God by meditating on the depths, and then one can ascend through a series of steps. The psalm is therefore called a song of steps. The singular master. This can also be read, "The master is singular," and a similar expression is found in chapter 1, stanza 7. After describing the five-dimensional continuum defined by the sefirot, the Sefer Yetzirah specifically refers to God as the singular master. The Hebrew for singular here is yachid, indicating a complete and absolute unity. The unity of God is absolute. He is not like a person who consists of many parts. He is not even like the most simple physical object, since even such an object has 3 dimensions. To say that God is bound by dimensions would in itself introduce an element of plurality in his essence, and this is excluded. After the Sefer Yetzirah has defined the 5-dimensional continuum, one might be misled to think that God himself is a 5-dimensional being. The text, therefore, stresses his unity at this point. The concept of dimensionality does not apply to God at all. God faithful King. In Hebrew, this is El Melech Ne'eman. The initial letters of this phrase spell out Amen, and according to the Talmud, it is this phrase that defines the word Amen. The statement here that God is faithful means that he is accessible only through faith. The human intellect can only grasp concepts within the 5-dimensional continuum of space, time, spirit. God, the infinite being, however, is beyond this. He may relate to the universe as king, but he himself is above the grasp of our mentality. Dominates them all. The Hebrew word for dominate here is moshel. There are 2 synonyms that indicate dominance, melech and moshel. A melech is a king who interacts with his subjects and is therefore affected by them. A moshel, on the other hand, is a tyrant and dictator who rules but is in no way influenced by his subordinates. God is sometimes called a melech, but this refers only to his actions through malchut, kingship, the lowest of the sefirot. The infinite being, however, is actually a moshel, an absolute ruler who is in no way affected by his creation. The scripture thus says, "If you are righteous, what do you give him? What does he receive from your hand?" Job chapter 35, verse 7. This is particularly true of God's relationship to the sefirot. He is in no way affected or defined by them. From his holy habitation. The Hebrew word for habitation here is ma'on. The expression holy habitation, ma'on kadosh, occurs a number of times in the Bible. It is also used again in chapter 1, stanza 12. The word ma'on is defined by the verse, "O God, you have been a habitation, ma'on, for us." Psalm 90, verse 1. The Midrash interprets this to indicate that God is the habitation of the world, and the world is not his habitation. God is the place of the world, defining the space-time spirit continuum, and he is not defined by any continuum whatever. The continuum is contained in God, as it were, and he is not contained in the continuum. The word ma'on is very closely related to the word makom, meaning place. Makom comes from the root kom, meaning to stand. Hence, makom denotes a place in physical space where something can stand. Ma'on, on the other hand, comes from the same root as ona, meaning a time or period. Just as makom defines a point in space, so ma'on defines a point in the space-time continuum. Thus, when the Sefer Yetzirah says that God dominates the sefirot from his holy ma'on, it is indicating that he is the place and habitation of the five-dimensional continuum. Not only does God circumscribe the universe of space, but he even defines time and spirit. This is said to be holy, and as discussed in chapter 1, stanza 1, the word holy, kadosh, denotes separation from the mundane. The infinite being is separated from all the sefirot, and in relation to him, even the sefirot are mundane. Until eternity of eternities. In Hebrew, this is adei ad, and this expression occurs numerous times in the Bible. There are two synonyms which denote eternity. The first is leolam, usually translated as forever, which indicates the end point of the time continuum. Often used is the expression leolam va'ed, which means forever and eternity. The expression eternity here denotes the realm outside the time continuum, where the concept of time does not exist at all. Even in such a timeless domain, however, there is still a kind of hyper-time, where events can occur in a logical sequence. The Midrash calls such hypertime the order of time, seder zmanim. The expression eternity of eternities, adei ad, denotes a domain that is beyond even such hypertime. Chapter 1, stanza 6. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Their vision is like the appearance of lightning. Their limit has no end. And his word in them is running and returning. They rush to his saying like a whirlwind, and before his throne they prostrate themselves. Their vision. The word for vision here is tzfiyah, which usually denotes a prophetical or mystical vision. The Hechalot, an ancient mystical text which might be contemporary to Sefer Yetzirah, speaks of the vision, tzfiyah, of the Merkavah. The Merkavah is the divine chariot seen in Ezekiel's vision, and the term is used to denote the mystical experience on its highest levels. The Sefer Yetzirah is now describing how the sefirot appear in a mystical vision. In earlier sections, the text spoke of the exercises used to visualize the sefirot, and now it describes their appearance. The Bahir, another very ancient text, explains that the word tzfiyah, derived from the root tsafa, indicates that one is looking down from a high place. In the previous section, the Sefer Yetzirah spoke of the sefirot as 10 depths. When one looks into a depth, however, one is usually looking downward. In the Hechalot, the mystical experience is often described as a descent in a downward direction, and it is called descending to the Merkavah. One reason why gazing at the sefirot is called a descent is because, in order to accomplish this, one must first attain chakhmah consciousness, as discussed earlier. In the array of the sefirot, however, chakhmah is the highest, at least of those which are approachable. In climbing the tree of the 32 paths of wisdom, one must begin by attaching himself to chakhmah, wisdom. When this is accomplished, one then looks down at the other sefirot. Only then does one begin climbing the sefirot, beginning at the lowest. Like the appearance of lightning. This is taken from the verse, "And the chayot, running and returning, like the appearance of lightning," bazak. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 14. The word bazak, which is found only in this one place in the Bible, is usually translated as lightning or a spark. According to other interpretations, bazak denotes a flashing meteor or a bursting bubble. According to all these opinions, the Sefer Yetzirah is stating that the sefirot can only be visualized for an instant, and then they vanish. The great kabbalist, Rabbi Moshe de Leon, 1238 through 1305, best known as the publisher of the Zohar, offers an interesting analogy. When the sefirot are seen in a mystical vision, their appearance is like sunlight reflected on a wall from a bowl of water. As long as the bowl is absolutely still, the reflected image is clear, but the slightest vibration causes it to break up and oscillate wildly. Similarly, a clear vision of the sefirot would be possible in theory, but only if the mind were absolutely still and calm. The slightest exterior thought, however, destroys the image completely. When the mind is in a state where it can visualize the sefirot, it is disturbed by the most minute distractions. Their limit has no end. This is obviously derived from the verse, "For every limit I have seen an end. Your commandment is very broad." Psalm 119, verse 96. The Hebrew word for limit here is tachlit, which also means completion and ultimate. It is derived from the root kala, meaning to complete or finish, as in, "The heaven and earth were finished," kala. Genesis chapter 2, verse 1. The word tachlit also denotes purpose, since when something fulfills its purpose, it is said to be completed and fulfilled. The expression, "their limit has no end," kates, can be compared to the earlier expression, "their measure has no end," soph, chapter 1, stanza 5. Both words, kates and soph, denote an end, but the shade of meaning is somewhat different. The word soph is derived from the root safa, meaning to cease to exist. The term kates, on the other hand, comes from katzatz, meaning to cut off. Hence, the end implied by soph is where something ceases to exist, while kates implies the point where it is cut off, that is, its extreme boundary or limit. As one authority puts it, soph is the end in relation to that which follows it, and kates is the end with regard to that which precedes it. When the Sefer Yetzirah spoke earlier of the sefirot as extensions, the text says that they have no soph. This indicates that there is no place where they cease to exist, no matter how far out one goes. This is the infinity of extension. Similarly, when God is called Ein Sof, literally without Sof, it also means that there is no place where he ceases to exist. Here, on the other hand, the Sefer Yetzirah is speaking of the sefirot as they are seen in a mystical vision. The text then says that their purpose, completion, and outcome have no limit, kates, even though the sefirot are seen only as a flash, there is no limit to the insight that they can imbue to the individual. His word in them is running and returning. This also alludes to the verse, "And the chayot running and returning like the appearance of lightning," Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 14. It is discussed again later in chapter 1, stanza 8. The phrase, "his word," is devaro. Others, however, vocalize this dabru, which means they speak. This line then reads, "They speak of them as running and returning." This teaches that one cannot focus for any length of time on any of the sefirot. The mind can concentrate and see them as a flash of lightning, but only for an instant. Then one must return. One oscillates between running and returning, peaking for an instant and then immediately returning to one's normal mental state. The Kabbalists note that running denotes chakhmah, while returning implies binah. As discussed earlier, one can only visualize the sefirot with chakhmah consciousness, through the nonverbal part of the mind. Such chakhmah consciousness is very difficult to maintain, since the mind normally functions in a state of verbal binah consciousness. As mentioned in chapter 1, stanza 4, the only way to attain chakhmah consciousness is to swing back and forth between chakhmah and binah. It is only during the instant of pure chakhmah consciousness that the sefirot can be perceived. In Hebrew, the word run is usually roots. Here, however, the commentaries note that the root of the word is ratzah, and this is apparently the only place in the entire Bible where this root is found. According to the Midrash, this root is related both to roots, to run, and to ratzah, meaning to will or desire. The word ratzah, therefore, has the implication of running with one's will, or impelling the will to concentrate on something beyond its grasp. This indicates the mental effort through which the sefirot are visualized. The Sefer Yetzirah relates running and returning to speech. Speech exists only in relation to binah consciousness, since this is the verbal part of the mind. As long as a person is normally in a state of binah consciousness, he can only visualize the sefirot as a flash, running and returning. They rush to his saying like a whirlwind. The Sefer Yetzirah says that God's speech in them runs and returns. God's speech can be visualized through the sefirot, but it runs and returns. Speech, devar, refers to a general concept, while a saying, ma'amar, denotes a particular statement. It is only with regard to the generic speech that the sefirot oscillate, running and returning. But when there is a ma'amar, a specific saying or edict, they no longer oscillate, but rush like a whirlwind. According to the reading, his speech in them runs and returns, this entire section is speaking of the sefirot. One normally sees the sefirot running and returning, like flashes of lightning. But when a particular edict from God is present, they no longer oscillate, but pursue it like a whirlwind. According to the commentaries who interpret this line as, "They speak of them running and returning," the entire text is speaking of they, namely, the masters and prophets. Although they normally only visualize the sefirot running and returning, when a specific edict from God was heard, they would pursue it like a whirlwind, going far beyond their normal bounds. The Hebrew word for whirlwind here is sufah, a term that occurs many times in the Bible. The word sufah comes from the root safa, meaning to annihilate. Thus, according to many commentaries, it is the most powerful and destructive wind possible. It is also related to the word sof, meaning a limit or boundary. As one authority explains, a sufah is a wind that exceeds the normal bounds of natural weather. This teaches that when there is an edict from God, the mystic, can go far beyond the normal bounds to pursue it. The fact that he is pursuing a divine saying allows him to have access to much higher states of consciousness than he normally can attain. It is for this reason that many mystics would engage in meditations related to the observance of various commandments. They were making use of God's saying and edict, and in this manner were able to reach much higher levels than usual. The divine saying associated with the commandment would also serve to attract the sefirot and make them more accessible. There are two types of storm wind, a sa'ara and a sufa. A sa'ara is a wind that merely agitates, sa'ar, while a sufa is a hurricane that sweeps away everything in its path. At the beginning of the mystical experience, Ezekiel says that he saw a storm wind, sa'ara, coming from the north. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 4. According to some commentaries, this refers to the agitation of the mind when one enters the transcendental realm. The vehicle through which one rises and enters the mystical realm is called a merkavah, chariot, and the art of engaging in this practice is called working in the chariot, ma'aseh merkavah. It is therefore highly significant that the scripture states, his chariot, merkavah, is like a whirlwind, sufa. Isaiah chapter 66, verse 15. This indicates that the sufa wind acts like a chariot, conveying one into the mystical realm. It is a force that carries one beyond the normal limit, sof, into the transcendental. Saadia Gaon interprets sufa to denote the dust devils that one sees in small whirlwinds, where the dust assumes many shapes and forms. These forms constantly change, and a distinct form lasts only for a moment. Similarly, when one visualizes the sefirot, one can see them in many forms, but like sand devils, they last only for an instant, and then dissolve. Before his throne, they prostrate themselves. As discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 4, when we speak of God as sitting, it means that he is lowering his essence so as to be concerned with his creation. His throne is the object upon which he sits, and hence it denotes the vehicle of such lowering and concern. While sitting is a lowering that one does on one's own initiative, prostrating oneself and bowing is a lowering that one does because of a higher power. The tools of God's concern are the sefirot, since it is through them that he directs the universe. As a result of the concept of God's throne, the sefirot must also lower their essence and interact with the lower world. The Sefer Yetzirah therefore says, before his throne they prostrate themselves. The universe of the sefirot is called Atzilut. Below it is Briah, the world of the throne. As Ezekiel describes it, above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, and upon the likeness of the throne was a likeness of the appearance of a man. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 26. The throne is in the universe of Briah, while the man on the throne represents the anthropomorphic array of the sefirot in Atzilut. The highest universe that can actually be visualized is Yetzirah, the world of the angels. In this world, one can visualize a reflection of the throne, and hence, Ezekiel said that he saw the likeness of a throne. One can also see a reflection of the sefirot, and he therefore saw the likeness of the appearance of a man. When the Sefer Yetzirah says that the sefirot prostrate themselves, he is indicating that they are reflected in the lower universes. Since they prostrate themselves before God's throne, which is in Briah, they are even visible in Yetzirah. It is in the universe of Yetzirah that a reflection of the sefirot is visualized. Chapter 1, stanza 7. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Their end is embedded in their beginning, and their beginning in their end, like a flame in a burning coal. For the Master is singular. He has no second. And before one, what do you count? Their end is embedded in their beginning. According to most commentaries, the beginning is Keter, crown, while the end is Malchut, kingship. These are the two end points of the spiritual dimension. In the most basic level, Keter is seen as the concept of cause, while Malchut is the archetype of effect. Since a cause cannot exist without an effect, and an effect cannot exist without a cause, the two are interdependent on each other. The Sefer Yetzirah likens this to a flame bound to a burning coal. A flame cannot exist without the coal, and the burning coal cannot exist without the flame. Although the coal is the cause of the flame is also the cause of the burning coal. Without the flame, it would not be a burning coal. Since cause cannot exist without effect, effect is also the cause of cause. In this sense, effect is the cause, and cause is the effect. Since beginning and end are inseparable, their end is embedded in their beginning, and their beginning in their end. Thus, even though Keter is cause and Malchut is effect, there is also a sense in which Malchut is the cause of Keter. Often in Kabbalah, where such a situation exists, Keter is seen as existing on a lower level than Malchut. Thus, for example, Keter of Briah is below Malchut of Atzilut, and Keter of Yetzirah is below Malchut of Briah. As discussed earlier, there is no term that can be used to describe God. God himself cannot even be called the cause. A cause is, to some degree, dependent on its effect, and God cannot be dependent on anything. The Kabbalists therefore teach that before creating anything else, God created the concept of cause. This is the sefirah of Keter, crown. Keter is also often identified with will. This, however, is an anthropomorphism, since in man, will is the cause of all action. The Sefer Yetzirah therefore states that the Master is singular, he has no second. The sefirot may be interdependent, but this does not include the infinite being. Since God is absolutely unitary, he cannot even be called the cause, since this would imply an effect as a second. When we view the sefirot as being 10 directions in a 5-dimensional continuum, we can also interpret this in another manner. Every pair of sefirot defines an infinite line, extended infinitely in both directions. The endpoints of such an infinite line, however, come together and meet once again at the point at infinity. This is a fact recognized by mathematicians, and considerable use of the point at infinity is found in complex analysis, the calculus of complex numbers. Although this is a highly abstract concept, it is not that difficult to understand. Imagine a circle with two antipodal points, O and N. Obviously, two lines extending outward from O will once again come together at point N. But then what happens if we make the circle infinitely large? The larger the circle, the closer the curve approaches a straight line. In the limit where the circle becomes infinitely large, the lines extending outward from point O actually become straight. But still, they come together at point N. This point at infinity is where all endpoints meet. See Figure 10. In our 3-dimensional continuum, we can likewise extend all lines outward infinitely. The endpoints of all these lines would then be an infinite sphere surrounding all space. However, each opposing pair of lines would meet at the point at infinity, and therefore, all outgoing lines must meet at this point. Thus, in one sense, the entire 3-dimensional space continuum can be seen as surrounded by an infinite sphere. In another sense, however, this entire infinite sphere can also be represented by a single point, the point at infinity. A point, however, is infinitely small. Thus, the point at infinity can be seen as being both infinitely large and infinitely small at the same time. The same argument can easily be extended to the five-dimensional hyperspace discussed in Sefer Yetzirah. Thus, if every pair of sefirot defines an infinite line, the beginning of each line is embedded in its end. This is true of all the sefirot. All opposites, in their extreme case, become joined as one. One can use this as a meditation. Try to imagine the sphere at infinity and the point at infinity, and attempt to perceive how they are actually one. You will then see that your usual conception of space and extension are not as simple as you believe. In particular, this is true of the Keter Malchut line. In the direction of Keter, this line extends infinitely toward God, the ultimate good. In the Malchut direction, it extends infinitely away from God, toward ultimate evil. These two endpoints can also be viewed as the ultimately spiritual and the ultimately physical. In this sense, we must therefore say that the ultimately physical and the ultimately spiritual are embedded in each other. In order to understand this more deeply, we must first ask some questions. The most basic question is, why did God create a physical world? God created the universe to bestow good to his creation, but this good is purely spiritual. This being true, what need is there for a physical world? Before we can answer this question, we must first ask another question. What is the difference between the material and the spiritual? We speak of the material and the spiritual as two different concepts. We know that the spiritual is not material, but precisely what is the difference? The answer should be obvious. The main difference between the material and spiritual involves space. Physical space only exists in the physical world. In the spiritual, there is no space as we know it. Although concepts of distance and closeness exist in the spiritual realm, they do not have the same meaning as they do in the physical world. In a spiritual sense, closeness involves resemblance. Two things that resemble each other are said to be spiritually close. Two things that differ, on the other hand, are far apart in a spiritual sense. This has very important implications. In the spiritual world, it is utterly impossible to bring two opposites together. Because they are opposite, they are by definition poles apart. Thus, for example, God and man are worlds apart, as the heavens are higher than the earth. On a purely spiritual plane, it would be totally impossible for the two ever to be brought together. It was for this reason that God created the concept of space. Spiritual things can be bound to the material, just as, for example, the soul is bound to the body. Two opposites can then be brought together by being bound to physical objects. In the physical world, space exists, and two opposites can literally be pushed together. Furthermore, two spiritual opposites can even be bound to the same material object. Thus, for example, man has both an urge for good and an urge for evil, the Yetzer Tov and the Yetzer Hara. In a purely spiritual sense, these are poles apart. Without a physical world, they could never be brought together in a single entity. The archetype of the spiritual being is the angel. Since an angel has no body, it can never contain both good and evil in its being. Our sages therefore teach us that angels have no Yetzer Hara. It is only in a physical being that both good and evil can exist together. Although they are at opposite poles spiritually, they can come together in the physical man. One reason why God created man in a physical world was to allow him to have full freedom of choice, with both good and evil as part of his makeup. Without a physical world, these two concepts could never exist in the same being. The fact that good and evil can exist in the same physical space also allows good to overcome evil in this world. Here again, this is only possible in a physical world. In a purely spiritual arena, good could never come close enough to evil to have any influence over it. In the physical world, however, good and evil can exist together, and good can therefore overcome evil. Our sages thus teach us that one of the main reasons why man was placed in the physical world was to overcome the forces of evil. The Zohar expresses it by stating that we are here to turn darkness into light. The entire concept of the non-physical is very difficult to comprehend, and may be clarified by a remarkable teaching of our sages. The Midrash tells us, "One angel cannot have two missions. Neither can two angels share the same mission." This teaching brings our entire discussion into focus. The angel is the archetype of the non-physical being. When we speak of an angel, we are speaking of an entity that exists purely on a spiritual plane. Angels can be differentiated only by their mission, that is, by their involvement and attachment to some physical thing. Two angels therefore cannot share the same mission. It is only their different missions that make the two angels different entities. They cannot be separated by space like physical objects. Therefore, if they both had the same mission, there would be nothing to differentiate them, and they would be one. Similarly, one angel cannot have two missions. On a purely spiritual plane, two different concepts cannot exist in a single entity. If an angel had two missions, then it would be two angels. We can also understand this in terms of the human mind. In a sense, the mind is a pure spiritual entity, bound to man's physical brain. Many thoughts and memories may be bound together by man's physical brain, but the mind can only focus on one of them at a time. In simple terms, a person can only think of one thing at a time. A thought is a spiritual entity, and as such, can only contain a single concept. Since both a thought and an angel are basic spiritual entities, this is very closely related to the fact that an angel can only have a single mission. For a similar reason, angels have no way of knowing anything that does not pertain to their particular mission. An angel may be created initially with a vast storehouse of knowledge, but it has no way of increasing it, at least not beyond its own sphere of activity. Thus, for example, we find one angel asking another a question. And one angel said to the man dressed in linen, "How long shall it be until the end of these wonders?" Daniel chapter 12, verse 6. One angel had to ask the other because he himself could not know something outside of his own domain. In the physical world, we can learn things through our five senses. We can hear, feel, smell, and taste. Our knowledge of things comes from our physical proximity to them. In the spiritual worlds, however, this does not exist. The only way that one can learn about a thing is to come into spiritual proximity with it. An angel cannot do this outside of his own realm. Man, therefore, has an advantage over an angel. The very fact that he exists in this lower world enables him to reach up ever higher. There are concepts of good decreed by God, and as his decrees, they are intimately bound to him. When a man physically involves himself with these good concepts, he literally binds himself to God. He thus achieves a closeness that no angel could ever hope to reach. This is a major difference between a man and an angel. An angel is assigned to one spiritual station and has no way to rise any higher. Thus, when the prophet speaks of angels, he says, "Around him the seraphim stood." Isaiah chapter 6, verse 2. Angels are described as standing and stationary. But when God speaks to man, he tells him, "If you walk in my ways, then I will give you a place to move among those who stand here." Zechariah chapter 3, verse 7. God was showing the prophet a vision of stationary angels and telling him that he would be able to move among them. Man can move from level to level, but angels are bound to their particular plane. There are many levels in the spiritual world. If only the spiritual would exist, there would be no way for these to come together. The only thing that can possibly unify these levels is their relationship to the physical world. In order to reach the highest levels of holiness, man must therefore become part of the physical world. When he obeys God's commandments, he attaches himself to the same physical objects as the one who gave the commandments. In obeying these commandments, man therefore attaches himself to God to the greatest possible degree. He is thus able to scale the highest spiritual heights. This is the symbolism of Jacob's dream, in which he saw a ladder standing on earth, whose top reached the heavens. Genesis chapter 28, verse 12. It is only through earthly deeds that we can climb the loftiest heights. The different levels of the spiritual world, the rungs of the ladder, can only be bound together when they are standing on the earth. The sefirot are not physical, and do not appear to be attached to any physical concept. Since they represent different concepts and levels, the question then arises, how can they interact? Obviously, the only possible way is through some relationship with the physical world. It is only when two different sefirot come together and interact with the same physical object that they can also interact with each other. The Kabbalists therefore engage in many physical activities with the primary intent of unifying the sefirot. Another way in which the sefirot are unified is through the divine names. This is especially true of the tetragrammaton, YHVH. According to the Kabbalists, the apex of the Yud represents Keter, the Yud itself, chakhmah, the initial He, binah, the Vav, which has a numerical value of 6, the next 6 sefirot, and the final He, malchut. See Table 10. The very fact that this name can be written on a physical piece of paper, where the letters representing the sefirot are brought together, serves to unify the sefirot. Each sefirah is associated with a letter, and when these letters are physically brought together, the sefirot can also interact. Specific interactions involving the sefirot can also be brought about when various names are combined. The same is also true of other kabbalistic diagrams and representations of the sefirot. Even though the sefirot were created before the physical world, they exist in a domain that is above time, where past, present, and future are one. The very fact that they would have physical counterparts in the future provided them with a link with the physical world. Since God willed that at some future time the letters of the name would be able to be represented by physical forms and be written on a physical medium, they had an association with the physical even before it was created. This allowed the sefirot to interact even before the creation of the physical universe. The same is true of the other letters of the alphabet. Although the letters are best known as they are written down physically, they actually also represent spiritual forces. Through various combinations of the letters, the spiritual forces associated with them are brought together in various effective combinations. These spiritual forces are the letters with which heaven and earth were created. From all this, we see that there is an important link between the physical and the spiritual. Even Keter, the highest of the sefirot, has a physical representation in the apex of the Yud of the divine name. This is also related to our earlier discussion of cause and effect. The highest level of Keter is the ultimate cause, while the physical world is the ultimate effect. Like a flame in a burning coal. In describing the relationship between the physical and the spiritual, the Zohar uses an expression very similar to that used here. The Zohar states, "If one wishes to know the wisdom of the holy unification, let him look at the flame rising from a burning coal or from a kindled lamp. The flame cannot rise unless it is unified with something physical." From the context, it is evident that the Zohar is speaking of the different parts of the flame. The only way in which the flame can rise is for all of these parts to come together. This is only possible when the flame is attached to the physical coal or wick. In a similar manner, all the spiritual levels cannot function or interact unless they are bound to the physical. The Sefer Yetzirah therefore states that their end is embedded in their beginning, like a flame in a burning coal. The only way in which the end and beginning can interact is because both are bound to related physical concepts. This can also be used as a meditation. The wick itself represents the physical world, while the blue flame nearest to the wick is the counterpart of Malchut. Surrounding this is the bright yellow flame, corresponding to the next 6 sefirot: Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Hod, and Yesod. Above this is the barely visible exterior flame, the hottest part of all, paralleling binah. Then comes the light radiating from the candle, which is chakhmah. Finally, there's the concept of flame itself, and this corresponds to keter. All of these parts are unified only through the wick. By contemplating a flame in this manner, one can bind himself to the 10 sefirot. It is for this reason that the Sefer Yetzirah states that the 10 sefirot parallel the 10 directions. Even though the sefirot are purely spiritual, the very fact that they are associated with the physical directions serves to unify them. Then, as it were, the point at infinity in the 5-dimensional hyperspace would represent the unapproachable infinite. The great kabbalist Rabbi Abraham Abulafia notes that the Hebrew word for kol, gachelet, has a numerical value of 441. This is the same as the value of emet, meaning truth. It is truth that binds all opposites together. This is indicated by the word itself. The word emet begins with an aleph, the first letter of the alphabet, and ends with a tav, the last letter. Thus, the end is embedded in the beginning. This is accomplished through the mem, the middle letter of the alphabet. Another master Kabbalist, Rabbi Joseph G. Catalia, 1248 through 1323, points out that aleph and tav are also the first letters of the word atah, meaning thou. The hey at the end of this word, which has a numerical value of 5, represents binah, as expressed in the 5 books of the Torah and in the 5 phonetic families of the alphabet. In order to address God as thou, we must first embed the beginning, aleph, in the end, tav. Only then can we address him through the letters of the Torah, represented by the hey. For the Master is singular. Besides being brought together by their association with the physical world, the sefirot are also unified by God himself. In his prayer, Elijah thus says regarding the sefirot, "You bind them, and you unify them." When the 10 sefirot are represented as the 10 directions, the physical can be taken as the 0 point, from which they all emanate. God, as it were, can be said to parallel the point at infinity, where they all converge. Of course, God has no representation whatever, but this is the closest that the human mind can come to imagining a representation. By contemplating the point at infinity, one can approach a conception of the infinite being. This point at infinity is both infinitely large and infinitely small. It does not have any defined place in the continuum of space, time, or the spiritual. It has neither shape nor form, yet at the same time it is defined as a single, unitary, undifferentiated point. All of this is also true of God. Of course, God is much more than this. In describing God here, the Sefer Yetzirah does not say that he is one, echad, but that he is singular, yachid. It is saying that God is so absolutely singular that there is no quality whatever that can be attributed to him. As the philosophers state, We cannot describe God with any quality or adjective whatever, only with negative attributes or attributes of action. Although we cannot say what God is, by using negative attributes, we can say what he is not. Similarly, with attributes of action, we can speak of what God does. This also implies that God is absolutely simple. In the domain that existed before creation, there was nothing other than God. As mentioned earlier, even such simple concepts as cause and effect had to be created. The same is true of number. If the concept of oneness existed in God, this would imply that the concept of number exists in his essence. This in itself would introduce an element of plurality. One could then speak of God and his oneness, that is, his association with the number 1. God and his oneness would then be two concepts. The Hebrew word echad denotes an association with the number 1. Yachid, on the other hand, is a negative attribute, indicating the absence of any plurality whatever. He has no second. This is based on the verse, "There is one, he has no second. He has neither son nor brother." Ecclesiastes chapter 4, verse 8. Before one, what do you count? How can one count before the concept of one came into existence? As the Sefer Yetzirah later says, one parallels Keter, the first sefirot, chapter 1, stanza 9. As discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 1, the concept of numbers did not come into existence until the creation of the sefirot, which were the first elements of numerality and plurality in creation. The concept of one did not come into being until the sefirah of Keter was created. God, the infinite being, existed before Keter came into being. Chapter 1, stanza 8. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Bridle your mouth from speaking, and your heart from thinking. And if your heart runs, return to the place. It is therefore written, the chayot running and returning. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 24. Regarding this, a covenant was made. Bridle your mouth. The Sefer Yetzirah defines the word blima, which we translate as nothingness. It says that it also has the connotation of bridling, balam. The essence of the sefirot can only be attained when one bridles one's lips from speaking and closes one's mind to all verbal and depictive thought. Only when one makes the mind completely blank can the sefirot be experienced. This is particularly important, since many techniques of Kabbalah meditation involve the recitation of a mantra-like device or various types of contemplation. All such techniques, however, are only a means through which the mind is cleared of all thought. The actual experience of the sefirot only comes after one stops using the technique and remains absolutely still, with all the thought processes hushed. And your heart from thinking. In Kabbalah, the term heart usually denotes binah. It indicates the verbal part of the mind, which is the seat of binah consciousness. This binah consciousness must be bridled so the sefirot can be experienced with chakhmah consciousness alone. And if your heart runs. Here, heart again refers to binah consciousness. The sefirot must be experienced with chakhmah consciousness. If one tries to depict them with binah, the heart, then the mind can become engulfed in a profusion of symbolism. As the Kabbalists explain, this is very dangerous, since the mind can be swallowed up in this kaleidoscope of symbolism and not be able to emerge from it. This is what happened to Ben Zoma, who lost his mind when he entered paradise. This running consists of a rapid profusion of symbolism, either verbal or visual. If the heart runs, the Sefer Yetzirah warns that one should return to the place. He must focus on something physical so as to restore spiritual equilibrium. In this respect, one must emulate the chayot, the living angels, seen by Ezekiel in his vision. One must oscillate between running and returning. Since one can only think with binah consciousness, one must use it to swing into chakhmah consciousness. This state can only be maintained for a short time, whereupon binah consciousness returns, and one tries to depict his experience. At this point, one must immediately return to the physical. In this manner, one can oscillate back and forth, reaching higher each time. A covenant was made. From the context, this covenant is a mutual agreement between God and the mystic. The mystic promises that he will not attempt to depict the sefirot with binah consciousness, and God promises that if one runs back immediately, then he will be able to return. It is in this context that the Kabbalists advised those who are attempting to reach the highest levels to bind their soul with an oath that it should return to their body. Besides such individual oaths, there is also a general covenant that implies that the soul will be able to return even from the highest levels. In more general terms, a covenant is something that comes between two things and joins them. This is the covenant that joins the spiritual and the physical. In particular, as the Sefer Yetzirah states in chapter 1, stanza 3, a covenant denotes circumcision. One of the reasons for circumcisions is to indicate that one should be able to control one's sexual passions. Communion with the spiritual is also sexual in a sense, and the covenant of circumcision also helps to control this passion. A person who can control his sexual passions even at the height of desire can also control his mind when it enters the spiritual realm. According to some critical studies, this line is the end of the most ancient part of the text. The Sefer Yetzirah, in chapter 6, stanza 7, also appears to indicate that the covenant mentioned here was that which God made with Abraham. What the text might be saying is that, regarding everything that has been written up to this point, a covenant was made, possibly with Abraham. Chapter 1, stanza 9. 10 sefirot of nothingness. One is the breath of the living God. Blessed and benedicted is the name of the life of worlds. The voice of breath and speech, and this is the holy breath. 1. The sefirah alluded to here is Keter, crown. This is the number 1. It is the first of the numbers to come into existence. The breath of the living God. This is based on the verse where God says of Bezalel, builder of the tabernacle in the desert, I will fill him with the breath of God, Ruach Elohim, with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Exodus chapter 31, verse 3. We therefore see that the breath of God comes before wisdom and understanding. Among the sefirot, then, this corresponds to Keter. As the Talmud says, it was through this breath of God that Bezalel was able to manipulate the letters of creation. The word ruach, which we translate here as breath, is also the word for wind, and the Sefer Yetzirah also apparently uses it as the term for air. This word, however, is often used in the Bible to denote spirit, and this is the sense that it is used here. In general, the word ruach indicates motion and communication. It is related to the words orach, meaning a path, and oreach, meaning a guest. The spirit ruach of life in an animal is the power that causes it to move. Normally, the air is invisible and undetectable. It is only when it moves that one can feel it as a wind or breath. Similarly, the spiritual continuum is undetectable, except when it moves. It is then experienced as spirit, ruach. Hence, ruach is the word for wind, breath, and spirit. This is also describing the act of creation. The analogy would be the formation of a glass vessel. First, the breath, ruach, emanates from the mouth of the glassblower. The vessel is shaped through the interaction of the breath, where the wind bounding off the walls causes pressure. The vessel then expands in all spatial directions. Living God. As mentioned in chapter 1, stanza 1, the term living God, Elohim Chaim, denotes yesod, foundation, when this sefirah is in a procreative mode, disbursing all the forces of creation. The spirit here, which is from keter, is that which is ultimately disbursed by yesod. Since keter itself cannot be experienced, it is referred to in terms of yesod, since that is where it is experienced. Blessed and benedicted. In other ancient Kabbalah texts, such as the Bahir, these adjectives are also used with regard to keter. In Hebrew, the two terms here are baruch and mivorach. Both words actually mean blessed. Baruch denotes that God is intrinsically blessed, while mivorach implies that he is blessed by others in prayer. When we say that God is blessed, this means that his essence is brought down so as to interact with his creation and bless it. Hence, it is related to the word berech, meaning knee. Just as the knee, when it is bent, serves to lower the body, so a blessing serves to lower the divine. This is closely related to the concept of sitting. God has an intrinsic mode through which he brings his essence to bear on his creation. In this respect, he is called Baruch. His essence is also brought to bear to a greater degree as a result of prayer and similar actions. In this respect, he is said to be Mivorach. Life of worlds. This also refers to the sefirah of Yesod, foundation, but in a mode where it bestows spiritual influx and life to the universes below Atzilut. It is therefore called life of worlds. Voice of breath and speech. These were the tools of creation, as it is written, "With the word of God the heavens were made, and with the breath, ruach, of his mouth, all their hosts." Psalm 33, verse 6. According to the Talmud, this alludes to the first saying of creation, that is, to keter. Voice, kol, is pure inarticulate sound, and as such, it is related to chakhmah. Speech, on the other hand, is articulate and related to binah. These two opposites are then connected by breath, ruach. This can also be interpreted in terms of creation. Voice is pure, inarticulated creative force. It is alluded to in the first verse of the Torah. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The Talmud states that this was the first of the 10 sayings with which the world was created. This is an inarticulate saying, since only the accomplishment and not the saying is recorded in the Torah. Right after this, the Torah reports, "The breath of God, Ruach Elohim, hovered on the face of the water." Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. This is breath, or spirit, Ruach. It is only after this that God speaks and says, "Let there be light." Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. This is the reason for the sequence in Sefer Yetzirah: voice, breath, speech. This is the holy breath. In Hebrew, this is Ruach HaKodesh, usually translated as Holy Spirit. This is the usual term for divine inspiration, which in its higher forms also includes prophecy. This Holy Spirit can be seen as the intermediate between voice and speech. It is thus also intermediate between chakhmah and binah consciousness. Ruach HaKodesh is the divine inspiration and information that one can bring back from a state of chakhmah consciousness to one's normal state of binah consciousness. Such Ruach HaKodesh is like Keter, which stands between chakhmah and binah, but which is above them. Both chakhmah and binah are functions of the mind itself, while Ruach HaKodesh comes from without. It is therefore likened to Keter, since a crown is worn above the head and is external to it. This Ruach HaKodesh is the breath of God mentioned in the verse, "I will fill him with the breath of God, with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge." Chapter 1, stanza 10. 2. Breath from breath. With it, he engraved and carved 22 foundation letters, 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals, and 1 breath is from them. Breath from breath. This is Malchut, kingship, the lowest of the 10 sefirot. It is counted right after Keter, following the mentioned dictum, embed their end in their beginning. Keter is cause, while Malchut is effect, and cause cannot exist without effect. In the language of the later Kabbalists, the first breath from Keter is called direct light, or yashar. This second breath from breath associated with Malchut is called reflected light, or choser. Using the analogy of the glass blower, this is the breath that bounces off the walls of the vessel being formed. In a conceptual sense, the direct light is the concept of causality, where Keter is the cause of all things. As mentioned, however, cause cannot exist without effect, and hence, effect is also the cause of cause. Malchut, the effect, is therefore also the cause, and this is the concept of reflected light. The Kabbalists often speak of lights and vessels. Light denotes the concept of giving, while vessels indicate that of accepting and receiving. The Kabbalists also teach that the vessels came into being through the collision between direct light and reflected light. These vessels are the letters of the alphabet. The Sefer Yetzirah therefore speaks of breath and of breath from breath. The first breath denotes the simple breath that emanates from the lungs and throat. Breath from breath is that which is reflected by the various parts of the mouth to produce the sounds of speech. It is through the interaction of direct and reflected breath that sounds are produced. In man, this takes place in the mouth, while in the sefirot, it occurs in Malchut. It is for this reason that the Tikkunei Zohar speaks of Malchut as the mouth. It is also through Malchut that all images of the higher sefirot are reflected, so that they should be visualized. The Sefer Yetzirah therefore says that the 22 letters were created through this second sefirah. Engraved and carved. As discussed earlier in Chapter 1, Stanza 1, the word chakak, which is translated as engrave, denotes the removal of material. The letters came into existence when the reflected breath removes portions of the direct breath. This takes place through the various motions of the mouth. The second process is chatzav, which is translated as carve or quarry. This denotes separating material from its source, as in the verse, "From its mountains you quarry, chatzav, copper." Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse 9. It also refers to quarrying in a spiritual sense, as in, "Look at God the rock from which you were quarried," chatzav. Isaiah chapter 51, verse 1. The word chatzav thus denotes the process wherein the letter sounds leave the mouth and are expressed independently. In this context, engrave, chakak, indicates the articulation and pronunciation of the sounds, and carve, chatzav, denotes their expression. From the last section of Sefer Yetzirah, chapter 6, stanza 7, we also see that engraving and carving denote meditative process. This shall be discussed later. And one breath is from them. All letters that are expressed involve the same breath. In a spiritual sense, this means that the same inspiration comes from all letters. This is the Ruach HaKodesh that emanates from Malchut. Since Malchut is called the mouth, the spirit emanating from it is called speech. Just like physical speech, this consists of words, which in turn are comprised of letters. Some authorities interpret this phrase, and breath is one of them. This is because breath, ruach, is associated with the letter Aleph, chapter 3, stanza 7. Chapter 1, stanza 11. 3. Water from breath. With it he engraved and carved 22 letters from chaos and void, mire and clay. He engraved them like a sort of garden. He carved them like a sort of wall. He covered them like a sort of ceiling. And he poured snow over them. And it became dust, as it is written, for to snow he said, become earth. Job chapter 37, verse 6. Water from breath. This is chakhmah, wisdom. The Midrash thus says, breath, ruach, gave birth to wisdom. Wisdom is represented by water, since water is an undifferentiated fluid, as discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 1. Structure must be imposed on it from without. The process described by Sefer Yetzirah is alluded to in the verse, he makes his breath, ruach, blow, the waters flow. Psalm 147, verse 18. The analogy is rain, which is formed when warm, moist air collides with cold air. Similarly, the interaction of direct and reflected breath creates the sefirot of chakhmah. Just as rain falls in all things alike, so chakhmah bestows God's blessing on all things without distinction. Just like air can hold moisture, so chakhmah is implied in the breath that is keter. The parallel between chakhmah and rain is described in the verses from Isaiah chapter 55, verses 9 through 11. As the heaven is higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. But as the rain and snow descend from heaven, and return not there, without watering the earth, making it bloom and bud, giving seed to the sower and bread to he who eats, so the word that emanates from my mouth shall not return to me empty-handed, without accomplishing that which I please and succeeding in its mission. Here, God is saying that his thought, which is chakhmah, is as far above the human mind as the sky is above the earth. But just as rain can descend from the sky, so can God's wisdom come down to man, accomplishing what he desires. The difference between breath and water is that breath must be blown downward, while water falls on its own. The spiritual essence implied by keter can only be granted by God's direct intervention and will. That implied by chakhmah, on the other hand, descends to lower levels on its own. In a psychological sense, keter represents Ruach HaKodesh, the divine inspiration that can only be granted by God. Wisdom, on the other hand, can be gained by man on his own. If man makes himself into a vessel for chakhmah, it comes down to him automatically. In this respect, it is like rain, which can be used by anyone who has a proper vessel to hold it. Breath also alludes to the process whereby God imposes his will on creation deliberately, so as to change natural events. Chakhmah, on the other hand, involves the natural course of events, which proceed without any divine intervention. It is because of chakhmah that the course of nature can exist. In a physical sense, water is said to allude to the undifferentiated primeval matter. With them he engraved. Here, the Sefer Yetzirah is speaking about the beginnings of written letters. The spoken letters arise from breath, but for the written letters to exist, there must exist a writing fluid, such as ink. This implies the liquid state, of which the prototype is water. The writing fluid is spoken of as mire and clay. Chaos and void. Tohu and bohu in Hebrew. This alludes to the initial state of creation, as it is written, "The earth was chaos and void." Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. The Sefer Yetzirah later says that it was out of this chaos, tohu, that substance was formed. Chapter 2, stanza 6. Tohu denotes pure substance that does not contain information. Bohu is pure information that does not relate to any substance. Both are undifferentiated and are therefore included in chakhmah. With bohu, information, the alphabet letters could be engraved on tohu, substance. The scripture states that the earth was chaos and void. The Kabbalists note that earth, eretz, is a feminine word, and teach that it alludes to malchut, the archetype of the feminine. Chaos and void, which related to chakhmah, did not come into existence until after malchut. This is the same as the order of the Sefer Yetzirah, which also places chakhmah after malchut. Mire and clay. In Hebrew, mire is rephesh, and clay is teat. The only place in the Bible where the two are mentioned together is in the verse, "The wicked are like the troubled sea. It cannot rest, and its waters cast up mire and clay." Isaiah chapter 57, verse 20. In describing the original state of creation, the Torah states, "The earth was chaos and void, and darkness on the face of the deep." Tehom. Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. According to the commentaries, the word tehom denotes the mud and clay on the bottom of the sea. Chaos and void allude to the interaction between chakhmah, water, and keter, breath. Mire and clay allude to the interaction between chakhmah, water, and malchut, earth. Mire consists mostly of water, and therefore represents the dominance of chakhmah. Clay consists mostly of earth, and represents the dominance of malchut. The mire is the writing fluid, while the clay is the medium upon which it is written. He engraved them. The Hebrew letters have three basic parts: a top, center, and bottom. The top and bottom usually consist of heavy horizontal lines, while the center consists of thinner vertical lines. The bottoms of the letters were engraved like a garden. This is where material is removed from the matrix, leaving a hollow. The sides of the letters are then carved like a wall. These are the vertical lines, which separate the letters from each other, like walls. Finally, the tops of the letters are added, like a ceiling covering the letters. According to some authorities, this also alludes to the creation of space. As we shall see later in chapter 2, stanza 4, this can also be an instruction for a meditation. He poured snow over them. This is omitted in some versions, but the idea is found in the Midrash. The liquid state represents fluidity and change, whereas the solid state represents permanence. When the Torah speaks of instability, it uses water as an example, as in the verse, "unstable like water," Genesis chapter 49, verse 4. Thus, When chakhmah is in a state of flux, it is represented by water. But when it is in a state of permanence, it is represented by snow. As mentioned earlier, chakhmah has two modes. The first is that of chakhmah consciousness, while the second is that of memory. Chakhmah consciousness is fluid and is represented by water. Memory, on the other hand, is fixed and is denoted by snow. The letters themselves represent the fluid state. Like a fluid, at this point, they can be combined in any way that one desires. Only after snow is poured over them do they become set and immutable in the solid state. A similar idea is found in the Bahir, which states that before it was given to Israel, the Torah was likened to water, but after it was given, it was likened to stone. Although chakhmah is non-verbal and non-visual, it still represents the source of the letters. It is only after the letters are combined into words that they represent verbal binah consciousness. The letters themselves are the paths of wisdom, but as explained earlier in Chapter 1, Stanza 1, they are expressed primarily through understanding. Chapter 1, Stanza 12. 4. Fire from water. With it he engraved and carved the throne of glory, seraphim, ophanim, and holy chayot, and ministering angels. From these three he founded his dwelling. As it is written, he makes his angels of breaths, his ministers of flaming fire. Psalm 104, verse 4. Fire from water. This is binah, understanding. The process described here is alluded to in the verse, fire kindles water, Isaiah chapter 64, verse 1. We can use the same analogy as before, where rain is brought about by the confluence of warm and cold air. Fire from water would then denote the lightning that accompanies a rainstorm. The process would then be alluded to in the verse, God's voice carves out, chotsev, flames of fire, Psalm 29, verse 8. Other commentaries state that this refers to fire kindled by a globe of water, used as a burning glass. According to both interpretations, the fire is seen as one that is finally focused on one particular place. It is very different than rain, which falls everywhere without distinction. This, however, is an important difference between binah and chakhmah. Binah focuses on a single object, while chakhmah encompasses everything. There is also another important difference between fire and water. Water naturally flows downward, while fire tends to ascend upward. Fire also causes the air above it to move upward, and prevents it from descending. In a similar manner, binah tends to restrict and curtail the flow of spiritual sustenance, shefa, downward to the lower spheres. In this respect, it is the precise opposite of chakhmah. If chakhmah is the source of giving, then binah is the source of restraint. The analogy of fire and water also refers to the mental states implied by chakhmah and binah. The Midrash states, water conceived and gave birth to gloom, afelah. Fire conceived and gave birth to light. Breath, ruach, conceived and gave birth to wisdom. From the statement, breath gave birth to wisdom, we see that this entire passage is speaking of mental states. Water, which represents chakhmah consciousness, thus gives birth to gloom and darkness. This is the hushing and nullification of the senses, as well as the cessation of all normal mental processes. Fire, which represents binah consciousness, then gives rise to light, since it is in this state that visible images are perceived. Just like water is calm and cool, so chakhmah consciousness is perfectly calm. Indeed, the experience of entering this state may be very much like descending into calm, deep water. It is for this reason that when Rabbi Akiva and his companions enter into the mysteries, he warned them not to say, "Water, water." They should not be misled into thinking that they were actually experiencing physical water. In the realm of chakhmah consciousness, even the letters only exist in a state of pure information. This information exists as chaos and void, which cannot be grasped at all, or as mire and clay, which are totally opaque. As explained earlier, the information in letters in chakhmah can only be grasped through the imagery of binah, chapter 1, stanza 1. It is while in a state of binah consciousness that this information can be described using such imagery as angels and the throne of glory. The Sefer Yetzirah also implies that the physical world came into being through chakhmah, while the spiritual world has its roots in binah. This is because chakhmah, the concept of giving freely, is the root of mercy, while binah, the concept of restraint, is the root of justice. Since evil exists in the physical world, it can only be sustained through God's mercy, as the psalmist saying, "I have said, the world is built on mercy." Psalm 89, verse 3. In the spiritual world, on the other hand, pure judgment prevails. According to the philosophers, water represents the primeval matter, while fire represents the primitive ether. The throne of glory. This is the vehicle through which God sits and lowers his essence so as to be concerned with his creation. Chapter 1, stanza 4. According to the Kabbalists, this throne represents the universe of Bria. It is in this universe that the power of binah is dominant. Seraphim. This is the highest species of angels, which exist in the universe of Bria. Other Kabbalists refer to them as powers, forces, or potentials, kochot, rather than angels. The prophet thus said, "I saw the Lord sitting on a high and exalted throne. Seraphim stood around him." Isaiah chapter 6, verses 1 through 2. The prophet Isaiah was visualizing Bria, the world of the throne, and he saw the seraphim, the angels of that universe. The word seraphim comes from the root saraf, meaning to burn. They are given this name because they are in the world of Bria, where binah, which is represented by fire, is dominant. The chayot are the angels of Yetzirah, and these were the beings that were visualized by Ezekiel. He therefore said, "Above the firmament that was over the heads of the chayot was the likeness of a throne." Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 26. Finally, the Ophanim are the angels of Asiyah. These were therefore seen below the chayot. As the prophet said, "There was an Ophan on the earth near the chayot." Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 15. Ministering angels are those which appear to man on earth. While other angels can only be seen prophetically, ministering angels can also be seen physically. Table 11 shows the angels in relation to the sefirot. From these three, that is, from breath, fire, and water, he founded his dwelling. The word for dwelling here is ma'on, which we encountered previously in chapter 1, stanza 5. This term relates to God as he encompasses all creation, including time and the spiritual dimension. Breath, fire, and water are the sources of the spiritual, keter malchut, and time, chokhmah binah continuums, and these encompass all creation. As it is written. The complete verse is, "He lays the beams of his upper chambers with water. He makes breaths his angels, his ministers of flaming fire." God's upper chambers are the spiritual universes, while his lower chamber is the physical world. The ceiling beams of his upper chambers are said to be made of water. This refers to the level above Bria, which is Atzilut. In Atzilut, chakhmah is dominant, and chakhmah is represented by water. The verse says that the angels are made of breaths, ruchot, in the plural. This alludes to both direct and to reflected breath. The word for angel here is malach, which also means messenger. Just as breath descends and ascends through God's will, so do these angels. They therefore carry out the function of direct and reflected breath. The second kind of angel functions as a minister, remaining in a single universe. These are visualized as fire. Chapter 1, stanza 13. He chose 3 letters from among the elementals in the mystery of the 3 mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin, and he set them in his great name, and with them he sealed 6 extremities. 5. He sealed above and faced upward, and sealed it with Yud, He, Vav. 6. He sealed below and faced downward, and sealed it with He, Yud, Vav. 7. He sealed east and faced straight ahead, and sealed it with Vav, Yud, He. 8. He sealed west and faced backward, and sealed it with Vav, He, Yud. 9. He sealed south and faced to the right, and sealed it with Yud, Vav, He. 10. He sealed north and faced to the left, and sealed it with He, Vav, Yud. He chose 3 letters. The Sefer Yetzirah stresses the importance of the fact that these letters were chosen from among the elemental letters. This provides one reason why the letters Yud, He, Vav were chosen. As the Sefer Yetzirah will later explain in Chapter 2, stanza 3, in alphabetical order, the first 3 phonetic families are gutturals, Aleph, He, Chet, Ayin, labials, Bet, Vav, Mem, Pe, and palatals, Gimel, Yud, Kaf, Kuf. It is immediately obvious that the first letters on these groups are the first 3 letters of the alphabet. Of these, Aleph is one of the 3 mothers, while Bet and Gimel are among the doubles. In these 3 groups, therefore, the first simple letters are He, Vav, and Yud. These are the letters of the Tetragrammaton. The primary ordering of these letters is Yud, He, Vav. According to the book Raziel, this is because Yud includes the first 4 letters of the alphabet. Yud has a numerical value of 10, and this is the sum of the first 4 letters. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. After 4 comes 5, the numerical value of He, and then 6, the numerical value of Vav. Further significance of these letters is discussed in Chapter 1, stanza 1. In the mystery of the 3 mothers. The 3 letters of the divine name, Yud, He, Vav, parallel the 3 mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin. See Table 12. As the Sefer Yetzirah later explains in Chapter 3, stanza 4, Mem is water, Shin is fire, while Aleph is breath air. However, we also know that Yud represents chakhmah, which is the archetype of water, and He represents binah, which is fire. We therefore have a relationship between Yud and Mem, as well as between He and Shin. Vav has numerical value of 6, and therefore represents the 6 basic spatial directions. It also represents the 6 sefirot, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Hod, and Yesod. Among the elementals, Vav is said to represent air and breath. Indeed, in Hebrew, the word for direction is ruach, the same as that for breath. Vav is therefore derived from Aleph. As we shall see, the three mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin, represent thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, the basic triad of Sefer Yetzirah, chapter 3, stanza 1. Here, the text explains how a three-dimensional space is produced from these three concepts. Thesis and antithesis represent two opposite directions in a one-dimensional line. Together with synthesis, they yield three elements. Since these three elements can be permuted in 6 different ways, they define a three-dimensional space having 6 directions. He sealed above. There are a number of ways in which the directions are represented by the letters. In the Gra version, we have the following: up, YHV; down, HYV; east, VYH; west, VHY; south, YVH; north, HVY. In this system, the axis is determined by the neutral letter Vav. As mentioned earlier, Yud is thesis, He is antithesis, and Vav is synthesis. Since it represents synthesis, Vav is therefore the 0 point, which is the point on the axis. See Table 13 and Figure 11. The position of the Vav thus determines the axis. The up-down axis is represented by the last column, the east-west axis by the first column, and the north-south axis by the middle column. The direction is then determined by the remaining 2 letters, Yud and He. If they are in direct order, YH, then they define the positive direction on the axis. If they are in reverse order, HY, then they define the negative direction. The second important system is found in the short version, and used by most of the commentaries. Here, the system is up, YHV; down, YVH; east, HYV; west, HVY; south, VYH; north, VHY. Here, the axis is determined by the letter in the first column. The assignment is Yud, up-down; He, east-west; Vav, up-down. The positions of the last 2 letters then determine whether it is the positive or negative direction along the given axis. The system found in the long version is very similar to that of the Gra, except for the up-down direction. Examining it carefully, one suspects that it originally was the same as the Gra version, except that the first 2 combinations were confused. This is supported by the fact that the permutation YVH is repeated twice. The Saadia version is very much like the short version, except that the permutations representing east and west are interchanged. Highly significant is the system of the Aryeh, presented in his discussion of the mystical meditations associated with the 4 species. The 4 species consist of the citron, etrog; palm, lulav; myrtle, hadas; and willow, arava. They are taken on the festival of Sukkot, tabernacles, following the commandment, "On the first day you shall take fruit of the citron tree, branches of palm trees, boughs of myrtle trees, and willows of the brook." Leviticus chapter 23, verse 40. These species are waved in all 6 directions, and according to the Aryeh, the appropriate letter combination must be meditated upon for each direction. Each of these directions is also paired with its appropriate sefirot. The Aryeh begins with chesed, love, the first sefirah, which represents the south, taking the letters of the name in their natural order, YHV. See Table 14. To determine the order for the opposite direction, the Ari then makes use of a system used by the Sefer Yetzirah itself, in chapter 2, stanza 4. The text states that the two prime opposites are oneg, meaning delight, and nega, meaning a plague. In forming an opposite, it takes the first letter and places it at the end. This is precisely what is done to produce gvura, strength, which represents the north. The yud, which was at the beginning, is now placed at the end, producing the combination HVY. The north-south axis is then represented by the two letters HV. The up-down axis is similarly defined by the letters YV, with the position of the H determining the direction. In this system, the first letter is also significant. For south and up, the initial letter is Y, while for north and down, it is H. Both of these are opposites in the three-column representation. The east-west axis is on the neutral 0 point on both the up-down line and on the north-south line. In the three-column representation, Tiferet, east, and Yesod, west, are both in the middle line. Since both the middle line and the letter V represent synthesis, the representation of both these directions begins with a Vav. See Figure 12. The system of the Zohar is exactly the same as that of the Ari, except that east and west are interchanged. The system of the Tikkunei Zohar uses a similar principle, but somewhat differently. Later, we shall see that the 12 possible permutations of YHVH represent the 12 diagonal boundaries. Chapter 5, stanza 2. Each of the 6 basic directions can include 2 of the diagonal boundaries. The first of these is represented by the second hay at the end of the triplet, and the second with this hay at the beginning. We can now understand the conceptual nature of the sefirot. The most primary relationship possible is that which exists between creator and creation. This is the cause-effect relationship. Cause is keter, while effect is malchut. Once the concepts of cause and effect exist, another concept comes into being, namely that of opposites. If opposites exist, similarities must also exist. 2 new concepts therefore come into being. These are similarity and oppositeness. In the language of philosophy, these are thesis and antithesis. In our terminology, similarity is chakhmah, while oppositeness is binah. These are the yud and initial hey of the tetragrammaton. Once similarity and opposition exist, another concept comes into being, namely relationship. In philosophic terms, this is the synthesis between thesis and antithesis. In our present terminology, this is the vav of the tetragrammaton. The word vav means a hook, and the letter vav, as a prefix, means and. In both senses, it denotes connection and relationship. At this point in the logical sequence, we have 5 concepts: cause and effect, similarity and opposition, and relationship. These, respectively, are keter and malchut, chakhmah and binah, and the vav. Until the concept of relationship was introduced, only 4 abstract points existed: keter and malchut, and chakhmah and binah. It is with the concept of relationship that a 3-dimensional conceptual continuum comes into existence. This defines 6 directions, and hence, the numerical value of vav is 6. Each of the 4 abstract concepts then gives rise to a relationship. Chakhmah gives rise to chesed, love. Binah gives rise to gvura, strength. Keter gives rise to Tiferet, beauty, and Malchut gives rise to Yesod, foundation. As discussed earlier, in a spiritual sense, similarity is closeness, while opposition is distance. In order to give, the giver must be close to the recipient. In a spiritual sense, there must be an element of similarity between giver and recipient. Therefore, chakhmah, which is similarity, gives rise to chesed, which is the concept of giving. Conversely, binah, which is opposition, gives rise to gvurah, the concept of withholding. Tiferet is similarly derived from keter, the concept of cause. In order to have the relationship of cause, an element must give the precise amount of existence or motivation required for the effect. This is the concept of measured giving, represented by Tiferet. Tiferet is beauty, the golden mean. Since Tiferet is derived from keter, it would be expected to be above chesed and gvurah. However, since Tiferet is also the synthesis between chesed and gvurah, it is usually represented as being below them. Malchut, the concept of effect, is usually said to be the feminine archetype of creation. Since Yesod is derived from Malchut, Yesod is naturally drawn to it, and motivated to attach itself to it. It is for this reason that Yesod is said to parallel the sexual organ. It is called Yesod, foundation, because it is the lowest of the six. Derived from the original four, there are now four new concepts: chesed, gvurah, tiferet, and yesod. Once the concept of relationship has been introduced, these four concepts are no longer merely abstract points in conceptual space. They are connected by the concept of relationship. The two pairs, chesed gvurah and tiferet yesod, are like two crossing lines. This yields four directions in a two-dimensional continuum. These two dimensions can be represented in physical space. The tiferet yesod axis can represent east-west, while the chesed gvurah axis can represent south-north. This then yields a two-dimensional continuum. Since the concept of relationship exists, the relationship between the two dimensions themselves is also significant. In the conceptual space depiction, this would be represented as a line drawn between the two existing lines. The cause-effect, or keter-malchut relationship, is that which is primary. This is represented by the tiferet yesod axis. The thesis-antithesis relationship was introduced only to make the cause-effect relationship possible. The thesis-antithesis, or chakhmah-binah relationship, is therefore secondary. This is represented by the chesed-gvurah axis. The tiferet yesod axis is therefore the primary dimension, while the chesed-gvurah axis is the secondary dimension. This yields a totally new concept, namely, the quality of being primary or secondary. These in turn form a new third dimension, which can be related to the up-down direction. This is the axis linking netzach, victory, and hod, splendor. See Figure 13. With the introduction of these two concepts, the six sefirot represented by the vav are complete. These are chesed, gvurah, tiferet, netzach, hod, and yesod. These six sefirot represent the six directions in space. Together with the original four, these six yield the 10 sefirot. Chapter 1, stanza 14. These are the 10 sefirot of nothingness. The breath of the living God, breath from breath, water from breath, fire from water, up, down, east, west, north, south. Aside from their theoretical implications, the 10 sefirot also have important mystical and meditative significance. The Sefer Yetzirah in this first chapter has presented a system of meditating on the sefirot and of binding oneself to them. One may use the letters to climb the tree of life, but the sefirot are the points where one must rest. There's actually an important apparent contradiction in the text. In one section, chapter 1, stanza 6, the text says, "Their vision is like the appearance of lightning. They speak of them running and returning." This would imply that it is impossible to see the sefirot for more than an instant, just like a flash of lightning. Later, however, the text states, "If your heart runs, return to the place," as it is written, "the chayot running and returning," chapter 1, stanza 8. This appears to say that one can go further, but that one should refrain from doing so. What the text is actually doing, however, is describing two distinct stages of initiation into the mysteries of the sefirot. The first stage begins with the exercise where the initiate must understand with wisdom and be wise with understanding, chapter 1, stanza 4. Here, he learns how to oscillate between binah consciousness and chakhmah consciousness. On this level, he can meditate on the sefirot as 10 depths, allowing the mind to reach out to the infinity of each of these depths. Since he is still in a state of oscillating mentality, he sees the sefirot like flashes of lightning, running and returning. The 10 infinite directions, however, represent a state of separation and disunity. This is the essence of binah. The initiate must therefore embed their end in their beginning, chapter 1, stanza 7. He must contemplate the point at infinity, where all these opposing directions come together as one. This, however, is something that cannot be accomplished with binah consciousness. This state of consciousness can only imagine things verbally or depict things in physical terms. The point at infinity is both infinite and infinitesimal, and therefore cannot be depicted. It can only be contemplated with chakhmah consciousness. As the text notes, this represents the unity that preceded the concept of number. It introduces a device very much like a Zen koan, asking, "Before 1, what do you count?" What is the number that precedes all number? Both the point at infinity and the koan are meant to train the mind to visualize absolute nothingness. The Aryeh notes that Keter, the highest of the sefirot, is often designated by the word ayin, meaning nothing. The infinite being, the level above Keter, cannot even be designated by this word. The only word that can be used is ephes, which, according to the Aryeh, denotes a nothingness that thought, binah, cannot grasp at all. It has been said that the best way to describe absolute nothingness is to speak of it as what you see behind your head. Since vision does not exist in the back of the head, what one sees there is absolute nothingness. If I ask you what you see behind your head, you answer that you see nothing. Contemplating on what one sees behind one's head is therefore a good way to learn how to visualize absolute nothingness. In general, the soul is said to consist of 5 parts: nefesh, ruach, neshama, chaya, and yechidah. Of these, only the first 3, nefesh, ruach, and neshama, have any effect on the mind. The last 2, chaya and yechidah, are called envelopments, makifin, which cannot enter the mind. Neshama, the highest part of the soul that enters the mind, parallels the sefirah of binah. See Table 15. Chakhmah consciousness is above thought, and is like something that exists outside the mind. Or, as in the analogy used earlier, it is like what we see behind our heads. Just like something behind the head can only be seen if reflected in a mirror, so chakhmah consciousness can only be grasped when reflected and clothed in binah. With relation to conscious thought, chakhmah consciousness is called nothingness. It is in this context that the text says, "Bridle your mouth from speaking and your heart from thinking." Heart denotes binah consciousness, and hence it is saying that on this level, the initiate must blank out binah consciousness completely. This is accomplished by contemplating nothingness. He must maintain this level, and is accordingly instructed, if your heart runs back to binah, return to the place. This place is chakhmah consciousness, which the initiate has already attained. Once the initiate has reached a point where he can maintain a state of chakhmah consciousness, he is ready to actually begin climbing the tree of life, which is the ladder of the sefirot. Hebrew is written without vowels, and therefore the third person and the imperative are written exactly the same. We have translated the last paragraph, "He sealed north and faced to the left, and he sealed it with vhy." This, however, can also be read in the imperative, "Seal north, face to the left, and seal it with vhy." In a similar manner, the expression, "He engraved it and he carved it," can also be read in the imperative, "Engrave it and carve it." If understood in this manner, sections 9 through 13 can be read as instructions, rather than as a theory of creation. In Appendix 1, I have translated the short version completely in the imperative, to demonstrate how it reads. The supposition that this is describing a technique is supported by the last section of the Sefer Yetzirah itself, which says of Abraham, "He bound the 22 letters of the Torah in his tongue. He grew them in water, kindled them with fire, agitated them with breath." Chapter 6, stanza 7. The initiate begins by meditating on Keter, the initial breath of the living God. This breath must be brought down to the level of Yesod, foundation. In doing this, he must contemplate the essence of voice, breath, and speech. Ordinary thought is verbal, and hence consists of words. These words consist of letters. These are not physical letters, but mental, conceptual letters. These conceptual letters, however, are built out of voice, breath, speech. Hence, in meditating on these concepts, one is actually contemplating the very roots of thought. In the long version, the text concludes, "Speech is Ruach HaKodesh, divine inspiration." Ruach HaKodesh, however, is above thought. Hence, the speech, which the text is speaking of, is a speech that precedes thought. The second step is breath from breath. The text states, "With it engrave and carve 22 letters." The Kabbalists explain that engraving and carving denote meditative techniques. This is supported by the last section, chapter 6, stanza 7, which states that Abraham looked, saw, understood, probed, engraved, and carved, and was successful in creation. They teach that engraving denotes a process where one depicts a letter in one's mind. Carving then means that this letter is separated from all other thoughts, so that the entire mind is filled with it. One may do this by contemplating a letter or letter combination until all other images and thoughts are banished from the mind. Alternatively, this may be accomplished by chanting a letter in a manner that shall presently be described. This is the stage of Malchut, where one stands at the bottom of the tree of life. It is at this stage that the initiate must work with the letter that he wishes to use. He must then draw it in water and kindle it with fire. Chapter 6, stanza 7. The subsequent instructions therefore indicate how the letter is to be charged with spiritual power. The third step, then, is water from breath. At first, the initiate depicts the letter in transparent air, visualizing it clearly. Now he must reach up to the level of chakhmah, returning to a state of chakhmah consciousness. He then begins to see the letter as if he were looking at it through water. This is drawing it through water. The letter begins to blur and fade, as if it were being viewed through increasingly deep water. The initiate must then engrave and carve chaos and void, mire and clay. At this stage, the form breaks up and dissolves completely, like something seen through turbulent water. This is chaos and void. The image then fades away completely, as if it were being viewed through muddy water. This is mire. Finally, all that is left is inky blackness, as if one were buried in totally opaque mud and clay. The text describes this process, saying, "Engrave them like a garden, carve them like a wall, cover or surround them like a ceiling." First, visualize this blackness beneath your feet. Your feet may then appear to dissolve, a phenomenon that is also mentioned in other ancient mystical texts. Slowly, make this blackness creep over you, surrounding you completely like a wall. Finally, let it cover and surround you like a ceiling of inky black mire. At this point, you will have no visual sensation whatever, neither physical nor mental. All through this process, you are constantly aware of the feeling of water, cool and absolutely calm. It is the dark, wet feeling of the womb, where you are totally isolated from all sensation. It is with respect to this state that the Midrash states, "Water conceived and gave birth to absolute darkness, afela." This is the level of chakhmah consciousness. The initiate then reaches the fourth step, where he returns to a state of binah consciousness. This is depicted as fire and blinding light. As the Midrash continues, fire conceived and gave birth to light. This is the stage where one kindles them with fire. Here, the initiate must engrave and carve out the throne of glory, seraphim, ophanim, and holy chayot. He depicts, engraves, and fills the mind, carves, with these images, these being the same as the ones visualized by the prophets. He must start with the throne, and then continue through the various levels of angels, ending with the chayot in the universe of Yetzirah, which corresponds to the 6 directions. The influx is thus brought to the level of binah. Now, the initiate must bring it to the other 6 sefirot: chesed, gvura, tiferet, netzach, hod, and yesod. These are associated with the 6 directions of the physical world, which have their counterpart in the 6 days of creation. By associating the sefirot with the 6 physical directions, one actually brings the influx into the physical domain. The method of drawing the influx into these lower sefirot involves contemplating the 3 letters Yud, He, Vav. These should be visualized as if written in the Asherite script, with black fire on white fire. See Figure 14. These letters should appear huge, filling the entire mind. The idea of black fire is not just the absence of light, but negative light. The black must be so intense that it is brilliantly black, just as a light is brilliantly white. This is the black fire with which the letters must be depicted. While contemplating the letter combinations, one should face in the appropriate direction, either physically or mentally. After completing all 6 directions and permutations, this part of the exercise is complete. What still remains are the astrological applications of this technique, which will be described in chapters 4 and 5. This is the process described in the case of Abraham. He ignited them with the 7 planets. He directed them with the 12 constellations. Chapter 6, stanza 7. Chapter 2, stanza 1. 22 foundation letters, 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. The 3 mothers are Aleph, Mem, Shin. Their foundation is a pan of merit, a pan of liability, and the tongue of decree deciding between them. 3 mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin. Mem hums, Shin hisses, and Aleph is the breath of air deciding between them. 22 foundation letters. Having completed the initiation into the 10 sefirot, the text now discusses the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. 3 mothers. The first set of letters are the 3 mothers, which will be discussed in further detail in Chapter 3. Here they're introduced because they define the thesis, antithesis, synthesis structure that is central to the teachings of Sefer Yetzirah. They also serve as an introduction to the meditative techniques involving the letters. These 3 letters represent the 3 columns into which the sefirot are divided. The right-hand column, headed by chakhmah, is represented by Mem. The left column, headed by binah, is represented by Shin. The center column, headed by Keter, is represented by Aleph. As discussed earlier, chakhmah is water, which is here represented by Mem. Binah is fire, which is Shin. And Keter is breath air, which is the Aleph. A pan of merit. The Hebrew word for pan here is kaf. This word can denote the pan of a scale, but it also denotes the palm of the hand. Likewise, the word lashon can be used for the tongue of a balance, the pointer which indicates when the 2 pans are in equilibrium. Its usual meaning, however, is the tongue that is in the mouth. Therefore, on one hand, the letters Aleph, Mem, Shin represent the 2 pans and tongue of a balance. On the other hand, they represent the 2 hands and the covenant between them, which is the tongue. Chapter 1, stanza 3. The tongue of decree. The Hebrew word for decree here is chok. This comes from the root chakak, meaning to engrave. It is the tongue of balance that engraves the letters. This is represented by the letter Aleph, the basis of the alphabet. In the most elemental terms, Mem, Shin, and Aleph represent thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The analogy is that of a scale. See Figure 15. There is a pan of merit and a pan of liability. This is very much like the scale used to weigh one's merits and sins, which is mentioned in the Talmud. In the center is the fulcrum and pointer, both represented by the Aleph, which is the tongue of decree. In practical application, these letters can also be used. If one wishes to create a situation in which he himself or another person is to be brought to the side of merit, one does so by making use of the letter Mem. The techniques shall be discussed later. Similarly, if one wishes to bring an enemy to the side of liability, so that he should be judged harshly on high, one makes use of the letter Shin. Aleph is used to bring a person to be judged fairly and evenly. These qualities also come into play in popular usage. Humming, which involves pronouncing the letter Mem, is usually seen as a happy, pleasant, positive activity. Conversely, one hisses at a villain or enemy, pronouncing the letter Shin. Mem hums, Shin hisses. The Hebrew word for hum here is damam, in which the letter Mem is dominant. Similarly, the word for hiss is sharak, which begins with a shin. The humming sound associated with Mem is very calm, and it is thus the sound associated with water and chakhmah consciousness. If one wishes to attain chakhmah consciousness, one repeats this sound in the manner described, like the Kabbalists. The resemblance between this and the Om chant is certainly more than coincidental. This sound is also closely associated with prophecy, which involves chakhmah consciousness. The Kabbalists say that the fine, still, dmamah voice, 1 Kings chapter 19, verse 12, heard by Elijah, was actually a fine humming sound. This humming sound is used to attain such a state of consciousness, and as such, it is experienced when one is in a prophetic state. Just as telling is a passage in Job, chapter 4, verses 12 through 16, which, incidentally, also describes the prophetic experience very graphically. A word was stolen to me. My ear caught a touch of it. In meditations from night visions, when a trance falls on man, terror called me, and I shuddered. It terrorized most of my bones. A spirit passed before my face, made the hair of my flesh stand on end. It stood, and I did not recognize its vision. A picture was before my eyes. I heard a hum, dmama, and a voice. Job chapter 4, verses 12 through 16. The letter shin has the hissing sound of sh, or s. This sound is associated with fire and binah consciousness. The two sounds, m and sh, may also be used as a device for oscillating between binah and chakhmah consciousness. One invokes a strong state of binah consciousness by pronouncing the shin, and then swings to chakhmah consciousness by voicing the mem. The pronunciation of these two letters can also include the 5 primary vowels, in a manner that will be described in Chapter 2, Stanza 5 in greater detail. It is significant to note that these two sounds are dominant in the word chakhmah, which, according to the Kabbalists, is the interface between the physical and the spiritual. In his vision, Ezekiel thus says that he saw the appearance of chakhmah in the midst of the fire. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 4. It was only after visualizing the chakhmah that Ezekiel was able to perceive the chayot and enter into the state of prophecy. In our present terminology, chakhmah would be the interface between binah consciousness and chakhmah consciousness. It therefore appears out of the midst of the fire, since it arises from a state of binah consciousness. Since m and sh are the dominant consonants in chakhmah, it is thus possible that the word itself was used as a mantra when the prophet swung between binah and chakhmah consciousness. The appearance of chakhmah would then be the visual experience that one would have during such a state of oscillation. Even the more advanced prophets, who could enter a state of chakhmah consciousness at will, would use the term chakhmah to describe this interface. According to the Talmud, the word chakhmah comes from two words, chash, meaning silence, and mal, indicating speech. It can therefore be translated as speaking silence. It is a double sensation, where one is experiencing the silence of chakhmah consciousness and the speech of binah consciousness at the same time. The two parts of the mind are experiencing different things simultaneously. Such double sensation can be easily experienced. Take a red glass and place it over the right eye, and place a green glass over the left eye. When you look through both eyes, you will perceive two opposite sensations simultaneously. The world will take on a surrealistic, almost spiritual appearance. The interface between chakhmah and binah is even more ethereal. The Kabbalists also note that the two letters shin and mem spell out shem, the word for name. It is through the names of objects, and in particular through divine names, that one can make the transition between chakhmah and binah consciousness. As the Baal Shem Tov taught, it is through a name that one can grasp the spiritual essence of a person or object. The Zohar also says that the letters mem and shin define the mystery of Moses, whose Hebrew name, Moshe, is spelled mem, shin, he. This would be an allusion to the fact that the two consonants, mem and shin, represent chakhmah and binah. The he has a numerical value of 5, and this would represent the 5 primary vowels with which the combination of consonants is pronounced. See Table 16. A somewhat similar idea is taught explicitly by the early Kabbalists. The Torah states that Moses killed an Egyptian who was striking an Israelite, and the Midrash explains that this was accomplished with a divine name. When he struck the Egyptian, the Torah reports that Moses looked here, ko, and there, ko. Exodus chapter 2, verse 12. In Hebrew, both here and there are ko, a word which has a numerical value of 25. The Kabbalists say that this represents the 25 combinations between two letters that are possible with the 5 primary vowels. See figure 16. Aleph is the breath of air. Aleph is a silent consonant, and as such, it represents a simple breath of air. This does not draw one toward either state of consciousness. Normally, breathing is an unconscious act, and hence it pertains to chakhmah consciousness. However, one can also control one's breathing, and it is then in the domain of binah consciousness. Consciously controlling the breath is therefore a valid technique for bringing together these two states of consciousness. It is also useful in making the transition between the two states. Thus, the Kabbalists make use of controlled breathing in association with such techniques as pronouncing 2 consonants with the 5 primary vowels. In particular, such a breath comes between the pronunciation of the mem and the shin. Chapter 2, stanza 2. 22 foundation letters. He engraved them. He carved them. He permuted them. He weighed them. He transformed them. And with them, he depicted all that was formed, and all that would be formed. He engraved them. First, the letters are engraved out of nothingness. Then, they are carved out and separated. They are then permuted, so that a given combination appears in different sequences. They then are weighed and manipulated according to their numerical values. Finally, they can be transformed through the various standard ciphers. These ciphers are shown in Table 17. Each letter represents a different type of information. Through the various manipulations of the letters, God created all things. The final expressions of creation were therefore the 10 sayings, found in the first chapter of Genesis. Each saying consisted of words, which in turn consisted of letters. This section can also be read in the imperative. Engrave them, carve them, permute them, weigh them, and depict all that was formed. When interpreted in this manner, this section is teaching a technique discussed by various Kabbalists. The initiate must first depict the letters, engraving them in his mind. Then he must carve them out, making them fill his entire consciousness. After this, he can permute them in various ways. He can also manipulate them through their numerical values and the standard ciphers. Another important technique involved meditating on the letters by writing them. The simplest method was to take a word and permute it in all possible ways. If one used a set system to permute these letters, this was called gilgul, or cycling of the letters. In more advanced systems, one would also use gematria, numerical values, and the ciphers to extend the process. In effect, writing or reciting these letter combinations was very much like repeating a mantra. It serves to blank out all thought from the mind and allow it to reach a state of chakhmah consciousness. Visualizing the letters is very much like some of the more advanced contemplative methods of meditation, and it has a similar effect. In all, there are 5 basic techniques mentioned here. These parallel the 5 phonetic families discussed in the next section. Chapter 2, stanza 3. 22 foundation letters. He engraved them with voice. He carved them with breath. He set them in the mouth in 5 places. Aleph, Chet, He, Ayin in the throat, gutturals. Gimel, Yud, Kaf, Kuf in the palate, palatals. Daled, Tet, Lamed, Nun, Tav in the tongue, linguals. Zayin, Samech, Shin, Resh, Tzadi in the teeth, dentals. Bet, Vav, Mem, Pe in the lips, labials. He engraved them with voice. As explained earlier, engrave means to sound a letter, while carve means to express it. Some versions add, he bound them to the tongue like a flame is bound to a burning coal. This is similar to an expression used in chapter 1, stanza 7. In 5 places. The division of the letters into 5 groups is presented here, but this is the only time that this is mentioned in Sefer Yetzirah. No apparent reason or application for this division is given. One hint may come from what we said in chapter 1, stanza 13. The 3 letters of the name, Yud, He, Vav, are the first of the 12 elementals to be found in the first 3 phonetic families when taken in alphabetical order, gutturals, labials, and palatals. See Table 18. There are 2 basic ways in which these families are ordered. The first way is that which is presented here, which starts from the throat, the most internal part of the mouth, and then continues outward to the lips. The second ordering, found in the older commentaries, takes the groupings in alphabetical order. See Table 19. The most obvious reason for the 5 phonetic families would be so that the divisions of the alphabet should parallel the divisions in the 5-dimensional continuum defined by Sefer Yetzirah. Indeed, the Kabbalists teach that these 5 groups parallel the 5 loves and 5 strengths, which are the end points of these dimensions. Refer to chapter 1, stanza 3. The assignment of these families to specific dimensions, however, is not indicated, although it may be derived indirectly. It is significant to note that all 5 families are present in Bereshit, the first word of the Torah. One of the mysteries of the Sefer Yetzirah is the fact that the double letters are not mentioned. These double letters are the ones which have different forms in the middle and at the end of a word: Mem, Nun, Tzadi, Pe, and Kaf. As the Talmud states, the forms of these letters were forgotten and later reinstituted by the prophets. There is absolutely no reference to these doubles in Sefer Yetzirah. The Kabbalists, however, draw a parallel between the 5 phonetic families and the 5 doubled letters. According to the Ari, the letters paralleling the phonetic families in the order presented here are Tzadi, Nun, Kaf, Mem, Pe. See Table 20. Another concept that is conspicuously missing in the Sefer Yetzirah is that of the vowels. Here again, they form a group of 5, the main vowels being Cholam, O, Kametz, A, Tzere, E, Chirik, I, and Shuruk, U. See Table 21. These are often alluded to in the mnemonic Pituchei Chotam, the signet engraving of the Bible, Exodus chapter 28, verse 11. Another mnemonic is Nutare Kon. Although there are other vowels in Hebrew, these 5 are considered to be the root vowels, both by the grammatarians and by the Kabbalists. The Zohar clearly draws a parallel between the 5 phonetic families and the 5 prime vowels, and this is echoed by other Kabbalists. The 5 primary vowels would then also represent the 5 dimensions of the Sefer Yetzirah. In general, the 5 vowels are very important in the use of the Sefer Yetzirah. The usual procedure is to take a pair of letters, pronouncing them with the 25 possible combinations of the 5 vowels. This appears in the system of Rabbi Abraham Abulafia, as well in various techniques of making a golem. There appear, however, to be a number of different opinions as to the ordering of the vowels, and a few of these are presented in Table 22. Some of the later Kabbalists also assign the 5 phonetic families to the 5 sefirot, chesed, gvura, tiferet, netzach, and hod. Yesod is not included, since in this respect, Yesod and tiferet are counted as one. Furthermore, Yesod pertains to melody rather than to sound. There is, however, a difference of opinion between the Ari and the Ramak as to whether the sefirot are to be taken in descending or in ascending order. The 5 main vowels are also assigned to these same sefirot. See Table 23. The first clue as to how to assign these to the 5-dimensional continuum comes from the ordering of the final letters in the Talmud: Mem, Nun, Tzadi, Pei, Kaf. In all sources, both Talmudic and kabbalistic, the letters are presented in this order. The correct alphabetical order of the letters, however, would be Kaf, Mem, Nun, Pei, Tzadi. See Table 24. The question then arises: why are these letters usually not presented in their alphabetical order? Earlier, in Chapter 1, Stanza 3, however, we've spoken of the division of the 10 sefirot into 2 groups representing the 2 hands. These are the 5 loves and the 5 judgments. In the order of the sefirot, they are 5 loves, keter, chakhmah, chesed, tiferet, netzach. 5 judgments, binah, gvura, hod, yesod, malchut. It is immediately obvious that each group represents a set of endpoints in the 5-dimensional continuum. The pairing in this continuum is keter malchut, good-evil, chokhmah binah, past-future, chesed gvura, south-north, tiferet yesod, east-west, netzach hod, up-down. If we now take the final letters in alphabetical order and line them up with the 5 loves in order, we have the following assignment. Kaf equals keter, malchut. Mem equals chokhmah, binah. Nun equals chesed, gvura. Pe equals tiferet, yesod. Tzadi equals netzach, hod. We now must take the 5 strengths as the opposite endpoints in the 5-dimensional continuum. Placing them in order, we then have binah equals mem, gvura equals nun, hod equals tzadi, yesod equals pe, malchut equals kaf. This is the precise order in which these letters are usually presented, and this hardly appears to be coincidental. Also significant is the fact that the Ari states that the usual order M, N, Tz, P, Kh, or Mem, Nun, Tzadi, Pei, Kaf, only applies to these letters when they parallel the 5 strengths. When they relate to the 5 loves, they are in direct alphabetical order. See Table 25. Since each of the final letters represents one of the phonetic families, these can also be assigned to their appropriate dimension. In relating the 5 primary vowels to these phonetic families, the Zohar presents them in the order I, U, E, O, A, this being the order that they appear in Pituchei Chotam. Since the Zohar here presents the phonetic families in alphabetical order, a parallel can immediately be drawn. Gutturals: Aleph, Chet, Hey, Ayin. I, Chirik. Labials: Bet, Vav, Mem, Pei. U, Shuruk. Palatals, Gimel, Yud, Kaf, Kuf. E, Tzereh. Linguals, Daled, Tet, Lamed, Nun, Taf. O, Cholam. Dentals, Zain, Samech, Shin, Resh, Tzadi. A, Kametz. We now have 3 groups of 5, the phonetic families, the final letters, and the primary vowels. All these can be related to the 5 dimensions. As all the sections, this one can also be read in the imperative, providing an important technique. The text then says, engrave them with voice, carve them with breath, and set them in the mouth in 5 places. The instruction is to carefully pronounce each letter of these 5 families. This is, engrave them with voice. Then one must carve them with breath, contemplating each letter carefully and concentrating on the breath that is exhaled while it is pronounced. Finally, one must set them in the mouth, meditating on the place in the mouth with which the letter is pronounced. In this exercise, each family may also be pronounced with its appropriate vowel. This yields a chant that can be used for this exercise. See Table 26. The purpose of this exercise is to make the initiate highly aware of the physical processes involved in pronouncing the letters. While speech itself involves binah consciousness, the pronunciation of the letters is an automatic activity, and hence it involves chakhmah consciousness. With this exercise, the initiate learns to make use of the letters with chakhmah consciousness. By pronouncing them physically, he then clothes them in binah. It is through this exercise that he learns to use the letters as paths of wisdom. In the first section of this chapter, the 2 mothers, Mem and Shin, were used as an exercise to oscillate between chakhmah and binah consciousness. The second section presented an exercise involving the pronunciation and permutation of letters, making them fill the entire mind. Now, we have a third exercise, where one meditates on the physical processes involved in pronouncing the letters, drawing all of them into chakhmah consciousness. Once this has been mastered, the initiate is ready to embark on the more advanced techniques involving the 231 gates. Chapter 2, Stanza 4. 22 foundation letters. He placed them in a circle, like a wall, with 231 gates. The circle oscillates back and forth. A sign for this is, there is nothing in good higher than delight, oneg. There is nothing evil lower than plague, nega. In a circle. The word for circle here is galgal. This can also be translated as sphere or cycle. Later, the Sefer Yetzirah speaks of the galgal again, saying, the cycle, galgal, in the year is like a king in the province. Chapter 6, stanza 3. The first chapter spoke of the 32 paths of wisdom. As discussed there in chapter 1, stanza 1, the number 32, when written out, spells lev, meaning heart. The text later speaks of the mystical experience by saying, if your heart runs, chapter 1, stanza 8. It also warns, bridle your heart from thinking. The first chapter thus speaks of one aspect of kingship, which is the heart. As the text later says, the heart in the soul is like a king in war. Chapter 6, stanza 3. The heart, therefore, dominates the continuum of the spiritual. Now, in the second chapter, the text is turning to a second aspect of kingship, the cycle, galgal, which dominates time. In general, if a number of points are placed in a circle, the number of possible lines that can connect any pair of points can be easily calculated. If we let n be the number of points and L the number of lines, the formula is L equals n multiplied by n minus 1 divided by 2. Take the number, multiply it by the number below it, and divide by 2. Thus, 3 points in a circle can be joined by 3 lines, 4 points by 6 lines, 5 points by 10 lines, and 6 points by 15 lines. See Figure 17. A given number of points can always be joined by the number of lines provided by the formula. The number of lines that can connect the 22 letters placed in a circle is therefore 22 times 21 divided by 2. See Figure 18. Making the calculation, we find that there are 231 such lines. These are the 231 gates. Like a wall. This can also be read in the imperative. Place them in a circle, like a wall with 231 gates. The Kabbalists present an important meditation regarding these gates. This is based on a text in the first chapter. Engrave them like a garden, carve them like a wall, deck them like a ceiling. Chapter 1, stanza 11. The initiate must contemplate the ground, visualizing it as murky black mud. He must then engrave the 22 letters, forming each one in his mind. These should make a circle in the ground. Then, he must carve them like a wall. He must carve each letter out of the ground and stand each one up, making a circle of letters surrounding him like a wall. One of the major Kabbalists, Rabbi Isaac of Akko, speaks of a similar meditation, where the letters are visualized on the horizon. Next, the initiate must deck them like a ceiling. He must imagine the 231 lines connecting the 22 letters, and depict them like a ceiling over his head. Once he has completed this exercise, he is ready to make use of the circle. If he wishes to use it to create, he must proceed in direct order, beginning with the Aleph. Focusing the mind on the Aleph, he then follows each of the 21 paths emanating from it to the other letters, from Bet to Tav. He continues in this manner, using all the other letters. See Figure 19. According to some, this is also a technique for making a golem. If one wishes to destroy it, one proceeds in the precise opposite direction, beginning with Tav and ending with Aleph. Some commentaries present a more primitive method, where the initiate actually draws a circle around the object that he wishes to form. Proceeding in a circle, he chants the letter combinations, first Aleph with all the other letters, then Bet, until the alphabet is completed. If one wishes to destroy the creation, he proceeds in the opposite direction. It is also related that the disciples of the Riva attempted to use the Sefer Yetzirah to make a creature. They went in the wrong direction, however, and sunk in the earth up to their waists through the power of the letters. Trapped, they cried out for help. The Riva was finally contacted, and he told his other disciples to recite the alphabets while proceeding in the opposite direction until the others were freed. There is some question as to whether proceeding here means that one should actually walk around the circle, or whether it means that one must merely move around it mentally and meditatively. With 231 gates. The number 231 represents the number of ways in which 2 different letters of the Hebrew alphabet can be connected. This number also is the number of 2-letter words that can be formed with the letters, provided the same letter is not repeated, and provided that order is not considered. These combinations may be arranged in a triangle. This first method is called the logical method, Figure 20. Besides this, there's also a kabbalistic method, Figure 21, which is somewhat more complex. In the kabbalistic method, one begins by writing the entire Hebrew alphabet, from Aleph to Tav. On the second line, one writes every other letter, ending with Shin. One then skips the Tav and begins once again with Aleph. The sequence therefore repeats itself. In the third line, one writes every third letter. In the fourth, every fourth letter, continuing until the 21 lines have been completed. One then has the initial array. The 11th line is particularly interesting. Since 22 is divisible by 11, the two letters, Aleph and Lamed, repeat themselves for the entire line. The next step is to take the array and break it into pairs. This yields 21 lines and 11 columns, producing a total of 231 pairs. These are the 231 gates, according to the kabbalistic method. See Figure 22. This system is actually not as complex as it first appears. To understand it more thoroughly, we can take a similar array, using the numbers from 0 to 9 instead of letters. It is quite simple to make such an array. See Figure 23. In the first line, one merely counts from 0 to 9. In the second line, one counts by 2. As soon as we reach 10, we merely use the last digit. In the third line, we do the same, counting by 3, and using only the final digit. The rest of the array is formed using subsequent numbers. What we actually have, then, is a simple multiplication table, where only the last digits have been retained. Clearly obvious in this array is the diagonal symmetry, which is also found in the alphabetical array. The fifth line is particularly significant. When one counts by 5, one obtains the numbers 5, 10, 15, 20, and so on. Therefore, when only the last digits are taken, 5 and 0 alternate on this line. The same is true of the 11th line in the alphabetical array, where the Aleph and the Lamed alternate. One then divides the array into double columns to form a numerical analog of the 231 gates. The only difference is that when working with the alphabet, we are in effect using a number base of 22. See Figure 24. One thing that is immediately apparent is the fact that even though we obtain 45 pairs, they do not correspond exactly to the 45 unique pairs that can be obtained from 10 digits. See Figure 25. We actually find that 14 pairs are missing, while an equal number are repeated. The most glaring example of this is the repetition of the combination 0-5, which occurs 5 times. Another redundancy is 8-0, which is merely the reverse of 0-8. Just as one can begin each sequence from Aleph, so one can also begin it from Bet. One would then have a similar array, with each line beginning with a Bet instead of an Aleph. Each letter of the Bet array would be one higher than the corresponding letter in the Aleph array. One can make similar arrays with all the letters of the alphabet. Very important is the 11th line, where the letter pairs repeat themselves. In the Aleph array, the letters Aleph and Lamed repeat themselves in this line. In the Bet array, the letters Bet and Mem will repeat themselves. As subsequent arrays are constructed, the repeating letters continue to conform to those in the Albam cipher. See Figure 26. This holds true until one reaches the Kaf array, where the letters Kaf and Tav repeat. In the Lamed array, the letters Aleph and Lamed repeat, so that this is the reverse of the Aleph array. The repeating letters in the subsequent arrays are the reverse of those in the first 11 arrays. Therefore, there are 11 arrays where the 11th line has the pairs in the Albam sequence repeating. The next 11 arrays have their reverse repeating. A number of somewhat similar arrays are used by the later Kabbalists. Instead of using the kabbalistic method, however, they merely skip a number of letters in the second column, and then proceed with the alphabet in its usual order. It is not clear if these later Kabbalists did this so as to conceal the true method, or if it actually represents a completely different procedure. See Figure 27. According to either procedure, there are 11 arrays in which the pairs represented by Al-Bam are dominant. Then, there are another 11 arrays where the reverse of these pairs are dominant. The first 11 arrays are said to represent the 11 sefirot, when the quasi-sefirah dot, knowledge, is also included. The sequence is Keter, chakhmah, binah, dot, chesed, gvura, tiferet, netzach, hod, yesod, malchut. The first 11 arrays, where the pairs of Al-Bam are in direct order, represent the front of these 11 sefirot. The second set of 11, where these pairs are reversed, represent the back of the sefirot. These arrays are presented in Appendix 3. Although the Sefer Yetzirah says 10 and not 11 in Chapter 1, Stanza 4, this is only speaking of the inner essence of the sefirot. When we speak of their representation as letter arrays, we are speaking of their outer essence. And here, dot, knowledge, is also counted, making 11. These arrays are very important in binding oneself to the sefirot. They are also used in the creation of a golem. According to the early Kabbalists, the 231 gates are alluded to in the name Israel. In Hebrew, Israel is spelled Y-I-S-R-A-E-L, Yisrael. These letters can also spell out Yesh Relah, which literally means there are 231. The Midrash states that at the beginning of creation, Israel rose in thought. The name Israel thus alludes to the fact that creation took place through these 231 gates. According to the later Kabbalists, these 231 gates are what remained in the vacated space that preceded creation. When the Sefer Yetzirah speaks of the 32 paths of wisdom, it uses the word nativ for path. The numerical value of nativ is 462, exactly twice 231. Since each of the 231 gates contains 2 letters, there are a total of 462 letters in each array. It is therefore evident that the paths of wisdom are related to these arrays. In some versions of Sefer Yetzirah, the actual reading is 462 gates. There is, however, a very ancient tradition which reads 221 gates rather than 231. This is the reading favored by Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach of Worms, who learned it by tradition from Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid. See Figure 28. The Kabbalists note that this number is based on the Talmudic teaching that in the future world, King David's cup will hold 221 measures. This is based on the verse, "You have anointed my head with oil, my cup is overflowing." Psalm 23, verse 5. In Hebrew, overflowing is rivayah, which has a numerical value of 221. The term rivayah is later used by Sefer Yetzirah to denote the temperate season, paralleling the letter Aleph, as in Chapter 3, stanzas 5 and 7. Just as the Aleph serves as the intermediate between Shin and Mem, these arrays might serve as a means of transition between binah and chakhmah consciousness. Also significant is the context of this teaching. The beginning of this verse is, "You have anointed my head with oil." This alludes to the feeling of being bathed in oil, which is frequently encountered during the mystical experience. Attaining such an experience is therefore associated with these 221 gates. The number 221 is also significant as being the product of 2 primes, 17 and 13. The numbers can therefore be placed in a unique array. This system follows logically from the kabbalistic method discussed earlier. In the array produced by this method, the 2 letters, Aleph and Lamed, are repeated 11 times. Since this is a single combination, such repetition is redundant. In Eliezer Rokeach's system, the Aleph Lamed pair is used only once. Since 10 such pairs are omitted, instead of 231 gates, one is left with 221. Similar arrays can be made beginning with the other letters. These are presented in Appendix 3. Another important representation of the 231 gates is that of Rabbi Abraham Abulafia. This is somewhat like the logical array, but it is set in a rectangle with the upper right side arranged so as to fill in the missing letters, figure 29. The structure is discernible when one studies its numerical analog, figure 30. Close examination shows some redundancy in this array. Certain combinations are repeated, while others are omitted. This array can be modified, however, so that its redundancies are removed and all combinations are represented. See figure 31 and figure 32. Even with the redundancies removed, however, the extreme left column is anomalous and complex. This anomaly can be removed, and the array is then further simplified. See figures 33 and 34. The number 231 represents the total number of combinations of 2 letters. The number of combinations of 3 letters is 1,540. Rabbi Abraham Abulafia notes that this is equal to 22 times 70. The number 70 represents the 70 primary languages. If each of these languages had an alphabet of 22 letters, there would be a total of 1,540 letters. In general, the number of combinations of n letters is given by the formula C equals the fraction with numerator 22 factorial and denominator, open bracket, n factorial times, open parentheses, 22 minus n, close parentheses, factorial, close bracket. Values of the numbers from 0 to 22 are provided in Table 27. There is nothing in good higher than delight. This is because the Bible refers to the most direct experience of God using the word delight, oneg. It is thus written, "Then you will delight upon God." Isaiah chapter 58, verse 14. The word for plague, nega, is obtained from oneg by simple rotation. The term nega denoted especially a leprosy-like plague, which was a sign of disapproval by God. See figure 35. In an earlier section, chapter 1, stanza 13, we discussed how permutations such as these can result in opposites. A very similar permutation is presented by the Kabbalists. The highest spiritual level to which one can aspire is the sefirot of Keter, crown. The further one climbs, however, the more rarefied the atmosphere, and the greater the spiritual danger. By a simple permutation, the word keter becomes karet, the Hebrew word for excision, where a person is completely cut off spiritually. One of the early 10th century mystics, Hai Gaon, noted that many people who embarked on the mysteries were successful, but then met with untimely death. The higher the climb, the more dangerous the fall. A person would not attempt to climb a dangerous mountain without the proper training and equipment. Any novice who would attempt to climb without an experienced guide would be courting disaster. Climbing spiritual heights can be equally dangerous. One needs the proper training and mental equipment, as well as an experienced spiritual guide. Chapter 2, stanza 5. How? He permuted them, weighed them, and transformed them. Aleph with them all, and all of them with Aleph. Bet with them all, and all of them with Bet. They repeat in a cycle, and exist in 231 gates. It comes out that all that is formed and all that is spoken emanates from one name. one name. According to the Kabbalists, this name is the tetragrammaton, YHVH. Each letter must be permuted with the tetragrammaton in an appropriate manner. The technique for doing this is outlined by Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach of Worms, particularly in the context of creating a golem. This brings us to some of the most powerful meditative techniques of the Sefer Yetzirah. When one is working with a letter, he must combine that letter with the letters of the tetragrammaton, using all 5 vowels. Thus, for example, if one were using the aleph, one would begin by combining it with the yud of the tetragrammaton, using all 5 vowels. See figure 36. There is, however, some question as to how one is to go about this. From the words of Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach, it would appear that one simply makes use of all the vowels in sequence. A-U, Y-U, A-A-Y-A, A-I-Y-I, A-E-Y-E, A-O-Y-O. As discussed earlier, there is some question regarding the sequence of the 5 primary vowels, Chapter 2, Stanza 3. There are at least a half-dozen different opinions. If the proper sequence is crucial, much dangerous experimentation would have to be done to determine the proper sequence. It is possible, however, that the sequence is not overridingly important. In any event, following the system of Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach, the initiate must then proceed in this manner, completing all 4 letters of the tetragrammaton. One can proceed in the same manner using any other letter of the alphabet. The initiate continues in this manner, pronouncing all the letters in the array of the 221 or 231 gates. Since aleph is the letter associated with the thorax, the entire aleph array would pertain to this part of the body. Next, the initiate would proceed to the head, for which he would use the shin array, as explained in Chapter 3, Stanza 9. He would form an array of the 221 gates where every line begins with a shin. He would then continue in this manner through all the parts of the body, using the letters that the Sefer Yetzirah associates with each part. For each letter, one must go through the entire sequence of 221 or 231 gates. Each such sequence contains 442 letters, and therefore, in completing all 22 letters of the alphabet, one will have made use of 4,862 letters. Each of these letters will have been pronounced with the 5 primary vowels and the 4 letters of the tetragrammaton, a total of 20 pronunciations for each letter. This means that the entire exercise makes use of 97,240 pronunciations. Assuming that one can pronounce 4 syllables a second, it would take approximately 7 hours to complete this entire process. The method of creating a golem is outlined by Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach in his commentary on Sefer Yetzirah, and presented in somewhat greater detail by the author of Emek HaMelech, Depths of the King. See figure 37. An initiate should not do it alone, but should always be accompanied by 1 or 2 colleagues. The golem must be made of virgin soil, taken from a place where no man has ever dug. The soil must be kneaded with pure spring water, taken directly from the ground. If this water is placed in any kind of vessel, it can no longer be used. The people making the golem must purify themselves totally before engaging in this activity, both physically and spiritually. While making the golem, they must wear clean white vestments. These authors also stress that one must not make any mistake or error in the pronunciation. They do not say what must be done if one errs, but from other sources it would appear that, at very least, one would have to begin the array from the beginning. During this entire procedure, no interruption whatsoever may occur. These authors also intimate that they are only revealing the outline of the method, and are not presenting it in its entirety. This also appears evident from other sources. There is also evidence that creating a golem was primarily not a physical procedure, but rather a highly advanced meditative technique. By chanting the appropriate letter arrays together with the letters of the tetragrammaton, the initiate could form a very real mental image of a human being, limb by limb. This possibly could be used as an astral body, through which one could ascend to the spiritual realms. The formation of such a spiritual body, however, would also result in a tremendous spiritual potential. Once the conceptual golem was completed, this spiritual potential could be transferred to a clay form and actually animate it. This was the process through which a physical golem would be brought to life. In introducing this method, the Sefer Yetzirah said, "Engrave them like a garden, carve them like a wall, deck them like a ceiling." Chapter 1, stanza 11. There is some question as to what role this meditation plays in the technique of making a golem. According to some early sources, one must proceed in a circle around the creature that one is creating. This might refer to the mental structuring of this garden, wall, and ceiling before the golem is formed. Also important was the system taught by Rabbi Abraham Abulafia, which is apparently rooted in earlier techniques. See Figure 39. It is not certain, however, whether Abulafia is expanding upon the methods of Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach, or if he is drawing from an entirely different tradition. This technique is also quoted by a number of later Kabbalists. In this system, the initiate pronounces the letters together with those of the tetragrammaton, just as in the system of Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach. However, instead of merely using the 5 primary vowels alone, he must use every possible combination of these vowels, 25 in all. If this method were used with an entire array of 221 letter pairs, completing a single array would be a major task, taking over an hour and a half to complete. It would take over 35 hours to complete the entire sequence of 22 letters. It is questionable if this was ever actually done in practice, but it is not impossible. Forming a golem was considered to be the most advanced and dangerous of all meditative techniques. An initiate advanced enough to attempt it might also have the discipline necessary for over 30 hours of continuous meditation. Besides this, Abulafia also prescribes specific breathing exercises to be used while chanting these letters. Between each letter, one is to take a single breath. Between pairs, one is to take no more than 2 breaths. Between lines, no more than 5, and between each letter of the tetragrammaton, no more than 25. Specific head motions are also prescribed for this exercise. These head motions are to be made slowly and deliberately, while one pronounces the letter and exhales. See Figure 40. These motions correspond to the shape of the vowel. While doing this exercise, one is seated, facing toward the east. There is evidence that the names and shapes of the Hebrew vowel points were used for mystical purposes long before they were used in writing and grammar. The earliest non-mystical use of the vowels dates from the 8th or 9th century, while mystical uses are found in kabbalistic sources that date as early as the 1st century. It is highly possible that the shapes of the written vowels were taken from the head motions associated with their sounds. Abulafia uses his system of breathing exercises and head motions with the letter Aleph, since Aleph, with a numerical value of 1, expresses unity with God. The same system can also be used with other letters. There is no evidence, however, that this method was ever used with an entire array of 221 letter pairs. To use it with even a single letter is a major effort. It is possible, however, that this method could be used with various letters to attain specific results with them. Golem making was merely the most advanced and spectacular use of the methods of Sefer Yetzirah. Each letter individually, however, is also associated with a part of the body. The array associated with the particular letter could be used as a meditation to affect that specific limb. This could be used to strengthen the spiritual energy of that limb or even for curative purposes. The letters are also associated with various times and astrological signs. Using the system of Sefer Yetzirah, one can also construct meditations associated with these. Chapter 2, stanza 6. He formed substance out of chaos, and made non-existence into existence. He carved great pillars from air that cannot be grasped. This is a sign, Aleph with them all, and all of them with Aleph. He foresees, transforms, and makes all that is formed and all that is spoken. One name. A sign for this thing. 22 objects in a single body. He formed substance out of chaos. Earlier, the Sefer Yetzirah stated that chaos, tohu, was engraved and carved from water. Chapter 1, stanza 11. As we explained there, water alluded to chakhmah and the basis of all physical creation. The water mentioned there denoted the most primitive spiritual root of water, as it exists in the universe of Atzilut, the realm of the sefirot. It was out of this that the first stage of matter, chaos, tohu, was formed. The text here therefore states that it was out of this chaos that matter was formed. The word for substance here is mamash. This comes from the root mashash, meaning to touch. What is produced is a reality that can not only be seen, but which is physical enough to be touched. And made non-existence into existence. Chakhmah, however, is on the level of nothingness. It is from this nothingness, however, that all things were created. From this non-existence, binah and briah, which are called existence, yesh, were brought into being. He carved great pillars. The reference here is obviously to the verse, "Wisdom has built its house, it has carved its 7 pillars." Proverbs chapter 9, verse 1. This is further evidence that this section is speaking of chakhmah, wisdom. There is some discussion as to the meaning of the 7 pillars in this verse. In one place, the Talmud says that they are the 7 days of the week. Elsewhere, the Talmud states that they refer to the 7 pillars upon which the world stands, an interpretation that is also mentioned in the Zohar. Others identify them with the 7 sciences: grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, music, geometry, and astronomy. The Kabbalists teach that these 7 pillars represent the lower 7 sefirot. These correspond to the 7 pillars of creation and the 7 days of the week, so this does not contradict the Talmudic interpretation. In the system of the Sefer Yetzirah, it is obvious that these 7 pillars represent the 7 doubles. They are called pillars because they are represented by vertical lines in the tree of life diagram. These 7 doubles are derived from the 3 mothers. This would support an ancient version which, instead of substance, mamash, read amsh, the 3 mothers. The text would then read, "He formed amsh out of chaos, and carved great pillars." From air that cannot be grasped. These pillars are carved from air which cannot be grasped. Air was earlier identified with breath, which, in turn, is associated with the first sefirah, keter. Air is also identified with the letter Aleph, chapter 2, stanza 1, and chapter 3, stanza 4. The Sefer Yetzirah states that water is below, fire above, and air is in the middle. This may initially be somewhat difficult to understand, since air is associated with breath and keter, the highest sefirah. It is also associated with Aleph, the first letter of the alphabet. As explained earlier, in chapter 1, stanza 9, however, the breath associated with keter is not graspable, since this sefirah represents a level above the intellect. The only place where this breath can become manifest is in the lower sefirot. Therefore, even though it is on a level above chakhmah and binah, it is only manifest on a level that is below them. The air that cannot be grasped is therefore the breath coming from keter. This cannot be grasped until it enters the realm of the pillars, that is, the lower 7 sefirot. This section is actually best understood in a mystical sense. The previous section explained how to use the letter arrays together with the divine name as a meditative device. One of the manifestations of higher meditative states, as well as some drug-induced states, is hallucinogenesis, where one can voluntarily form mental images. These mental images appear to be real and substantial. When a person is in a normal state of consciousness, he may be able to form mental images, but they are weak, transient, and blurred by mental static. In contrast, the images formed in a meditative state appear solid, substantial, and real. In an ordinary state of binah consciousness, the mind is filled with static. If you wish to see this static, merely close your eyes. You will see a rapidly changing kaleidoscope of images, one imposed on another. Even if you can grasp a single image for a short while, it is intermingled with mental static, and you have little control over the image. You cannot make it come and go at will, and you cannot determine how it behaves. Even when you can exert some influence over it, the image will seem to have a mind of its own. This static also exists even when our eyes are open, but it is overshadowed by the images of the real world. In a darkened room, however, it does remain visible to some degree. This static impairs our perception of the outside world and clouds our mental processes. The perception of the spiritual world is even more tenuous than that of the physical. In a normal state of consciousness, mental static makes it absolutely impossible to visualize the spiritual world. Here, this state of mental static is called chaos, tohu. As both the Kabbalists and linguists teach, the word tohu comes from the verb taha, meaning to be astounded or confused. This is the normal state of mental confusion, where the mind is clouded with static. This is also associated with binah consciousness, and accordingly, a number of Kabbalists associate tohu with binah. The Zohar also teaches that tohu is associated with the klippah, husk, the forces that prevent one from visualizing the spiritual realm. It is out of this tohu, this state of confused binah consciousness, that one must create a palpable image. There are many images that can be produced, but the most common is the mental golem, the astral body. The initiate thus forms palpable substance, mamash, out of chaos. This implies attaining a state of chakhmah consciousness. The Kabbalists thus note that the word golem has a numerical value of 73, the same as that of chakhmah. One must then make non-existence into existence. Earlier, in stating form substance out of chaos, the text uses the word form, while here it uses the word make. In Hebrew, especially according to the Kabbalists, the word form, yetzar, denotes the initial forming of something from something. The term make, asa, on the other hand, refers to the completion of the process. Thus, in forming substance out of chaos, one begins the mental act of creation. In making non-existence into existence, one completes it. The term formation also implies an activity taking place in Yetzirah, the lower spiritual universe. Thus, when one forms substance out of chaos, one is bringing about a purely spiritual result in the universe of Yetzirah. Making, on the other hand, refers to the universe of Asiyah, which borders on the physical. This implies results that may actually be manifest in the physical world. In order to accomplish this, one must enter fully into the realm of nothingness. This is the highest level of chakhmah consciousness, bordering on keter. One therefore begins with non-existence, which is nothingness. When one reaches this level, he can actually make something that actually is, yeshno, or existence. He can actually bring about results in the universe of Asiyah, which can then be reflected in the physical world. In making a golem, this would correspond to the state of consciousness required before the mental image could be imposed on the clay, bringing it to life. A very similar process is described by the great Hasidic master, Rabbi Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezrich, 1704 through 1772. He writes that when a person contemplates a physical object completely and totally, he can actually bring that object onto his thought. If his thought is then bound to the supernal mind, he can elevate that object to the level of mind. From there, it can be further elevated to the level of nothingness, where the object ceases to exist. When this object is then once again brought back to the level of mind, it can be brought back in any form that the initiate desires. Thus, when he finally brings it back to its normal physical state, the object can be changed in any manner he desires. As the Maggid states, he can even transform it into gold. It is in this state of consciousness that one can visualize the sefirot as great pillars. One carves them out, this meaning that the image of the sefirah is seen separately, totally filling the consciousness. Even though the sefirot are totally ineffable and indescribable, when a person is in this state of consciousness, he can carve them out. They are then perceived as solid pillars made of transparent air. Like the air, the sefirot are still invisible, but in this state of consciousness, even the air can become visible. This is a sign. The Sefer Yetzirah describes a sign through which one knows that he has attained this state. He must go through the entire array, Aleph with them all, and all of them with Aleph. This means that he permutes the array forward and backward, which respectively are the modes of creating and destroying. The initiate then foresees, transforms, and makes. The word for foresee here is tzofeh, and as discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 6, this word denotes mystical insight and foresight. If the initiate has attained the proper state, he attains a mystical insight through which he can perceive the inner essence of all things. He can then engage in the process described earlier, where the Sefer Yetzirah said, "Discern with them, and probe from them." Chapter 1, stanza 4. When the initiate reaches this high level, he can also transform, actually changing physical things. He can even make, bringing things to existence in the physical world. Most important is the final realization. All that is formed and all that is spoken is one name. The initiate not only knows this intellectually, but he can actually visualize and see that all creation is nothing more than one name, the Tetragrammaton. A sign for this thing, 22 objects. This goes back and refers to the entire chapter. 22 objects in a single body is a sign that the initiate has completed this discipline and has mastered it fully. He uses each of the 22 letters to form a mental image of a different part of the body. Each part of the body can thus be formed separately. The ability to complete separate parts, however, does not prove mastery of the method of Sefer Yetzirah. The final proof of mastery is the ability to assemble all these 22 objects into a single body. This is the process of completing a mental golem. The initiate must not only form all the parts, but he must actually assemble them. This means that while he is engaged in the meditation to create one part, he must not lose his mental image of the parts that he formed earlier. As each part of the image is formed, it must be retained in the mind, with subsequent images added to it, part by part. The amount of mental discipline, as well as the advanced nature of the meditative technique required for this, is virtually beyond description. The creation of a mental golem is, therefore, a culmination of the arts of Sefer Yetzirah, as well as a test to determine if one has mastered them. This did not involve the actual creation of a physical golem, since this was only done on very special occasions. As the Kabbalists warn, such an undertaking should not be attempted without permission from on high. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Stanza 1. Three mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin. Their foundation is a pan of merit, a pan of liability, and the tongue of decree deciding between them. This repeats part of a previous section, Chapter 2, Stanza 1, and it has already been discussed. Chapters 1 and 2 spoke of the basic meditative methods involving the sefirot and letters. Now, the letters are treated separately. Thus, in the beginning of Chapter 2, the three mothers were introduced. The main idea there, however, was to teach that Mem hums and Shin hisses, one of the first meditative practices using the letters. Here, the same concept is repeated, but as introduction to the idea of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. It is similar to an ancient tradition of homiletic interpretation. Two scriptures that contradict one another, until a third scripture comes and decides between them. In both cases, the same expression, decides between them, machria beinehem, is used. It is significant to note that the homiletic rule is expressed by Rabbi Ishmael, a leader of an important first-century mystical school, who apparently received it from Rabbi Nechunya ben Hakanah. The simplest interpretation is that Mem is thesis, Shin is antithesis, and Aleph is synthesis. These three elements then form the three vertical columns into which the sefirot are divided. Mem represents the right-hand column, headed by chakhmah, Shin, the left-hand column, headed by binah, and Aleph, the central column, headed by keter. There is, however, another interpretation, and this follows the arrangement of the letters on the Tree of Life according to the Ari. Here, Aleph, Mem, and Shin are the horizontal lines, connecting opposing sefirot. Shin is between chakhmah and binah, Aleph between chesed and gvurah, and Mem between netzach and hod. Following this, the text is saying that the foundation of all three of these mother letters is the synthesis that connects thesis and antithesis. Thesis is the sefirah to the right, antithesis is the one to the left, and synthesis is the mother letter connecting the two. Chapter 3, Stanza 2. Three mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin. A great mystical secret, covered and sealed with 6 rings, and from them emanated air, water, and fire. And from them are born fathers, and from the fathers, descendants. A great mystical secret. The word for mystical here is mufla. This is very closely related and shares the same root with the word pliyah, used in relation to the 32 paths of wisdom in Chapter 1, Stanza 1. One reason for this, as discussed earlier in Chapter 2, Stanza 1, is because it is through these mother letters that one can enter into the realm of chakhmah consciousness, which is the portal to the transcendental. These 3 mother letters are also related to the mystery of the divine name. The Sefer Yetzirah earlier said, "He chose 3 letters in the mystery of the 3 mothers." Amsh, Chapter 1, Stanza 13. Thus, the letters Amsh are the roots of the letters of the Tetragrammaton, YHV. According to the Kabbalists, Yud is derived from Mem, He from Shin, and Vav from Aleph. These 3 mothers therefore represent an even deeper mystery than the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton actually only relates to the 10 sefirot. There is, however, an aspect of creation that existed before the sefirot. In this stage, The proto-sefirot existed as simple, non-interacting points. In the language of the Kabbalists, this is known as the universe of chaos, tohu. In this state, the vessels, which were the proto-sefirot, could neither interact nor give to one another. Since they could not emulate God by giving, they were incomplete, and could therefore not hold the divine light. Since they could not fulfill their purpose, they were overwhelmed by the light and shattered. This is known as the breaking of vessels. The broken shards of these vessels fell to a lower spiritual level, and subsequently became the source of all evil. It is for this reason that chaos, tohu, is said to be the root of evil. After having been shattered, the vessels were once again rectified and rebuilt into personifications, partsufim. Each of these partsufim consists of 613 parts, paralleling the 613 parts of the body, as well as the 613 commandments of the Torah. These partsufim were then able to interact with each other. More important, through the Torah, they were also able to interact with man. This is the stage where the sefirot become givers as well as receivers. In this rectified state, the vessels, or sefirot, became fit to receive God's light. In kabbalistic terminology, this state is called the universe of rectification, tikkun. The Kabbalists teach that the letters of the Tetragrammaton, YHV, only pertain to the universe of rectification. In the universe of chaos, tohu, the divine name consisted of the letters amsh. When a person enters into the mysteries, he must parallel the sequence of creation. First, he enters the universe of chaos, tohu. Here, his mind is filled with confused transient images. If he perceives the sefirot, they are like lightning, running and returning. Chapter 1, stanza 6. The sefirot are perceived as disconnected images, where no relationship between them can be seen. This is the state of consciousness attained through the letters amsh, as discussed earlier in Chapter 2, stanza 1. The initiate can then enter the universe of rectification, where the sefirot are connected and assume the form of partsufim. Each partsuf is a human-like form, very closely related to the conceptual golem. The creation of this mental golem partsuf is accomplished through the letters of the name YHVH, together with various letters, as described in Chapter 2, stanza 5. This is the name associated with the universe of rectification. Here, one must combine all the sefirot to form a single body. Chapter 2, stanza 6. One also becomes aware of the lines connecting the sefirot, which are included in the 32 paths of wisdom. Hence, when these 32 paths are discussed, the Sefer Yetzirah uses the names YH, YHVH. The three mother letters, amsh, also spell out the Hebrew word emesh, meaning yesternight. This occurs in the verse, "You slept last night, emesh, with my father." Genesis chapter 19, verse 34. The word emesh also denotes deep, impenetrable gloom, as in the verse, "Gloom, emesh, waste, and desolation." Job chapter 30, verse 3. This is the inky gloom that existed before creation, in the universe of chaos, the yesternight before the sefirot were brought into being. There is also evidence that the word emesh was also used as a mystical name of God. Thus, Laban said to Jacob, "The God of your father's last night, emesh, said to me." Genesis chapter 31, verse 29. This can just as easily be read, "The God of your fathers, emesh, said to me." Similarly, Jacob said, "And emesh gave judgment." Genesis chapter 31, verse 43. According to some authorities, the letters Aleph, Mem, Shin also conceal a deeper mystery, which is Aleph, Vav, Yud. Another element of the mystery of the letters amsh is the fact that they represent the reconciliation of opposites. Logically, there is no way in which opposites can be reconciled. These letters, therefore, represent a mystery that cannot be penetrated by logic. One commentator states that the letters Amsh contain the mystery through which one can walk on fire. The reason for this may be because these letters have the power to reconcile opposites. It is possible that Rav Zera made use of this technique to prevent his feet from being burned in fire, as related in the Talmud. Sealed with 6 rings. The obvious scriptural source is the verse, "The script which is written in the king's name and sealed with the king's ring cannot be reversed." Esther chapter 8, verse 8. According to this, the rings here would be the rings of the king's name, that is, the letters YHV. The Kabbalists therefore say that these 6 rings are the 6 directions, which, as the Sefer Yetzirah earlier says in chapter 1, stanza 13, were sealed with the letters YHV. Behind the permutations of the letters YHV is the deeper mystery of the permutations of the letters Amsh, now under discussion. These 6 directions, which comprise the physical universe, are what hide the deeper mysteries. It is thus written, "He has set the universe in their heart, so that man cannot find out the work that God has done, from the beginning to the end." Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 10. As the commentaries point out, the word universe here in Hebrew is olam. It comes from the root alam, meaning occlusion, and also has this connotation. As long as a person can only think in terms of the physical dimensions of space, the inner reality is concealed from him. Also significant is the fact that a ring is normally worn on the finger. As the Sefer Yetzirah states in chapter 1, stanza 3, the 10 sefirot are represented by the 10 fingers. The 6 rings are thus worn on the 6 fingers corresponding to the 6 sefirot, which represent the 6 directions. The 6 rings here also allude to the 6 rings of the throat mentioned in the Zohar. It is from these rings that all sound and speech are derived. These 6 rings, which are the source of physical speech, conceal the mystery of Amsh, which relates to the root of speech. This mystery can only be penetrated when one transcends the realm of physical speech. From them emanated air, water, and fire. This is the process described in detail in chapter 1, stanzas 9 through 12. From them are born fathers. The 3 mother letters, Amsh, represent cause, effect, and their synthesis. Shin is cause, Mem is effect, and Aleph is the synthesis between these 2 opposites. In the tree of life diagram, these are represented by 3 horizontal lines. These 3 horizontal lines give rise to the 3 vertical columns in the tree of life diagram, headed by Keter, chakhmah, and binah. These are represented by air, water, and fire. We therefore begin with a dialectic triad: creator, object of creation, and act of creation. This gives rise to a second triad: love, judgment, and mercy. This second triad defines the 3 columns into which the sefirot are arranged. The 3 horizontal lines are the 3 mothers. The 3 columns define the 3 fathers, which are the letters Yud, He, Vav. It was from these letters that space is defined, as the Sefer Yetzirah states earlier in chapter 1, stanza 13. Once space is defined, then creation can take place. This can also be understood in a meditative sense. Through the pronunciation of the letters Amsh, one enters the realm of chakhmah consciousness and passes through the chashmal. One then passes through the domains of breath, water, and fire, as described earlier in chapter 1, stanza 14. At this time, one must be in a totally receptive mode, which is an aspect of the feminine. Hence, the letters Amsh are called mothers. After this, however, one can enter into a creative mode through the letters Y, H, V. These letters are therefore called fathers. Only then can one produce descendants. Chapter 3, stanza 3. 3 mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin. He engraved them, he carved them, he permuted them, he weighed them, he transformed them. And with them he depicted 3 mothers, Amsh, in the universe, 3 mothers, Amsh, in the year, 3 mothers, Amsh, in the soul, male and female. He engraved them. The beginning of this section is exactly the same as chapter 2, stanza 2, except that all the letters were being discussed there, and here only the 3 mother letters are under consideration. In both cases, there are 5 processes: engraving, carving, permuting, weighing, and transforming. When, as in chapter 2, all 22 letters are given equal status, then all 5 dimensions as the 5 phonetic families, chapter 2, stanza 3. Here, on the other hand, the 3 mothers are taken separately. The 5 dimensions are therefore also divided into 3 domains: universe, year, and soul. The universe consists of the 3 spatial dimensions. Year consists of the time dimension, while soul consists of the spiritual dimension. A similar division into 3 domains was encountered earlier, in chapter 1, when the sefirot were first enumerated. First enumerated was the domain of soul, the spiritual dimension, which consisted of breath, and breath from breath, chapter 1, stanzas 9 and 10. Then came the domain of year, the time dimension, consisting of water and fire, chapter 1, stanzas 11 through 12. Finally came the domain of universe, the 3 spatial dimensions, represented by the 6 permutations of the letters YHV, chapter 1, stanza 13. The Sefer Yetzirah stated earlier in chapter 1, stanza 13, that the 3 letters YHV, which define the space continuum, are derived from Amsh. Therefore, it is the letters Amsh which separate the space continuum from that of time and the spiritual. There's an important difference between the space continuum and the other 2. It is only in space that one can move voluntarily. In time, one moves in one direction at a predetermined rate. In the spiritual dimension, a physical body cannot move at all. Only the soul can move through the spiritual dimension, and it is for this reason that this domain is called soul. The letters Amsh differentiate space from time and soul. These same letters can therefore be used to do away with this differentiation. Chapter 3, stanza 4. 3 mothers, Amsh, in the universe are air, water, fire. Heaven was created from fire. Earth was created from water, and air from breath decides between them. In chapter 1, the text discussed the spiritual aspect of breath, water, and fire in terms of the original 4 sefirot. Here, it is speaking of how these 3 are also manifest in the physical world. In the simplest physical terms, water represents matter, fire is energy, and air is the space that allows the 2 to interact. On a somewhat deeper physical level, fire, water, and air represent the 3 basic physical forces. Fire is the electromagnetic force through which all matter interacts. The atomic nucleus, however, consists of like positive charges, which would repel each other if only electromagnetism existed. There must therefore exist another force which can bind the nucleus together. This is the strong nuclear or pionic force, which binds the nucleus together, represented by water. If this nuclear force were to interact with all particles, however, all matter would be mutually attracted together, forming a solid lump denser than a neutron star. On the other hand, even within each elementary particle, there is a need for a cohesive force to counteract the electromagnetic repulsion within the particle itself. This force can be neither electromagnetic nor pionic. This is the air, which represents the weak nuclear force, which decides between the other two. It is this force that allows light particles, leptons, such as electrons, to exist. See Figure 41. The fourth force, gravity, corresponds to Earth. Earth, however, is not a basic element, but a confluence of the other three. It is therefore represented by the final hay in the tetragrammaton, which is actually a repetition of the first hay in this name. On an even more elementary level, these three elements represent the three axes in the unitary symmetry, SU3, which is the most basic property of matter. These three elements also relate to the experiential. Here, fire represents the radiation of energy, while water represents the absorption of energy. These are thesis and antithesis, giving and receiving, which themselves are manifestations of cause and effect. Air, which represents the transmission of energy, is then the synthesis, linking the two. In this aspect, fire and water also represent the psychological modes of binah and chakhmah consciousness. As discussed earlier, fire is binah consciousness, where the mind itself is constantly radiating energy. Water, on the other hand, is chakhmah consciousness, where the mind can absorb spiritual energy from without. Air is then ruach hakodesh, the medium through which such spiritual energy is transmitted. Heaven is created from fire. This is the same as the statement made in chapter 1, stanza 12. Our experience and depicting of the transcendental sphere must be brought into binah consciousness. In a physical sense, fire represents radiative energy. This usually takes place by means of the electromagnetic interaction in the form of light. Heaven here represents the concept of space as defined by the electromagnetic interaction, this being an important cornerstone of the principle of relativity. Fire represents binah, and as discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 1, the word binah comes from the root bain, meaning between. It is from binah that the concept of separation comes into being. Furthermore, it is only as a result of the concept of separation that space can exist. If not for binah, all existence would be concentrated in a single point. In the same manner, earth is created from water. Earth represents the solid state, where matter exists with a minimum of space separating its molecules. This stems from chakhmah, which tends to minimize separation and distance. In a gas such as air, the molecules tend to fly apart and separate. Yet at the same time, they are held together just sufficiently to give the gas substance. Gas is therefore always in a state of contained expansion. This is intermediate between the containment of solid matter and the total expansion of pure radiation. Fire is represented by the letter shin. Shin is the dominant letter in the word aish, meaning fire. It is joined with the aleph, representing air, because a fire cannot exist without air. The three heads of the shin also suggest the flames of the fire. The hissing sound of this letter, furthermore, is like the hiss of a flame. The three heads of the shin are separated, suggesting the general concept of separation. Corresponding to the shin is the letter he, which is only one of the two letters in the alphabet consisting of two disconnected parts. Water is represented by the letter mem. Here again, mem is the dominant letter in the word mayim, meaning water. Indeed, the very name of the letter mem comes from the word mayim. Mem is also a closed letter. indicating containment and unity. It is also sounded with the mouth closed. It parallels the letter Yud, which is written as a single point. Air is represented by Aleph, since it is the initial letter of Avir, meaning air. Aleph is a silent letter, whose sound is as undetectable as the invisible air. In shape, it consists of an upper right and a lower left dot, representing two opposites, with a diagonal line in the middle, which both separates and connects the two. Chapter 3, stanza 5. Three mothers, Amsh. In the year are the hot, the cold, and the temperate. The hot is created from fire. The cold is created from water. And the temperate from breath. Decides between them. The year is divided into three basic parts. There is the hot summer and the cold winter, which are thesis and antithesis. The two temperate seasons, spring and autumn, are both taken together and are spoken of as the temperate season. This is the synthesis. Here, we see the concept of a cycle between opposites. This cycle, like many others, constantly swings between two opposites. At the midpoint in each swing, no matter in which direction, the cycle must pass through the intermediate midpoint. Thus, both in going from hot to cold and from cold to hot, the cycle must pass through a temperate season. It is out of cycles such as these that time is defined. The Sefer Yetzirah therefore states that the cycle is the king in the domain of time. Chapter 6, stanza 3. In the annual cycle, winter is represented by Mem, summer by Shin, and the two temperate seasons by Aleph. The complete cycle is then defined by the letters Masha. Taking their parallels, these correspond to the letters YVHV. This is closely related, but somewhat different than the tetragrammaton, YHVH. In the tetragrammaton, the ordering of the letters is YHV. Here, thesis and synthesis are seen as opposites, representing tension and equilibrium. Antithesis is then the midpoint connecting the two. The fourth letter of the tetragrammaton, the He, is also a point of tension. The temperate. The Hebrew word for temperate here is revayah. This use of the word revayah is virtually unique in Hebrew literature. The usual interpretation of revayah is abundance, as in the verse, "My cup is abundant," revayah, Psalm 23, verse 5. It should be recalled that it is from this verse that some Kabbalists find an allusion to the 221 gates, discussed earlier in chapter 2, stanza 4. One reason for the use of revayah to denote the spring and fall was because these two were the harvest seasons in the Holy Land. The most obvious source for this usage is the verse, "We have come through fire and water. You brought us out to revayah," Psalm 66, verse 12. Some commentaries interpret revayah here to also mean abundance, but from the context, temperate seems to be a more logical interpretation. Revayah would then denote the desired meaning between fire and water. The Sefer Yetzirah also uses this word in such a sense. It is significant to note that the Talmud interprets fire and water in this verse to denote psychological states. The Midrash likewise interprets fire and water in this verse as referring to two opposing kinds of purgatory. Fire is the overabundance of sensation, and it is also related to shame. Water, on the other hand, denotes lack of sensation and is related to depression. Revayah is then the perfect mental state between these two extremes. Some authorities also say that the word revayah is related to the word yoreh, which denotes the early autumn rains. Chapter 3, stanza 6. Three mothers, Amsh. In the soul, male and female, are the head, belly, and chest. The head is created from fire. The belly is created from water. And the chest, from breath, decides between them. The soul here also refers to the body. One reason for this is because the soul is an exact counterpart of the body. Everything found in the body is also found in the soul. Similarly, the human body is a microcosm of the supernal man. See figure 42. This is the man sitting on the throne, seen by Ezekiel. The supernal man represents the array of the sefirot. The soul mentioned here, then, also refers to the anthropomorphic representation of this array. With respect to the sefirot, Shin is the line between chakhmah and binah, Aleph between chesed and gvura, and Mem between netzach and hod. The top line represents the head, the center line, the chest, and the lower line, the belly. According to Rabbi Abraham Abulafia, there is also an allusion here to the two covenants mentioned in chapter 1, stanza 3. The covenant of the tongue is in the head, while the covenant of circumcision is in the region of the belly. Between the two, in the chest, is the heart, which is king over the soul. Chapter 6, stanza 3. This alludes to the Torah, which is the primary covenant. The head also represents man's creative power, which is represented by fire. The belly is man's receptive power, represented by water. The chest and lungs must both inhale and exhale, and therefore pertain to both. In a deeper sense, the head is seen as the center of binah consciousness. It is the head that is the seat of the conscious stream of thought. The workings of the belly, on the other hand, are almost completely subconscious. The belly therefore parallels the mem, which denotes chakhmah consciousness. It is for this reason that some mystics would contemplate their belly when attempting to attain chakhmah consciousness. Breathing borders on both the conscious and the unconscious. One usually breathes unconsciously, but one can also control one's breathing consciously. Breathing is therefore associated with both binah and chakhmah consciousness. It is for this reason that controlled breathing techniques are important in making the transition between these two states. Breathing is centered in the chest. The chest. The Hebrew word for chest here is gaviyah. The use of gaviyah for chest is also unique in Hebrew literature. Usually, the word refers to the body as a whole, and some commentaries here also state that it denotes the entire trunk. A possible scripture source for this may come from Ezekiel's vision, where he said of the chayot, "With 2 wings they covered their gaviyah." Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 11. The scripture may be saying that they covered their chest and heart with 2 of their wings. Some commentaries interpret gaviyah to denote the sexual organ. In the language of the Mishnah, we indeed find that the head of the gaviyah refers to the tip of the male organ. However, as the major commentaries note, only the term head of the gaviyah has this connotation, and not the word gaviyah itself. Chapter 3, stanza 7. He made the letter Aleph king over breath, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined them one with another. And with them he formed air in the universe, the temperate in the year, and the chest in the soul, the male with Amsh, and the female with Asham. He made Aleph king. Most simply, this means that with regard to concepts related to breath, Aleph is always the first letter in the permutation. In a deeper sense, this means that Aleph was bound to the sefirah of Malchut, kingship. Malchut is said to be the mouth, and as such, it is the sefirah through which the power of all the other sefirot is expressed. The first stage is therefore to make the letter king. This means that it is brought to the mouth, which is the sefirah of Malchut. Bound a crown to it. This indicates that the letters are bound to the highest of the sefirot, Keter. As the Sefer Yetzirah states earlier in chapter 1, stanza 9, this is the direct breath. Malchut, on the other hand, is reflected breath. Before a letter can be expressed through Malchut, it must be bound to Keter. Thus, the end is embedded in the beginning. Chapter 1, stanza 7. This also speaks of the physical letters, which have small crowns called tagin on top. The Talmud thus says that when Moses ascended to heaven, he saw God binding crowns to the letters. These crowns represent the higher spiritual nature of the letters. If the letters themselves are in Asiyah, then the crowns on top bind them to Yetzirah. Air, temperate, chest. In Hebrew, air is avir, temperate is rivayah, and chest is gaviyah. Except for the resh in avir, all of these words are spelled the same. A-V-Y-R, R-V-Y-H, G-V-Y-H. The endings of these words is consistently V-Y-H. This represents the hidden power of the letters Yud, He, Vav in the three mothers, Amsh. It is significant to note that in these words, the order of the letters is V-Y-H. Since Vav corresponds to Aleph, Yud corresponds to Mem, and He corresponds to Shin, the letters V-Y-H are in the same order as Amsh. The word Avir is written with a resh instead of a He. This is because A-V-Y-H spells out a secret divine name. The initial letters of Avir, Rivayah, and Gaviyah spell out Arag, which means to weave. It is out of these three syntheses that the fabric of creation is woven. Male and female. Rabbi Elazar Rokeach of Worms writes that if one wishes to create a male golem, then the sequence Amsh must be used. If one wishes to create a female golem, then the sequence must be Asham. If one wishes to destroy the golem, then the sequence is Shema. The Hebrew word for man is Ish, while that for woman is Isha. In both cases, the letters Aleph and Shin are in the same position as here. We then have man, Ish, Amsh, woman, Isha, Asham. The only difference between the Hebrew words for man and woman and the combinations here is that Yud and He are substituted for the Mem. As mentioned earlier, Yud is male, while He is female. These letters take the place of the Mem, which is the belly, since it is here that men and women are differentiated. Also significant is the position of the Shin, which represents fire and passion. In man, the sequence is Amsh, with the Shin exposed at the end. In woman, on the other hand, the sequence is Asham, with the Shin concealed in the middle. This is because the sexual organ in man is external, while in woman it is internal. The Talmud thus states, man has his passion on the outside, while woman has hers on the inside. Chapter 3, stanza 8. He made Mem king over water, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed earth in the universe, cold in the year, and the belly in the soul. The male with Mash, and the female with Mashah. Chapter 3, stanza 9. He made Shin king over fire, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed heaven in the universe, hot in the year, and the head in the soul. The male with Sham, and the female with Shema. Chapter 4, Stanza 1. 7 doubles. Bet, Gimel, Daled, Kaf, Pe, Resh, Tav. They direct themselves with 2 tongues. Bet, Vet, Gimel, Gimel, Daled, Thaled, Kaf, Chaf, Pe, Fe, Resh, Resh, Tav, Thav. A structure of soft and hard, strong and weak. This is the set of double letters, each having 2 possible sounds. In the Tree of Life diagram, they correspond to the 7 vertical lines. The double sound is retained by all Jews for bet, kaf, and pe. The hard bet has the sound of b, while the soft has the sound of v. The hard kaf has the sound of k, the soft the sound of ch, like the German ch, as in doch. The hard pe is pronounced like a p, while the soft is like an f. In all these cases, the hard sound is a plosive, pronounced in an explosive puff of sound. The soft sound is a fricative. The Northern European Ashkenazic Jews pronounce the soft tav like an s. Most Southern European Sephardic Jews pronounce both the hard and soft tav the same, like a t. Some Sephardim pronounce the soft tav like a soft th, as in thing. The Yemenite Jews also distinguish between the soft and hard gimel and daled. The soft gimel has the sound of a j, or, among others, like a deep guttural fricative g. The soft daled has the sound of a hard th, as in the. As a general rule, these 6 letters, B, G, D, K, P, T, always take the hard form at the beginning of a word. This is one reason why no biblical names are found beginning with an F. This would imply a pe at the beginning of the name, and it would automatically take the hard sound, which is that of a p. The hard sound is distinguished by a dot, called a dagesh, placed in the middle of the letter. Highly significant is the fact that the resh is here considered to be one of the doubles. Most post-Talmudical grammarians take precisely the opposite view, and state that the resh never takes a dagesh. Not only is there no verbal distinction between the hard and soft resh, but modern Hebrew grammar does not even recognize such a difference in the written form. There are, however, 10 different words, appearing in 14 places in the Bible, which are written with a resh containing a dagesh. See Table 28. It is obvious, however, that the usual rules applying to the letters B, G, D, K, P, T do not apply to the resh. The present sound of the resh is a fricative, and is therefore most probably the soft sound. The hard resh was either lost or deliberately concealed after the destruction of the temple. In earlier times, its use was standard, and there is evidence from their transliteration of names that its pronunciation was known to the authors of the Septuagint. By the 10th century, however, the double resh was only used by the members of the small Mazia community in Tiberias. Tiberias had been the last city in which the Sanhedrin, the great court which preserved the tradition, had flourished. This was one of the mysteries that the Sanhedrin had entrusted to the community of Tiberias. According to the Sefer Yetzirah, in chapter 2, stanza 3, resh is in the group of dentals. Z, S, SH, R, TZ. Along with the letters Zayin, Samech, Shin, and Tzadi, it is pronounced with the teeth. According to the long version, chapter 2, stanza 1, it is sounded between the teeth with the tongue lying down, spread out. We cannot say that it is a rolled R sound, since this involves the tip of the tongue. It would then be closest to the L sound, and should be included among the linguals, D, T, L, N, TH. Furthermore, the hard resh should be a plosive, like all the other hard doubles. There is no R sound in use today that meets all these criteria. Furthermore, there is no plosive sound pronounced with the teeth that could be a candidate for the hard resh. The original pronunciation of this letter, therefore, remains a mystery. Hard and soft. The hard sound is currently indicated by a dot in the middle of the letter, known as a dagesh. Before printing was introduced, most manuscripts also indicated the soft sound by a line above the letter, known as a rafeh. This device is used in the Damascus Keter Torah Pentateuch, written in the 9th century. In the Furkovich collection of the Library of the Academy of Science in Leningrad, there is a Codex of the Bible, dated from the year 916, that also makes use of the rafeh. As late as 1480, this mark is found in handwritten Bibles and prayer books. The use of this mark is also mentioned by the Tikkunei Zohar. It states that the rafeh above the letter is like the firmament above the chayot. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 22. The Tikkunei Zohar also states that the hard and soft sounds are related to the chayot running and returning. Ezekiel 1, verse 14. It says, "They run with the hard sound and return with the soft." According to some commentaries, this indicates that the hard plosive sound is pronounced more quickly than the soft fricative sound. However, since the Sefer Yetzirah in chapter 1, stanza 6, teaches that running and returning also relates to meditative techniques, it would appear that the hard and soft sounds were used for this purpose. These 7 doubles would be used to climb the vertical lines in the tree of life. When the initiate would use the letters to run and climb upward, he would use the hard sound, and when he would return, he would use the soft sound. The Bahir states that the letters are the body of the script, while the vowels are its soul. The later Kabbalists note that the dagesh and rafeh are neither vowels nor letters, but intermediate between the two. It is this intermediate essence that man must perfect if he is to enter the domain of soul. Chapter 4, stanza 2. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T. Their foundation is wisdom, wealth, seed, life, dominance, peace, and grace. These are the concepts that can be controlled through the 7 double letters. The methods are similar to those outlined in chapter 2. These 7 qualities parallel the 7 vertical lines in the tree of life diagram. They also relate to the 7 times that the phrase "it was good" occurs in the account of creation. Chapter 4, stanza 3. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T, in speech and in transposition. The transpose of wisdom is folly. The transpose of wealth is poverty. The transpose of seed is desolation. The transpose of life is death. The transpose of dominance is subjugation. The transpose of peace is war. The transpose of grace is ugliness. According to the Tikkunei Zohar, the hard sound implies harsh judgment, while the soft sound implies lenient judgment. The good qualities would then be associated with the soft sound, and the bad qualities with the hard sound. There are, however, some authorities who reverse this. Transpose. The word for transpose here is tmurah. Earlier, the Sefer Yetzirah said, "He engraved them, carved them, permuted them, weighed them, and transposed them." Chapter 2, stanza 2. The word for transposed there was hemir, which has the same root as the term used here. Earlier, we followed the commentaries who interpreted transposed to relate to the use of the standard ciphers. From the text here, however, it would appear that it denotes the transposition between the hard and soft sounds of the doubles. Peace, war. Peace and war relate both to nations and to the individual. A person can be at war with himself or at peace with himself. These letters can be used to transmit these qualities both to oneself or to another. Chapter 4, stanza 4. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T. Up and down, east and west, north and south, and the holy palace precisely in the center, and it supports them all. Up and down. This should be compared to chapter 1, stanza 5, and chapter 1, stanza 13. As discussed earlier, the 6 directions parallel the 6 sefirot. The order given here would then be Netzach, Hod, Tiferet, Yesod, Chesed, Gevurah. Also, see tables 29 and 30. The directions would indicate the direction that one must face, or the head motion that he use, when attempting to transmit the qualities mentioned in the last section. 2 of these concepts are alluded to in the Talmud. He who wishes wisdom, let him face south. He who wishes wealth, let him face north. This was reflected in the temple, where the menorah, which related to wisdom, was to the south, while the table, indicating wealth, was to the north. We see here that the letter resh indicates peace. When there is no peace, this letter cannot be sounded correctly. The Holy Palace. This is usually interpreted to denote malchut. The Hebrew word for palace here is heichal. This has a numerical value of 65, the same as that of Adoshem, the divine name associated with malchut. Besides being the lowest sefirah, malchut is also the end point of the Keter Malchut spiritual dimension. The holy palace in the center, therefore, not only relates to malchut alone, but also to its association with Keter. In channeling sustenance from Keter, the center point supports all the others. According to the Bahir, Heichal HaKodesh here should not be read as Holy Palace, but as Palace of the Holy. The Holy denotes Keter, and the Palace of the Holy refers to Malchut when it is directly connected to Keter in the mystery of embed their beginning in their end. Chapter 1, stanza 7. This also represents a great mystery in creation, as explained by Rabbi Judah Leva, 1525 through 1609, the Maharal of Prague, famed as the creator of a golem. He states that the reason why the world was created in 6 days is because a 3-dimensional world has 6 directions, as the Sefer Yetzirah states here. Each day was necessary to complete one of these 6 directions. The Sabbath is then the center point, which binds all together and supports them all. The Sabbath thus represents Malchut, but in the mode in which it is bound to Keter. These 7 elements also parallel the 7 branches of the menorah. They are also alluded to in the verse, 7 eyes on one stone, Zechariah chapter 3, verse 9. Another such allusion is the verse, "Give a portion to 7, also to 8." Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 2. As discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 3, the number 7 denotes the perfection of creation, while 8 is the entrance into the transcendental. Chapter 4, stanza 5. 7 doubles. BGD, KPRT. 7 and not 6. 7 and not 8. Examine with them and probe with them. Make each thing stand on its essence, and make the Creator sit on his base. 7 and not 6. This is very much like chapter 1, stanza 4, and the two should be compared. The 7 doubles are often associated with the 7 lower sefirot. Actually, however, these 7 letters represent the 7 vertical lines on the Tree of Life diagram. The 7 lower sefirot are merely the lower end points of these 7 vertical lines. These letters are therefore the ladders leading upward from the 7 lower sefirot, and this is the way in which the two are associated. One of the main functions of the 7 doubles is thus to climb vertically on the ladder of the sefirot. One rises through their hard sound and descends with their soft sound. The Sefer Yetzirah warned us earlier that there were 10 sefirot, no more and no less. Chapter 1, stanza 4. Here, the text warns us that there are 7 vertical paths, no more and no less. If an 8th vertical path were added, it would be taken as a path from Keter to the infinite being, and such a path cannot exist. Furthermore, if a path to Keter were omitted, one might be misled into thinking that Keter is God, and this is also erroneous. Examine with them. This is also similar to chapter 1, stanza 4. One can probe and examine with these letters very much like one does with the sefirot. In chapter 1, stanza 4, however, the text also said, "Understand with wisdom, and be wise with understanding," while here, this is omitted. The discussion there involved the basic exercise of fluctuating between chakhmah and binah consciousness. Here, the exercise involves the letters themselves, rather than pure states of consciousness. Probe with them. In chapter 1, stanza 4, the reading was, "Probe from them," while here it is, "Probe with them." When the text spoke of the sefirot themselves, it could say, "Probe from them," since it is from the sefirot that one receives spiritual energy. Here, however, it is not the letters that provide spiritual energy, but the sefirot to which they relate. The text therefore states, "Probe with them," indicating that the letters are the tools through which one can probe. The upper 6 of these 7 sefirot represent the 6 directions. Malchut is the center point, the holy palace. Taken subjectively, this center point is the center of being of the individual reaching up to the sefirot. The first sefirah that the initiate must reach is Malchut, and he accomplishes this by meditating on the center, which is the center of his being. Only after he reaches Malchut can he reach out to the other sefirot. The Bahir therefore identifies the holy palace with the very purest essence of thought. Chapter 4, stanza 6. 7 doubles. BGD, KPRT, of foundation. He engraved them, he carved them, he permuted them, he weighed them, he transformed them, and with them he formed 7 planets in the universe, 7 days in the year, 7 gates in the soul, male and female. He engraved them. The 5 methods mentioned here are the same as those in Chapter 2, Stanza 2, and Chapter 3, Stanza 3. 7 planets. The 7 vertical paths associated with the 7 doubles are manifest in the physical world as the astrological forces associated with the 7 planets: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon. In time, they are associated with the 7 days of the week, while in man, they are the 7 openings in the head. These will be enumerated in the following sections. The Talmud also speaks of the various influences of the planets and days of the week. These are closely related to their role in creation, and do not appear to follow the system of Sefer Yetzirah. See Table 31. The 7 planets are also associated with specific angels. These angels channel the influence of the 7 vertical paths through the planets. See Table 32. Also associated with the 7 planets are specific signs, as well as a system of magic squares. See Figures 43 and 44. The rule of 7 also appears to be related to the mystical 7 seals mentioned by the early Kabbalists. See Figure 45. In order to understand the significance of the astrological forces, we must first understand the role of angels in the chain between the sefirot and the physical world. The sefirot are in the universe of Atzilut, and below this is Briah, the universe of the throne, which serves to allow the sefirot to interact with the lower worlds. Between Briah and Asiyah is Yetzirah, the world of the angels. Yetzirah is known as the world of speech. The Talmud states that every word emanating from God creates an angel. This means that every one of God's words is actually an angel. When we speak of God's word, we are actually speaking of his interaction with the lower worlds. The force that traverses the spiritual domain is what we call an angel. The stars also form an important link in God's providence over the physical world. Between God and man, there are many levels of interaction, the lowest being those of the angels and the stars. The Midrash thus teaches, "There is no blade of grass that does not have a constellation, mazal, over it, telling it to grow." As the commentaries explain, God's providence works through the angels, but these angels, in turn, work through the stars and planets. As some authorities put it, the angels are, in a sense, like souls to the stars. Thus, for example, some sources speak of the stars as having intelligence, but the commentaries note that this is actually speaking of the angels that are associated with them. There are, however, 2 types of angels. We have already spoken of the teaching that there are angels created with every word of God. Elsewhere, we find that angels are created every day, with a new troop being made each morning. On the other hand, there are many angels who are known by name, such as Gabriel and Michael, who have permanent existence. These are obviously a second kind of angel. This is closely related to another discussion. In the Midrash, there is a question as to when the angels were created. Some say that they were made on the 2nd day of creation, while others maintain that they were created on the 5th day. In discussing this, the Kabbalists arrive at a significant conclusion. They state that there are 2 basic kinds of angels: permanent angels and temporary angels. The temporary angels were created on the 2nd day, while the permanent ones, which are likened to the birds, were created on the 5th. They also state that an important difference between the permanent and temporary angels is the fact that only the permanent ones have names. One of the most important factors in astrology is the time and date of a person's birth. The Talmud thus states that there is a mazal of the hour. The time, day, and date upon which a person is born has an important influence on his destiny. Elsewhere, the Talmud teaches that there is an angel called Laila that oversees birth. It is this angel that proclaims if the individual will be strong or weak, wise or foolish, rich or poor. Earlier, however, we discussed the Midrashic teaching, one angel cannot have two missions, and two angels cannot share the same mission. Chapter 1, stanza 7. But if this is a general rule, how can a single angel oversee the birth of every person who is ever to be born? Does this not mean that he has many missions? The same question also applies to all the permanent angels who have names. These angels, which were created on the fifth day, exist forever. In the course of their existence, they must have many tasks and missions. Why does this rule not hold true with regard to them? In answering these questions, the commentaries note that the angels are like souls to the stars. A human soul is also a spiritual entity, and the same question could be asked about it. How can a single soul be involved in many tasks? But here the answer is obvious. The soul is integrated by its association with a single body. It is not differentiated into many souls by its many tasks, because its association with the body allows it to remain an integrated whole. The same is true of the angels having names. These angels are like souls to the stars, and this also means that the stars and planets are the bodies of these angels. See Figure 46. As such, each star serves as a focus for a particular angel, maintaining it as an integrated whole, even though it may have many different tasks. There is therefore a one-to-one relationship between the stars and angels. Each star has its own particular angel, and each angel has its own star. It is this relationship that allows the named angels to have many tasks, and still not be differentiated into many angels by these tasks. Each named angel is integrated by the star that serves as its body. This also explains why the permanent angels have names. The Zohar teaches that every single star in the universe has a name. This is derived from the verse, "He brings out their host by number. He calls them all by name." Isaiah chapter 40, verse 26. It is also written, "He counts the number of the stars. He gives them each a name." Psalm 147, verse 4. The Midrash indicates that the different names of the stars correspond to the names of the different angels. The one-to-one relationship is therefore clearly expressed. This also explains why the named angels were created on the fifth day, while the unnamed temporary angels were created on the second day. The named angels were associated with the stars, and could therefore not be created until after the stars. The stars were not created until the fourth day, and the angels could therefore not be created until the fifth. Chapter 4, stanza 7. 7 planets in the universe: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon. 7 days in the year, the 7 days of the week. 7 gates in the soul, male and female. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, and the mouth. Chapter 4, stanza 8. He made the letter Bet king over wisdom, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed the moon in the universe, Sunday in the year, the right eye in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 9. He made the letter Gimel king over wealth, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed Mars in the universe, Monday in the year, the right ear in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 10. He made the letter Dalet king over seed, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed the sun in the universe, Tuesday in the year, the right nostril in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 11. He made the letter Kaf king over life, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Venus in the universe, Wednesday in the year, the left eye in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 12. He made the letter Pe king over dominance, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Mercury in the universe, Thursday in the year, the left ear in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 13. He made the letter Resh king over peace, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Saturn in the universe, Friday in the year, the left nostril in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 14. He made the letter Tav king over grace, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Jupiter in the universe, the Sabbath in the year, the mouth in the soul, male and female. Here, the Sefer Yetzirah discusses the letters in relation to the primary traits, the planets, the days of the week, and the parts of the body. There are a number of variations in these assignments, and the more important ones are given in Table 33. Each letter can be used to influence the part of the body with which it is associated. This can be accomplished through using the array of 221 or 231 gates associated with that letter. These letters are used in a similar manner when creating a golem. Most important are the relationships between the letters, days of the week, and planets, and between the 7 primary traits: wisdom, wealth, seed, life, dominance, peace, and grace. One can use the methods of the Sefer Yetzirah to attain or enhance any one of these by using the soft pronunciation of the 7 doubles. If one wishes to transmit their opposite, one uses the hard pronunciation. Like other stanzas, this can also be read in the imperative. Make Bet king over wisdom, bind a crown to it, and combine one with another, and with them form. The meditation involves using the 7 doubles in this manner. The dominant letter is placed at the beginning, and the other 6 letters are then permuted. Thus, if one was seeking to transmit wisdom, one would place Bet at the beginning, and one would then permute the remaining letters, G, D, K, P, R, T, in every possible manner. Similarly, if one were seeking wealth, one would place Gimel at the beginning, and would permute the letters B, D, K, P, R, T in all 720 possible ways. The permutation with which one begins is given in Table 34. At the same time, one should contemplate the part of the body associated with that particular trait. Thus, for wisdom, one would concentrate on the right eye, while for wealth, on the right ear. In a similar manner, one should also concentrate on the appropriate direction. Also important is the day of the week associated with each trait. If one wishes to transmit a certain trait, it is best done on the specified day of the week. In using these methods, one must also take planetary influences into account. Besides the influences given here, There are others given in Bereta of Shmuel HaKatan, which appear to be closer to those expressed in Western astrology. See Table 35. Influence extends only from the visible members of our solar system. The distant planets, such as Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, which are invisible to the unaided eye, are not considered to have significant astrological influence. If one were to take these into account, one would also have to consider dozens of asteroids, which would exert an even greater influence. The influence of the planets in the system of Sefer Yetzirah does not depend on their position in the sky, but on the hour of the day. This is discussed in a number of Talmudical and kabbalistic sources. In order of their distance from Earth, the planets are Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon. Of these, Saturn is furthest from the Earth, and the Moon is closest. According to the Bible, the stars and planets were made on the fourth day of creation, Genesis chapter 1, verses 14 through 19. Counting from Sunday, the fourth day was Wednesday. In biblical reckoning, however, night always precedes day. The Torah therefore consistently says it was evening and it was morning. Evening always precedes morning. The planets were placed in their positions on the eve of the fourth day, that is, on Tuesday night. They were placed one at a time, an hour apart, in order of their distance from Earth. Thus, in the first hour, 6 p.m., Saturn was placed in its position. In the second hour, 7 p.m., Jupiter was positioned. The order of creation of the 7 planets was then as follows. First hour, 6 p.m., Saturn. Second hour, 7 p.m., Jupiter. Third hour, 8 p.m., Mars. Fourth hour, 9 p.m., Sun. Fifth hour, 10 p.m., Venus. Sixth hour, 11 p.m., Mercury. Seventh hour, 12 p.m., Moon. This is the ordering found on the eve of Wednesday on the chart of planetary influences. Each planet then dominated the hour in which it was positioned. After the first 7 hours, their dominance began a new cycle, with the planets in the same order. This 7-hour cycle continues throughout the week, and it is the same every week. The entire weekly cycle is given in the table of planetary influences. See Table 36. One immediately notices that the first hour of each evening is dominated by a different planet in the following order. Sunday, Mercury. Monday, Jupiter. Tuesday, Venus. Wednesday, Saturn. Thursday, Sun. Friday, Moon. Saturday, Mars. The first hour of each day is dominated by the planets in the following manner. Sunday, Sun. Monday, Moon. Tuesday, Mars, Tew. Wednesday, Mercury, Woden. Thursday, Jupiter, Thor. Friday, Venus, Frigg. Saturday, Saturn. Note that the name of each day is associated with the planet that dominates its first hour in the morning. Thus, Sunday is dominated by the sun, Monday, Moon Day, by the moon, and Saturday by Saturn. In the English names of the other days, the Nordic or Germanic names of the planets are used. The Romans had originally named the days after the planets dominating their first hour. This nomenclature still survives in the Romance languages. Thus, in French, Tuesday is mardi, Mars Day. Wednesday is mercredi, Mercury's day. Thursday is jeudi, Jupiter's day. And Friday is vendredi, Venus's day. Saturn dominates Saturday, which is the Sabbath. In Hebrew, Sabbath is Shabbat, and hence Saturn is called Shabtai. The planet that dominates the first hour of the day or night is said to dominate that entire period. The most auspicious times, however, are those associated both with the correct day and with the correct planet. See Table 36. Thus, for example, in our Gra version of Sefer Yetzirah, both Sunday and the moon are associated with wisdom. During the day on Sunday, the moon is dominant in the 4th and 11th hours, or from 9 to 10 a.m. and from 4 to 5 p.m. These are then the most auspicious times for working to attain wisdom. There is a commandment, "There shall not be found among you one who calculates times," me'onan. Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 10. In the Talmud, according to Rabbi Akiva, this specifically applies to one who calculates auspicious times, and a number of authorities accept this opinion as binding. This, however, only means that one should not make astrology a dominant influence in one's daily life. As we see from all the commentaries on Sefer Yetzirah, when one is engaged in these mystical techniques, this prohibition is not applicable. See Table 37. Although most versions of Sefer Yetzirah set the planets in the order in which they were created, the Gra version, which we are using, follows a different system. It is based on the ordering of the planets as found in the Zohar. There, we find the following relationship between the planets, sefirot, and colors. Moon, white, chesed, Sunday. Mars, red, gvura, Monday. Sun, yellow, tiferet, Tuesday. Saturn, black, yesod, Friday. Jupiter, blue, malchut, Saturday. Venus, upper eyelid, netzach, Wednesday. Mercury, lower eyelid, hod, Thursday. When the sefirot and days are placed in their usual order, the planets appear in the order given in our version of Sefer Yetzirah. This version, therefore, is that which fits most closely to the teachings of the Zohar. The association with colors is also significant, since one can also meditate on these colors when seeking to transmit the associated influence. The colors are also useful in general in meditations involving the sefirot. Also associated with the days of the week are the letters of the 42-letter name. See Table 38. This can be used in various meditations involving these days. The same is true of the angels associated with each day. See Table 39. Chapter 4, Stanza 15. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T. With them were engraved 7 universes, 7 firmaments, 7 lands, 7 seas, 7 rivers, 7 deserts, 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 years, 7 sabbaticals, 7 jubilees, and the holy palace. Therefore, he made sevens beloved under all the heavens. 7 universes. The later Kabbalists write that these are the 7 chambers in the universe of Bria. These are given in Table 40. Of these, the 2 lowest, brickwork of sapphire and essence of heaven, are mentioned in the verse, "They saw the God of Israel, and under his feet was the brickwork of sapphire, clear like the essence of heaven." Exodus chapter 24, verse 10. These 7 chambers parallel the 7 lower sefirot in the universe of Atzilut. They also parallel the 7 watches of angels in the universe of Yetzirah. Some early sources state that these 7 universes are the 7,000 years that the world is supposed to exist. The first 6 parallel the 6 weekdays, while the 7,000 years is the day when all will be Sabbath. Others relate the 7 universes to the kabbalistic doctrine of sabbaticals. This states that there are 7 distinct periods of creation, each lasting 7,000 years. According to some Kabbalists, the present creation is the 2nd, while others state that it is the 6th or 7th. In any case, there are 7 cycles, each 7,000 years long. This means that the universe as we know it will last for 49,000 years. According to the master Kabbalists, Rabbi Isaac of Akko, when counting the years of these cycles, one must not use an ordinary physical year, but rather a divine year. The Midrash says that each divine day is 1,000 years, basing this on the verse, 1,000 years in your sight are as but yesterday. Psalm 90, verse 4. Since each year contains 365 and a quarter days, a divine year would be 365,250 years long. According to this, each cycle of 7,000 divine years would consist of 2,556,750,000 earthly years. This figure of 2.5 billion years is very close to the scientific estimate as to the length of time that life has existed on Earth. If we assume that the 7th cycle began with the biblical account of creation, then this would have occurred when the universe was 15,340,500,000 years old. This is very close to the scientific estimate that the expansion of the universe began some 15 billion years ago. The current Hebrew year is 5736. In this calendar, the year in which Adam was created is counted as year 1. If we then count the biblical genealogies from the time of Adam, we find that 5,736 years have elapsed since the time he was formed. However, the Kabbalists clearly say that other human beings existed before Adam, and this is even supported in Scripture. Actually, there are 2 accounts of creation in the book of Genesis. The first chapter of Genesis speaks of the initial creation of the universe, while the second chapter speaks of the creation of Adam. During the 6 days of creation described in the first chapter, God did not actually create the world, but rather created the ingredients which would allow the world to develop. It thus refers to the creation of all matter, along with space and time. It was during these 6 days that God brought the universe into being from absolute nothingness. After these 6 days of creation, God allowed the universe to develop by itself, renewing his creation each 7,000 divine years, or 2.5 billion earthly years. All the laws of nature and the properties of matter had been fixed for all time. As it is written, "He has established them forever. He has made a decree which shall not be transgressed." Psalm 148, verse 6. It is similarly written, "Whatever God decrees shall be forever. Nothing shall be added to it, and nothing shall be taken away." Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 14. Each of the 6 cycles of creation brought something new into the world. The 5th cycle was the one that brought forth life, and this took place around 2.5 billion years ago. Around 974 generations before Adam, or some 25,000 years ago, man developed all the physical and mental capabilities that we possess today. This man had evolved from the dust of the earth, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, but he still lacked the divine soul that would make him a spiritual being. God then created Adam, the first true human being with a soul, and he blew in his nostrils a soul of life. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. According to tradition, the creation of Adam took place on Rosh Hashanah, the Hebrew New Year, which occurred on September 9th, 3761 BCE. 7 firmaments. These are listed in the long version, in chapter 4, stanza 13, as being Vilon, Rakia, Shechakim, Zevul, Ma'on, Machon, Aravot. These are also mentioned in the Talmud. See Table 41. According to the Ari, these parallel the 7 lower sefirot of the universe of Asiyah. 7 Earths. The long version, chapter 4, stanza 13, lists these as Adamah, Tevel, Nishiyah, Tsaya, Chalad, Eretz, Chalad. Another source gives them as Eretz, Adamah, Arka, Ge, Tsaya, Nasya, Tevel. Still another ancient source lists them as Eretz, Adamah, Arka, Chariva, Yabasha, Tevel, Chalad. According to many authorities, these refer to the 7 continents: North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia, Antarctica. There is no continent on the North Pole, and hence the North is said to be open. Both the 7 firmaments and the 7 earths are said to parallel the sefirot in the lower world. They also parallel the 7 attributes under discussion here. 7 seas. Many commentaries state that these are the 7 lakes and seas in the Holy Land. In modern terminology, the 7 seas represent the 7 oceans: the North Atlantic, South Atlantic, North Pacific, South Pacific, Indian Ocean, Arctic Ocean, Antarctic Ocean. The seas in the Holy Land represent a microcosm of these oceans. 7 rivers. These are the 7 rivers associated with the Holy Land: the Jordan, Yarmukh, Kirmion, Poga, Pishon, Gihon, Hidekel. The Euphrates is not counted because it includes them all. These parallel the great rivers of the world. 7 deserts. These are the 7 deserts through which the Israelites passed during the Exodus from Egypt: Etan, Shur, Sin, Sinai, Paran, Tzin, Kadmut. 7 days. These are the 7 days of the week. They are also the 7 days of the major festivals: Pesach, Passover, and Sukkot, Tabernacles. 7 weeks. These are the 7 weeks between Pesach and Shavuot. The Torah thus says, "You shall count from the day after the holiday 7 complete weeks." Leviticus chapter 23, verse 15. 7 years. These are the 7 years in the sabbatical cycle. The Torah prescribes that on the 7th year the land should lie fallow and not be worked. 6 years shall you sow your field, but the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land. Leviticus chapter 25, verses 3 and 4. 7 sabbaticals. At the end of 7 sabbatical cycles, the Jubilee year was celebrated. All slaves would then be freed, and real property would be returned to its hereditary owner. The Torah states, "You shall number 7 sabbaticals, 7 times 7 years, making 49 years. And you shall sanctify the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout the land. It shall be a jubilee to you." Leviticus chapter 25, verses 8 and 10. 7 jubilees. This is 7 times 49, or 50 years, a total of 343, or 350 years. The first temple stood for 410 years, and during this period, Israel observed 7 jubilees. This also relates to the concept of sabbaticals of creation, where each jubilee period consists of 49,000 years. There will be 7 such jubilee periods, and the universe will therefore last a total of 343,000 years. These are divine years, each one consisting of 365,250 earthly years. Thus, the total time between the initial expansion and final collapse of the universe will be 125,287,500,000 years. This figure of 125 billion years is very close to the scientific calculation. After this period, the universe will become completely spiritual. One of the aspects of the future world will be extreme longevity on the part of mankind. Regarding this period, it is foretold, "As a child, one shall die at 100 years old." Isaiah chapter 65, verse 20. According to Rabbi Isaac of Akko, the lifespan will have become so extended that one who dies at the age of 100 will be considered like a child currently dying at the age of 3. Thus, the normal lifespan will be approximately 33 times its present value, or around 2,000 years. Isaac of Akko furthermore states that these will be divine years, so the human lifespan will eventually be extended to the order of 80 million years. The Holy Palace. This is the 7th point, the center of the other 6, as explained in chapter 4, stanza 4. He made sevens beloved. According to Rabbi Abraham Abulafia, there are 7 levels in creation: form, matter, combination, mineral, vegetable, animal, and man. Man is thus the 7th level, and is most beloved by God. Chapter 4, stanza 16. 2 stones build 2 houses. 3 stones build 6 houses. 4 stones build 24 houses. 5 stones build 120 houses. 6 stones build 620 houses. 7 stones build 5,040 houses. From here on, go out and calculate that which the mouth cannot speak, and the ear cannot hear. 2 stones. Here, the letters of the alphabet are called stones. The Kabbalists say that they are stones quarried from the great name of God. The text here is discussing the number of permutations possible with a given number of letters. If one has 2 letters, A, B, one can permute them in 2 ways, A, B, and B, A. These are the 2 stones that build 2 houses. If one has 3 letters, one can make 6 permutations, ABC, ACB, BAC, BCA, CAB, CBA. Use has already been made of this in chapter 1, stanza 13, and chapter 3, stanzas 6 through 8. In a similar manner, 4 letters can be permuted in 24 ways, and 5 in 120. The numbers are not difficult to obtain. If one starts with one letter X, a second letter can be placed either to its right or to its left. This gives 2 permutations, AX and XA. Now, if we take each combination XY, we can place a third letter in 3 possible positions, AXY, XAY, XYA. Since the letters XY themselves could be permuted in 2 ways, the total number of permutations is 2 times 3, or 6. Similarly, if we have 3 letters, XYZ, a 4th letter can be placed in one of 4 places, AXYZ, XAYZ, XYAZ, XYZA. Since the 3 letters XYZ can be permuted in 6 different ways, the total number of permutations is 6 times 4, or 24. If we then take 4 letters, WXYZ, a 5th letter can be inserted in one of 5 places, AWXYZ, WAXYZ, WXAYZ, WXYAZ, WXYZA. Since WXYZ can be permuted in 24 ways, the total number of permutations is 5 times 24, or 120. We therefore see that for a given number of letters, the number of permutations is given by 1 times 2 times 3, etc., times n. This is known as n factorial, and is usually written n exclamation mark. The number of permutations for all numbers of letters up to 22 is given in tables 42 and 43. In general, letter permutations played an important role in the practices of the meditative Kabbalists. These permutations were often chanted, very much like a mantra, in order to bring about a desired state of consciousness. A number of such texts contain extensive tables of such permutations. That which the mouth cannot speak. This expression is also found in the Talmud. Assume that a person wished to pronounce all 5,040 possible permutations of 7 letters. He would therefore have to pronounce a total of 5,040 times 7, or 35,280 letters. Assuming that he could pronounce 3 letters a second, it would take over 3 hours to recite them all. Difficult, but not impossible. If one wished to pronounce all possible permutations of 8 letters, he would have to recite a total of 40,320 times 8, or 322,560 letters. At the same rate, this would take approximately 30 hours. For all practical purposes, this is outside the realm of normal human capability. The text therefore states that this is something that the mouth cannot speak, and the ear cannot hear. The Sefer Yetzirah includes it here, since it is possible to pronounce all the permutations of the 7 doubles, and apparently, this was done in some techniques. In the next chapter, the text will be speaking of the 12 elementals, which can be permuted almost 500 million ways. At the same rate, it would take 63 years to pronounce all these permutations. From table 43, we see that there are about sextillion possible permutations of all 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. This is very close to the total number of stars in the observable universe. This universe contains around 100 billion galaxies, each one with approximately 10 billion stars. A very similar figure is also found in the Talmud. Thus, from the permutations of the alphabet, a name can be formed for every star in the universe. This is in accordance with the teaching that every star has an individual name. Chapter 5, Stanza 1. 12 elementals. He, Vav, Zayin, Chet, Tet, Yud, Lamed, Nun, Samech, Ayin, Tzadi, Kuf. Their foundation is speech, thought, motion, sight, hearing, action, coition, smell, sleep, anger, taste, laughter. Anger. This can also be interpreted as temper or aggressiveness. Taste. The Hebrew word here, le'itah, literally means swallowing. Many commentaries, however, interpret it to mean taste. These attributes do not have opposites. They can either be present or absent, but their absence is not the opposite of their presence. They are therefore represented by the 12 elementals, which only have a single sound. As we shall see, these qualities parallel the 12 months, as well as the 12 signs of the zodiac. They also have a parallel in the 12 tribes of Israel. There are 2 ways of ordering the 12 tribes. The first is that which occurs in the beginning of the book of Exodus, chapter 1, verses 2 through 5. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Joseph. The first 6 here are Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. These are the 6 sons of Leah in order of their birth. Then comes Benjamin, the son of Rachel. Joseph, the other son of Rachel, was in Egypt, and is therefore not mentioned until the end. Following these are Dan and Naphtali, the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid. Then comes Gad and Asher, the sons of Leah's handmaid Zilpah, who were born after the sons of Bilhah. A number of authorities list the 12 tribes in this order. According to this, Joseph's sign comes out to be Pisces, Dagim, and this is also reflected in Talmudic teachings. See Table 44. Other authorities list the tribes in the order of their camps in the desert. See Figure 47. This order is Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Reuben, Simeon, Gad, Ephraim, Manasseh, Benjamin, Dan, Asher, Naphtali. On the eastern camp was Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. On the south, Reuben, Simeon, and Gad. On the west, Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin. And on the north, Dan, Asher, and Naphtali. According to some authorities, this was also the order of the stones on the Urim and Tumim. This change of order occurred after Levi was given the priesthood and removed from the order of the tribes. To complete the 12, Joseph was divided into 2 tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh. This was in accordance to Jacob's blessing, "Ephraim and Manasseh shall be like Reuben and Simeon to me." Genesis chapter 48, verse 5. When the traits are in the order given in our Gra version, the tribes must be matched up with them in the order of the camps. The division of Joseph, however, is not considered, and therefore Joseph is in the place of Ephraim, and Levi in the place of Manasseh. See Table 45. These 12 attributes also parallel the 12 permutations of the Tetragrammaton. Even though 4 letters can normally be permuted 24 different ways, since 2 letters are the same here, this number is halved. See Figure 48. One begins with the name YHVH. Retaining the Y at the beginning, the V is first placed at the end, YHHV, and then immediately after the Y, YVHH. See Figure 49. The Y is then placed at the end, setting the first H in the beginning, HVHY. As before, the middle letter, which is now the final H, is placed at the end, HVYH. It is then placed after the initial letter, HHVY. The H in the initial permutation in this triad, HVHY, is then placed at the end, leaving the V at the beginning, VHYH. Again, the middle letter, the Y, is first placed at the end, VHHY, and then after the first letter, VYHH. The V is then placed at the end, leaving the final H in the beginning, HYHV. The middle H is then moved to the end, HYVH, and then to the second position, HHYV. According to most authorities, this is the order of permutations of the Tetragrammaton paralleling the months of the year. There are certain verses that also pertain to these, where the letters of the permutations appear as either the initial or final letters of the words. Also associated with these are the 12 houses, which are the 12 angular divisions of the sky. See Table 48. The positioning of the constellations and planets in these determine their astrological influence. This division is also used in Western astrology. Chapter 5, Stanza 2. 12 elementals: H, V, Z, CH, T, Y, L, N, S, O, T, Z, Q. Their foundation is the 12 diagonal boundaries: the east upper boundary, the east northern boundary, the east lower boundary, the south upper boundary, the southeastern boundary, the south lower boundary, the west upper boundary, the west southern boundary, the west lower boundary, the north upper boundary, the northwestern boundary, the north lower boundary. They extend continually until eternity of eternities, and it is they that are the boundaries of the universe. The 12 elementals are said to relate to the 12 diagonal boundaries. See Table 46. These correspond to the 12 edges of a cube. When a person uses these letters in any meditation, he must also concentrate on the appropriate direction. The ordering here begins on the east, and then goes through the 4 primary directions: east, south, west, north. This corresponds to the teaching, whenever you turn, turn toward the right. The ordering of directions is also the same as that of the 4 camps in the desert. The 12 diagonal boundaries thus correspond to the 12 tribes. It is for this reason that our Gra version gives 3 boundaries for each of the 4 sides. These correspond to the 3 tribes in each of the 4 camps. In each of these 4 directions, one first takes the upward boundary, then the right boundary, and then the lower boundary. In this manner, one describes the letter Bet on each side. This corresponds to the teaching that the world was created with a Bet, this being the first letter of the Torah. See Figure 50. A number of other versions give the 12 boundaries like they are here. Other versions, however, use a different system. They give all the eastern boundaries first, then the 2 remaining northern ones, then all the western boundaries, and finally the 2 remaining southern edges. See Figure 51. The Bahir relates these 12 diagonals to the tree of life. There is a one-to-one relationship between the diagonal boundaries and the diagonal lines in the tree of life diagram. These 12 boundaries also correspond to the 12 permutations of the tetragrammaton. The permutations beginning with Y corresponding to the east, those beginning with the first H to the south, the V to the west, and the final H to the north. They extend to eternity of eternities. The term eternity of eternities, which in Hebrew is adei ad, has already been discussed in chapter 1, stanza 5, as denoting a realm beyond space and time. The use of the term here would imply that the diagonal boundaries actually extend beyond the realm of space and time. Earlier, when the Sefer Yetzirah spoke of the 6 primary directions, it did not call them boundaries. Chapter 4, stanza 4. The reason why they are called boundaries, gvulim, here, is because they are used in the method of meditating on the boundaries of space. The initiate meditates on the 4 letters Bet, which seal the universe on 4 sides, setting the limits of thought. He also meditates on the 12 permutations of the tetragrammaton, which correspond to the 12 diagonals. In this manner, he can reach the level where they extend to eternity of eternities, beyond the realm of space and time. In discussing the 12 diagonals, the Bahir says, on the inside of them is the tree. This is the tree of life, the array of the 10 sefirot, connected by the 22 letters. The tree is not inside the 12 boundaries from an earthly point of view, since it is external to the physical universe, It is only inside these boundaries, when viewed from the point at infinity, that has been discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 7. It is at this point that all the boundaries are unified. When a person meditates on the infinity of the diagonal boundaries, he is also able to move along the diagonal paths in the tree of life. This is important, since it is much easier to ascend along the diagonals than along the vertical paths. Boundaries of the universe. These boundaries parallel the boundaries of the 12 tribes mentioned in Ezekiel chapter 48. Each of these diagonal boundaries relates to one of the 12 tribes. According to the Talmud, these boundaries correspond to the 12 pillars upon which the universe rests. This is based on the verse, "He stood up the boundaries of the nations, according to the number of the children of Israel." Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8. The Talmud also relates these to the arms of the universe. Instead of boundaries of the universe, the short version reads, arms of the universe. The obvious allusion is to the verse in Deuteronomy chapter 33, verses 26 through 27. "There is none like the God of Yeshurun. The rider of the heavens is your helper. His pride is in the skies, Shechakim. A dwelling is the God of eternity, and below are the arms of the universe. He drives the enemy from before you, and he said, 'Destroy.'" This verse occurs after the blessing of the tribes, where Moses blesses the entire nation of Israel. Although the verse is speaking of God helping the Israelites in a mundane sense, it also has mystical overtones. Moses begins by calling God the rider of the heavens. The word rider, rochev, is closely related to Merkavah, the mystical chariot that is the essence of the mystical experience. The concept of riding involves traveling and leaving one's natural place. When Moses says that God rides the heavens, it means that he leaves his natural state where he is absolutely unknowable and inconceivable, and allows himself to be visualized in a mystical vision. As the verse continues, this takes place through the skies known as Shechakim. This term always refers to the two sefirot, Netzach and Hod, which are the sefirot involved in prophecy and inspiration. It then says, a dwelling, Me'onah, is the God of eternity. As discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 5, the word Ma'on and Me'onah indicate a level above space and time, the place of the universe. The word for eternal here is kedem, which usually indicates keter. The Hebrew word for crown, keter, also comes from the root katar, meaning to surround. It is through the attribute of keter, or kedem, eternity, that God encompasses all space and time. It is below this that there exist the arms of the universe. These are the infinites involving the 12 diagonal boundaries. On the highest level, we conceive of God as being totally divorced from all space and time. This conception involves a state of consciousness that pertains neither to perception nor to non-perception. On a lower level, we see him as the one who defines space and time, as the place of the universe. This involves a state of consciousness perceiving nothingness. On a still lower level, we see God as being beyond the boundaries of the universe. Thus, if a person wishes to experience God, he must begin at the lower level and work his way upward. He therefore begins with the arms of the universe, contemplating the infinity of space in the 12 diagonal boundaries. Only after this can he reach the level of a dwelling is the God of eternity, where he conceives God as the place of the universe. Finally, however, he must attain a conception of God as being totally divorced from space and time. He then sees him as the rider of the heavens, who merely uses all depictions as a means through which he can be conceptualized. A very important element in attaining the mystical experience is the negation of the self. When a person sees himself as nothing, then his self becomes transparent to the divine. Commenting on the verse, "From under the arms of the universe," the Talmud states that a person must make himself like he does not exist. Through contemplating the infinities of the universe, one can nullify the ego. In another very significant teaching, the Talmud states that the spirit, ruach, depends on the storm wind, sa'arah, and the storm wind hangs from the arms of God. This is also based on the verse, "From under the arms of the universe." The storm wind, sa'arah, however, was the first manifestation of Ezekiel's vision, as he says, "I looked, and behold, a storm wind coming out of the north." Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 4. The storm wind relates to the stormy state of consciousness that precedes the true mystical experience, which is called spirit, ruach. The Talmud states that the state of sa'arah, which is the gateway to the mystical experience, depends on the arms of the universe. One attains this state when one meditates on the infinities of the diagonal boundaries and the permutations of the tetragrammaton associated with them. In the text here, we see that the ordering of the 12 diagonal boundaries begins with the east and ends with the north. Since the last direction upon which one meditates is the north, Ezekiel saw the storm wind coming from the north. The state of storm wind, as well as the great cloud and flashing fire seen by Ezekiel, are the forces of the evil husks, klippah, which must be breached before one can enter into the mysteries. The passage in Deuteronomy therefore concludes, "He drives the enemy from before you." Since after contemplating the arms of the universe, one encounters the enemy, the klippah, Moses had to promise that God would drive this force away and allow one to enter unharmed. In the long version, the reading here in Sefer Yetzirah is heights of the universe. Some commentaries state that these heights are the arms of the universe. The term heights of the universe occurs 3 times in Scripture. In Jacob's blessing to Joseph, he grants him the desire of the heights of the universe. Genesis chapter 49, verse 26. Moses likewise blessed the tribe of Joseph with the treasure of the heights of the universe. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 15. The Zohar states that these heights are related to the feminine principle in creation, especially to the sefirot of Malchut. It is through meditation on the 12 infinite lines of the universe that one can enter into Malchut and begin the climb up the tree of life. The 12 diagonal boundaries are therefore like transmission lines, through which creative energy flows into the universe from the 12 diagonal paths in the tree of life. As such, these infinities are the interface between the physical and the transcendental. Chapter 5, verse 3. 12 elementals. H, V, Z, C, H, T, Y, L, N, S, O, T, Z, Q. Their foundation is that he engraved them, carved them, permuted them, weighed them, and transformed them, and with them he formed 12 constellations in the universe, 12 months in the year, and 12 directors in the soul, male and female. Chapter 5, stanza 4. 12 constellations in the universe. Aries, Tale, the ram. Taurus, Shor, the bull. Gemini, Teomim, the twins. Cancer, Sartan, the crab. Leo, Ari, the lion. Virgo, Betula, the virgin. Libra, Moznaim, the scales. Scorpio, Akrav, the scorpion. Sagittarius, Keshet, the archer. Capricorn, Gdi, the kid. Aquarius, Dali, the water drawer. Pisces, Dagim, the fish. Chapter 5, stanza 5. 12 months in the year. Nisan, Iyar, Sivan, Tammuz, Av, Elul, Tishrei, Cheshvan, Kislev, Tevet, Shevat, Adar. The references to the zodiac are shown in Table 47. Figure 52 shows the zodiac as it appeared in the 1720 edition of Tzurat Haaretz. Chapter 5, stanza 6. 12 directors in the soul, male and female. The 2 hands, the 2 feet, the 2 kidneys, the gallbladder, the intestines, the liver, the korkavan, the kiva, the spleen. The intestines. In Hebrew, the word here is dakin. This usually denotes the small intestine, but it can also include the large intestine or colon. In other versions, instead of dakin, the Sefer Yetzirah uses the term masas or hemses. Ordinarily in Hebraic literature, this does not denote a human organ. The term usually refers to the omasum, or many plies, the third stomach in ruminating, cud-chewing animals, such as cattle. See Figure 53. This organ is also called the psalterium, since its longitudinal folds are arranged like the leaves in a book. According to a number of commentaries, the masas denotes the stomach in man. In a number of places, the Midrash implies that the function of the masas is to grind food. According to the substitution in the Gra version here, it would appear that the analog of the masas in man is the small intestine. This is also supported by a number of authorities. This would be in agreement with the Kabbalists, since, according to them, the stomach is the korkavan. The korkavan. The term korkavan is most often used to denote the gizzard in fowl. In the Talmud and Midrash, however, this term is occasionally, if rarely, used to denote a human organ, usually identified with the grinding of food. The Zohar clearly identifies the korkavan as the stomach, and this opinion is shared almost universally by all later Kabbalists. Other commentaries identify the korkavan with various different internal organs. Some say that it is the esophagus, others say that it is the small intestine. Still another opinion has that it is the colon. Some even say that it is the appendix. The kiva. The kiva is also an organ usually associated with animals. In ruminants, it is the fourth stomach, known as the maw or abomasum. In calves, it is also known as the rennet bag, since it contains the rennet-making glands. According to some commentaries, the kiva is the stomach. Others identify it with the intestine. Another opinion has that it is the colon. In animals, the kiva was part of the offering given to priests. As the Torah states, "They shall give to the priest the shoulder, the 2 cheeks, and the kiva." Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 3. Maimonides states that the reason for this is because the kiva is the first among the digestive organs, and this opinion is echoed by the Kabbalists. According to this, the analog in man would be the esophagus. The Talmud and Zohar, however, apparently teach that the main function of the kiva in man is to induce sleep. This is also reflected in Sefer Yetzirah, in chapter 5, stanza 9. This would indicate an organ of glandular nature, possibly the pancreas. Significantly, an early midrash attributes to the kiva a sleep of sweetness. One reason why the kiva might be associated with sleep is because in animals, it is the organ that digests milk. The human analog may also be associated with milk, and milk is known to induce sleep. The Talmud also states that, in general, eating brings on sleep. It is also possible that the korkovan and kiva are not human organs at all. This would mean that use is made of them only when the Sefer Yetzirah is used with relation to animals and birds. By making use of these organs, one may create an animal or bird rather than a human. This might have been the technique that the Talmudic sages used to create a prime calf. Chapter 5, stanza 7. He made the letter He king over speech, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Aries in the universe, Nisan in the year, and the right foot in the soul, male and female. He made them to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Taurus in the universe, Er in the year, and the right kidney in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Zayin king over motion, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Gemini in the universe, Sivan in the year, and the left foot in the soul, male and female. Chapter 5, stanza 8. He made the letter Chet king over sight, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Cancer in the universe, Tammuz in the year, and the right hand in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Tet king over hearing, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Leo in the universe, Av in the year, and the left kidney in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Yud king over action, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Virgo in the universe, Elul in the year, and the left hand in the soul, male and female. Chapter 5, stanza 9. He made the letter Lamed king over coition, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Libra in the universe, Tishrei in the year, and the gallbladder in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Nun king over smell, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Scorpio in the universe, Cheshvan in the year, and the intestine in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Samech king over sleep, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Sagittarius in the universe, Kislev in the year, and the Kiva in the soul, male and female. Chapter 5, stanza 10. He made the letter Ayin king over anger, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Capricorn in the universe, Tevet in the year, and the liver in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Tzadi king over taste, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Aquarius in the universe, Shevat in the year, and the Korkovan in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Kuf, king over laughter, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed Pisces in the universe, Adar in the year, and the spleen in the soul, male and female. He made them like a trough. He arranged them like a wall. He set them up like a battle. There are several variant readings found in the different versions and commentaries. The major ones are given in Table 48. In this version, the kiva is associated with sleep, the liver with anger, and the spleen with laughter. The same association is found in the Talmud. Here, we see that the signs of the zodiac are associated with the 12 Hebrew lunar months, rather than the position of the sun, as in Western astrology. The assignment here approximates that of Western astrology, but is more accurate from a kabbalistic viewpoint. If one wishes to attain a deep understanding of the significance of the astrological signs, one must contemplate the patterns of stars that form each one. As one gazes at these stellar arrays, not only does the picture of the sign emerge, but one also gains insight into its inner essence. In general, it was forbidden to actually draw pictures of the figures represented by the astrological signs. In ancient times, the making of such pictures actually led to the worship of these signs as gods. To draw the stars alone, or even to connect them with lines so as to make their patterns recognizable, however, is permitted. For the purpose of contemplation, the pictures and diagrams found in most astrological texts are next to useless. Instead, we must turn to the writings of the ancients. One of the best descriptions of the constellations, dating from the 2nd century, is found in Ptolemy's Almagest, and this is quoted in ancient Hebrew manuscripts. I have used Ptolemy's tables in constructing the diagrams of the constellations. He made them like a trough. The constellations are said to be like a trough because they channel spiritual sustenance down to the physical world. The months are like a wall. The parts of the body are involved in a constant state of war, as discussed later in Chapter 6, Stanza 3. Besides his time of birth, a person's name also plays an important role in determining astrological signs. In order to determine this influence, one must write the person's name and the name of his mother in Hebrew characters. The letters must then be added up, so as to determine the numerical value of both names. To determine the sign of the zodiac, one must cast off 12s and take the remainder. That is, one must divide the sum by 12 and determine the remainder. This is used to determine the sign of the zodiac. To determine the planetary influence, one must cast off 7s. Like before, one must divide by 7 and retain only the remainder. This is used to determine the appropriate planet. Note that in the table, the order of the planets is that of Saturday night. In Hebrew reckoning, this is the beginning of the first day of the week, and hence, the first period of creation. This method can more easily be understood if we take an example. Assume that a person's name is Abraham, and his mother's name is Sarah. Making use of the numerical value for each letter, we see that Abraham has a numerical value of 248, while that for Sarah is 505. Adding the two together, the final sum is 753. To determine the sign of the zodiac, one must divide by 12, yielding 62, with a remainder of 9. Consulting Table 49, we find that the appropriate sign is Capricorn. Similarly, to determine the planet, we divide 753 by 7. The quotient is 107, with a remainder of 4. We thus find that Mars will exert a strong influence on a person named Abraham who is the son of Sarah. Also important are the 28 camps of the divine presence, corresponding to the 28 days of the lunar month. The length of the lunar month is 29 days, 12 hours, 2,643 seconds, 29.53059 days. This is the period during which the moon goes through all of its phases. Besides this, there is also the sidereal month, the time during which the moon passes through all 12 signs of the zodiac. This period is 27 days, 6 hours, 780 seconds, 27.25902 days. This is the period during which the moon revolves around the earth and returns to its original position with regard to a fixed star. The lunar month is longer than the sidereal month. The reason for this is because, in order to complete a lunar month, the moon must not only pass through the 12 signs of the zodiac, but it must also occupy its previous position in relation to the sun. During this month, however, the sun itself has advanced through the zodiac. The lunar month is therefore longer than the sidereal month by a factor of 1/12. The moon therefore passes through each of the 12 signs of the zodiac in 2 days, 6 hours, 1,865 seconds, 2.271585 days. Besides the 28 lunar days, the sidereal month can also be divided into 28 equal parts. Each one of these parts is one of the moon's camps. The moon passes through each of its camps in 23 hours, 1,310 seconds. The 28 camps parallel the 28 times mentioned in Ecclesiastes. See tables 50 and 51. These are related to the 7 qualities corresponding to the 7 doubles, as discussed in chapter 4, stanzas 2 and 3. See table 52. The 28 camps are associated with the 12 signs of the zodiac through the 42-letter name, given in chapter 4, stanza 14. See table 53. This name is combined with the letters of the tetragrammaton in the manner shown in figure 54. This yields a total of 168 letters, or 6 for each of the 28 camps. The 168 letters can also be divided into 12 groups, each consisting of 14 letters. Each of these groups then corresponds to a specific sign of the zodiac, as given in table 54. It is these letters that are dominant as the moon passes through each of the 12 signs. Also associated with each of the 12 signs is a permutation of the names YHVH and Adoshem. By meditating on these combinations, as well as the derivatives of the 42-letter name, one can gain knowledge of things that will happen in the designated times. See figure 55. The 28 times of Ecclesiastes can be divided into 2 groups of 14. One group consists of the good times, while the other consists of the evil times. The 14 good times are said to come from the 14 letters of YHVH, Eloheinu, YHVH. YHVH, ELHYNU, YHVH. One then takes the letter which in the alphabet comes after each of these 14. This yields the letters KUZU, BMUKSZ, KUZU. The 14 evil times are said to originate from these 14 letters. These 28 letters can therefore be used to transmit the appropriate concepts. There is another system that also provides insight into each hour of the day. As discussed earlier in chapter 2, stanza 5, when various letters are combined with the tetragrammaton, 5 vowels are used. When one wishes to make such a combination relating to the hours of the day, however, one must add a 6th vowel, the shva. The array associated with each letter of the tetragrammaton then consists of 36 elements. Both in the Talmud and in Kabbalah, the normative division of the hour is into chalakim, with 1,080 halakim making an hour. Thus, there are 18 halakim to a minute. The duration of each letter, expressed in halakim, is taken as being equal to its numerical value. Thus, Aleph is 1 chelik, Yud is 10, Hey is 5, and Vav is 6. In the array, the Yud and Aleph together add up to 11. Since there are 36 elements in the array, its total numerical value is 36 times 11, or 396. Proceeding in the same manner with each of the 4 squares, the values obtained are 396, 216, 252, and 216. The total of all these is 1,080. This is exactly the number of halakim in an hour. See Figure 56. Each of these combinations therefore pertains to a precise period in the hour. See Figure 57. There are, however, 12 permutations of the Tetragrammaton. These can either pertain to the 12 hours of the day or to the 12 hours of the night. When the Aleph precedes the letters of the name, as in Figure 56, these permutations pertain to the 12 hours of the night. When the letters of the name precede the Aleph, they represent the 12 hours of the day. Chapter 6, Stanza 1. These are the 3 mothers, Amsh, and from them emanated 3 fathers, and they are air, water, and fire. And from the fathers, descendants. 3 fathers and their descendants, and 7 planets and their hosts, and 12 diagonal boundaries. A proof of this, true witnesses in the universe, year, soul, and a rule of 12, and 7, and 3. He set them in the teli, the cycle, and the heart. From them emanated 3 fathers. This is the same as chapter 3, stanza 2, except that here the fathers emanate, while there they were born. From the mothers, Amsh, emanated the concept of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, as discussed earlier. These are the fathers, represented by fire, water, and air. From this triad comes the 3 columns of the sefirot, and from them, all the rest of creation. The teli. This is one of the most mysterious words in the Sefer Yetzirah. The term occurs neither in the Bible nor in the Talmud, and there is considerable discussion as to its meaning. The only place where we find a similar word is in a single reference to a weapon, where Jacob told Esau, "Take your instruments, your teli, and your bow." Genesis chapter 27, verse 3. Some commentaries interpret the teli here to be a kind of sword, and it is given this name because it hangs, talah, from one side. Others say that it is a quiver in which the arrows are piled, talal. The term, however, appears more suggestive of a kind of bola. This is a line with a ball at the end, used to ensnare animals. It would be called a teli because the ball hangs, talah, from the line. This is also supported by the fact that the scripture clearly states that Esau was to trap, tzad, an animal. According to many Kabbalists, the teli mentioned here in Sefer Yetzirah is the imaginary axis around which the heavens rotate. It is seen as an imaginary line from which the celestial sphere hangs, very much like a bola from its line. According to this, the word teli comes from the root talah, meaning to hang. Many authorities identify the teli with the pole serpent, Nachash Bariach, mentioned in the verse, "By his spirit the heavens were calmed. His hand has pierced the pole serpent." Job chapter 26, verse 13. It is also mentioned in the verse, "On that day, with his great, harsh sword, God will visit and overcome the Leviathan, the pole serpent, and the Leviathan, the coiled serpent, and he will kill the dragon of the sea." Isaiah chapter 27, verse 1. This pole serpent, which is identified with the Leviathan, may then be seen as an imaginary creature from which the earth hangs. Thus, in an ancient mystical midrash, we find that the world hangs from a fin of the Leviathan. The pole serpent is often associated with the constellation of Draco. This is not surprising, since Draco is very close to the North Pole. Indeed, around 4,500 years ago, Thuban, a star in Draco's tail, was the pole star. There are, however, two imaginary poles in the sky. The first is the celestial pole, which is directly above the Earth's North Pole. The second is known as the ecliptic pole. This is the pole of the sphere of which the ecliptic is the equator. The ecliptic is the great circle of the celestial sphere traced by the plane of the Earth's orbit around the Sun. If we view the Sun and stars as revolving around the Earth, we will notice that in the course of the year, at a given time each day, the Sun will occupy a slightly different position in relation to the constellations and other stars. In this perspective, the ecliptic is the annual path of the Sun moving from west to east through the heavens. In describing the positions of the stars, the ancients made use of the ecliptic pole rather than the celestial pole. In this system, we find that the constellation of Draco actually surrounds the ecliptic pole. It also has stars in the sections of all the signs of the zodiac. It is therefore literally the pole serpent, since it is the serpent that surrounds the ecliptic pole. See figures 58 and 59. Since the pole serpent has stars in all the houses of the zodiac, it is also seen as supporting them all. It is as if Draco was at the top of the celestial sphere, and all the other stars were hanging from it. As such, Draco is seen as the overseer and director of all the other stars. Draco is therefore associated with the Tali, which, as the Sefer Yetzirah states in chapter 6, stanza 3, is over the universe like a king on his throne. It is called the Tali because all the other constellations hang, Tala, from it. In ancient times, the Tali, in the form of Draco, was worshipped as an idolatrous deity. Rabbi Isaac of Akko also identifies it with the idol Baal, mentioned in the Bible. Many philosophical commentaries on Sefer Yetzirah, as well as astronomical texts, interpret the Tali as being the inclination between two celestial planes. In modern astronomy, this is usually called the obliquity, and it usually denotes the inclination separating the ecliptic and the celestial equator, which is the imaginary circle above the Earth's equator, as shown in figure 60. In this sense, the Tali is also often referred to as a dragon or fish. See figure 61. This is because it has the shape of a fish, wide in the center, and coming to a point at both ends. Hebrew astronomers also used the term Tali to denote the inclination of the orbit of a planet from the ecliptic, particularly in the case of the moon. There are 2 points where the orbit of a planet intersect the plane of the ecliptic. The point through which the planet passes from the south of the ecliptic plane to the north is called the ascending node, while the other point is known as the descending node. In medieval astronomy, the ascending node was often called the dragon's head, while the descending node was referred to as the dragon's tail. With regard to the intersection points of the equator and the ecliptic, these are the 2 equinoxes. See figure 62. The vernal spring equinox is the head, while the autumnal equinox is the tail of the dragon. The dragon, whose head and tail form the two nodes, is then identified as the Tali. Most early Hebrew writers refer to it by its Arabic name, al-Jazhar. Juzhar is a Persian word meaning knot or node. Rabbi Abraham Abulafia also identifies the Tali with the celestial knots, ksharim. He writes that the head of the Tali denotes merit, while its tail signifies liability. Especially important are the lunar nodes, since it is only at these points that an eclipse, either of the sun or the moon, can occur. The Tali can then be seen as the imaginary dragon swallowing the sun or moon. Although the obliquity is often referred to as the Tali, it is questionable if this is the Tali mentioned here by the Sefer Yetzirah. There is also a tradition that there are two Talis, or dragons, one male and the other female. These are identified as the two Leviathans and are mentioned in the account of creation. God created the great dragons. Genesis chapter 1, verse 21. According to the Talmud, the pole serpent mentioned by Isaiah is the male dragon, while the coiled serpent, Nachash Akalkalon, is the female. Some Kabbalists state that the constellation of Draco is the male pole serpent, while the inclination of the ecliptic is the female coiled serpent. The female, therefore, encompasses the male, this being the mystery of a female shall surround a male. Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 22. Other commentaries identify the Tali with the Milky Way and say that this is the pole serpent. According to this, the Tali would be the axis of the galaxy, rather than that of the celestial sphere. In the book of Raziel, however, it appears that the Milky Way is called the river Dinur, mentioned in Daniel, and not the Tali. Another important opinion is that of the practical Kabbalists. They write that Tali is actually a place under the firmament of Vilon, and that it is inhabited by humanoid beings, which deport themselves in holiness and purity like angels. The divine mysteries are revealed to these beings, and they have the authority to reveal these things to mortal humans. Methods are also given whereby these beings can be contacted. While adhering to the view that the Tali is the segment between the ascending and descending nodes, Rabbi Judah Halevi, 1068 through 1118, also writes that the Tali alludes to the spiritual world and to hidden mysteries which cannot be grasped. Rabbi Abraham Abulafia similarly writes that the knots of the Tali are knots of love and mystical union. The nodes of the Tali are the points where two divergent orbits meet. The physical and spiritual worlds can also be looked upon as two divergent orbits. The Tali would then represent the nodes where the physical and spiritual meet. This picture is clarified through a Talmudic example. The Talmud presents a picture where the storm wind hangs, Talah, between the two arms of God, like an amulet. This hanging can be identified with the Tali. As discussed earlier, the storm wind, Sa'ara, refers to the initiation into the prophetic or mystical experience. The two nodes of the Tali are the spiritual points from which this amulet hangs. The Talmud furthermore states that the arms from which it hangs are the arms of the universe. As discussed earlier, the arms of the universe denotes the 12 diagonal boundaries. Chapter 5, stanza 2. One of the most significant interpretations is that of the Bahir. The Bahir states, "What is the Tali? It is the likeness before the Blessed Holy One. It is thus written, his locks are hanging, Taltalim." Song of Songs, chapter 5, verse 11. The link with this biblical verse is highly significant. In its entirety, the verse reads, His head is a treasure of fine gold. His locks are hanging, black like a raven. In both Talmudic and Kabbalistic traditions, this verse has two interpretations. First, it relates to a vision of God, indicating that when he is visualized in battle, he has seen a young man with black hair. The Kabbalists say that this is Zeir Anpin, small face, microprosopis, the personification of the 6 sefirot from Chesed to Yesod. The second interpretation relates this verse to the Torah. The Talmud states that the hanging or piled hair relates to the fact that every letter of the Torah contains piles and piles, tilei tlaim, of wisdom. Besides this, the hanging hairs are said to relate to the lines upon which the letters of the Torah are written. The Torah which is spoken of here is not the ordinary written Torah, but the primeval Torah, which was written with black fire on white fire. According to many Kabbalists, this primeval Torah in itself is identified with Zeir Anpin. In this picture, each letter of the Torah is seen as a hair in the beard of Zeir Anpin. These are not seen as simple hairs, but as channels, through which God's wisdom emanates from his head. The head is the concealed wisdom of God, while the letters are its outward revelation. The portion of God's wisdom that we can comprehend bears the same relationship to his true wisdom that the hair does to the brain. The brain is the center of all thought, while the hair is essentially dead. There is a world of difference between the two, yet all that we can comprehend is the hair. The verse says, "His head is a treasure of fine gold." This refers to the unknowable divine intellect. Since all that we can comprehend is a hair, the verse continues, "His locks are hanging, piled, black like a raven." Even these hairs contain piles and piles, tilei tlaim, of wisdom. Still, it is black like a raven. Even these hairs are black and incomprehensible. Each of these hairs corresponds to a point in the letters of the Torah. Each letter contains piles and piles of wisdom. These taltalim, which mean hangings or piles, thus refer to the divine wisdom that is revealed. According to the Midrash, however, they do not refer to the letters themselves, but to the lines, sirtut, upon which they are written. When one writes a physical Torah, one must first draw lines upon which to write the letters. These lines are not actually drawn with ink, but are merely impressed into the parchment with a sharp instrument. These almost invisible lines represent the hanging of the hair, the link between the letter and its spiritual root. From each hair in the divine beard of Zeir Anpin, there hangs a universe. Each of these universes is also related to a letter in the Torah. According to this, the tali denotes the hair in the divine beard from which our universe hangs. This is the axis around which the universe revolves. The tali also relates to the meditation on a letter. In this meditation, one pictures the letters as written with black fire on white fire. One contemplates the letter, concentrating on the near invisible line upon which it is drawn. This line is seen as a hair in the divine beard, from which the universe hangs. The scripture calls the hangings of the divine beard taltalim. The Zohar relates this to the word talpiot, which, as the Talmud teaches, is the hil, tel, to which all mouths, piot, turn. This hill is the mount upon which the temple was built, which Jacob called the gate of heaven. Genesis chapter 28, verse 17. This talpiot is the tangible link between the physical and the spiritual. According to the Kabbalists, the same holds true of the tali. The cycle. The Hebrew word for cycle here is galgal. In a number of places in the Talmud, this word is also used to denote the cycle of events in the world. Later, in chapter 6, stanza 3, the galgal is depicted as the king over time. This is because all time is defined by cyclic motion. The word galgal also means sphere or circle. In some places in the Talmud, the word is used to denote the sphere of the zodiac. The Sefer Yetzirah, in chapter 2, stanza 4, stated that the 22 letters had to be fixed in the galgal to produce the 231 gates. The word galgal, therefore, also denotes the mystical array of the 22 letters. In this respect, the tali denotes the almost invisible lines upon which the letters are written. The galgal is the circle in which they are drawn. The Sefer Yetzirah also associated the mystical experience with the whirlwind, known as a sufa, chapter 1, stanza 6. It is significant that the prophet Isaiah associates such a whirlwind with the galgal, saying, like a sphere, galgal, before the whirlwind, sufa. Isaiah chapter 17, verse 13. It is also associated with God's voice, as in the verse, "The voice of your thunder was in the sphere," galgal. Psalm 77, verse 19. Most significantly, the galgal is also seen as being below the feet of the cherubim. God thus told an angel, "Come to the innards of the galgal, beneath the cherub." Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 2. This cherub is explicitly identified with the chayot seen in Ezekiel's initial vision, as he says, "And the cherubim went up. This is the chayah that I saw on the river Kibar." Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 15. Earlier, in chapter 1, stanza 3, we have also discussed how the cherubim serve as the focus of the mystical experience. The galgal is therefore a cycle that lifts one up to the level of the chayot, which are in the universe of Yetzirah. The Bahir states that the galgal is the womb. In one sense, this is speaking of the galgal as the cycle of time. The present is the womb in which the future is born. As we have seen earlier, in chapter 1, stanza 5, the dimension of time is seen as extending between chakhmah and binah. Chakhmah is the past, while binah is the future. The present is the interface between these two sefirot. Binah is the mother, and the galgal is her womb. An important cycle that we have discussed earlier, in chapter 1, stanza 4, is the oscillation between chakhmah and binah consciousness. The first initiation into the spiritual domain comes through this exercise, and hence, as a galgal, it is the entrance into the mysteries. In this sense, the galgal is the womb from which one is reborn into a spiritual plane. The heart. The heart is seen as king over the soul, chapter 6, stanza 3. Of all parts in the body, it is the dominant one. The soul relates to the spiritual dimension. Thus, when the Sefer Yetzirah speaks of the mystical experience, it describes it as a running of the heart, chapter 1, stanza 8. The Hebrew word for heart is lev, and as mentioned earlier in chapter 1, stanza 1, this is also the number 32 in Hebrew. As the Bahir states, the heart represents the 32 paths of wisdom. It is through these 32 paths that one ascends into the spiritual dimension. The book of Raziel similarly states, breath, ruach, emanates from the heart, just like the Holy Spirit, Ruach HaKodesh, emanates from the throne of glory. The Bahir also states that this heart is the scriptural heart of heaven. The one place where this is mentioned is in the account of the revelation at Sinai. You came close, and you stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned in fire, until the heart of heaven darkness, cloud, and gloom. And God spoke to you from out of the fire. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verses 11 and 12. From the context, we see that the fire that reached to the heart of heaven was the fire associated with revelation, from which God spoke. Such fire is the third step in the initiation of revelation, as we find in the case of Ezekiel's vision, which was initiated with a storm wind, a great cloud, and flashing fire. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 4. It was only in the fire that he visualized the chakhmah. Similarly, in Elijah's vision, the three steps were wind, sound, and fire. 1 Kings chapter 19, verses 11 through 12. In one place, the Midrash also relates this fire to the ladder in Jacob's dream. This ladder is also the vehicle through which one climbs into the transcendental. The three steps mentioned by Ezekiel also appear parallel those taught by the Sefer Yetzirah in chapter 1, stanzas 10 through 12. First comes breath, ruach, which can also be translated as wind, which is the storm wind of Ezekiel. Then comes water from breath, which can be associated with the rain cloud that he saw. The opaqueness of this cloud is similar to the mire and clay mentioned in Sefer Yetzirah. The third step is fire from water. This is the flashing fire seen by Ezekiel. The Sefer Yetzirah says that out of this fire one depicts the throne of glory, seraphim, ophanim, and holy chayot. Chapter 1, stanza 12. Similarly, after experiencing the fire, Ezekiel was able to visualize the chayot and the throne of glory. It is this fire of revelation that is said to reach to the heart of heaven. The heart is the king over the dimension of spirit, and one travels through this dimension by means of fire. This fire therefore reaches the heart. The heart represents the 32 paths on the tree of life. In this verse, the scripture states that God spoke out of the fire. Elsewhere, however, it says, "You heard his voice out of the midst of the darkness." Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 20. But as the Zohar states, the fire mentioned here is the fire of darkness. It is the burning longing that comes from the total nullification of thought. This is also associated with the black fire with which the primeval Torah was written. In the Kabbalah, the word heaven is usually associated with Zeir Anpin. The heart of heaven is therefore the heart of Zeir Anpin. It is significant that the Bahir relates the tali to the hair on the head, while the Galgal is related to the womb or belly. The heart is naturally associated with the chest. Thus, from these three, we have the head, belly, and chest, the three parts of the body associated with the three mothers, Amsh. The tali, associated with the head, would then relate to the shin. The Galgal, associated with the belly, would relate to the mem, and the heart to the aleph. Out of the three mothers, we derive the kings over the universe, year, and soul. This results in the five-dimensional continuum being divided into space, time, and the spiritual. In another sense, the tali is the axis, representing the longitudinal angle. The Galgal is the sphere, representing the azimuthal angle, or latitude. The heart is the radius, or altitude. Thus, these three kings represent the three-dimensional in spherical coordinates. The five-dimensional continuum can likewise be represented in hyperspherical coordinates. The Kabbalists note that the initial letters of Tali, Galgal, and Lev spell out Tagel. This is in the verse, "My soul will rejoice, Tagel, in my God." Isaiah chapter 61, verse 10. It is through meditation on these three elements that the soul can attain mystical ecstasy. The word also occurs in the verse, God is king, let the earth rejoice, Tegel. Psalm 97, verse 1. This can be interpreted to say, God is king, Teli Galgal Lev is the earth, indicating that these are the three kings over his creation, as the Sefer Yetzirah later states in chapter 6, stanza 3. These are the deep mystery, as it is written, the mystery of another do not reveal. Tegal. Proverbs, chapter 25, verse 9. Chapter 6, stanza 2. Three mothers, Amsh, air, water, and fire. Fire is above, water is below, and air of breath is the rule that decides between them. And a sign of this thing is that fire supports water. Mem hums, Shin hisses, and Aleph is the breath of air that decides between them. This is essentially a repetition of chapter 3, stanza 4, and chapter 2, stanza 1. Water and Mem represent chakhmah, while fire and Shin denote binah. Since chakhmah is usually considered to be above binah, it is somewhat difficult to understand why fire is seen as being above water. The reason behind this, however, is related to the penetration of chakhmah and binah into Zeir Anpin, microprosopis. The Kabbalists teach that Yesod of chakhmah penetrates down to Yesod of Zeir Anpin, while Yesod of binah only penetrates as far as the heart, tiferet, of Zeir Anpin. Since binah ends in the heart, it is often identified with this organ. Chakhmah is clothed in binah, and since binah ends in the heart, it is there that chakhmah is first revealed. The 32 paths are thus identified with the heart, lev, which is binah, but they are also identified with chakhmah. Thus, even though fire is above and water is below, still, fire supports water. Wisdom may penetrate creation to a greater degree than understanding, and may be found in lower levels, but still, binah supports chakhmah and is below it. This is reflected in the sounds of the Mem and Shin, which represent these as states of consciousness. As discussed earlier, on the basis of the Bahir, the Tali is identified with the head, the Galgal with the belly, and the heart with the chest. Thus, the Tali relates to Shin and fire, the Galgal to Mem and water, and the heart to Aleph and air. What we therefore discover is that space is related to fire, time to water, and spirit to air. Chapter 6, stanza 3. The Tali in the universe is like a king on his throne. The cycle in the year is like a king in the province. The heart in the soul is like a king in war. The Tali in the universe. The word king always alludes to the sefirot of malchut, kingship. It denotes the interaction between a ruler and his subjects. When we speak of an entity as a king, it is an indication that it is interacting with something that is below it. The Tali is the king over the universe, that is, over the domain of space. It is seen as a king on his throne. Although the Tali interacts with space, it does not become part of it. We can see this in two ways. First of all, we can take the view that the Tali is the axis around which the universe revolves. In circular motion around an axis, everything moves but the axis itself. The axis is the focus of the motion, but does not partake in it. Similarly, the Tali is king over space, but does not become part of it. The same is true if we view the tali as the link between the spiritual and the physical. In this respect also, the spiritual does not enter into the physical. As discussed earlier, in Chapter 1, stanzas 4 and 12, a throne always involves a concept of lowering and concern. The tali thus represents the spiritual being lowered so as to interact with the physical. Even though a king sitting on his throne may not come between his subjects, he is still highly affected by them. The spiritual is similarly affected by the physical. The cycle in the year. Unlike the axis, the cycle not only defines time, but also becomes part of time. The cycle cannot stand still in time, but must include itself within the flow of time. Hence, it is like a king in the province. That which defines space can remain aloof from space. That which defines time, on the other hand, cannot remain apart from it. In human terms, it is the mind that provides a perception of both space and time. You can stand in one place and perceive a large portion of space. Like the tali, you can perceive large areas of space and still remain aloof from them. You do not actually have to be in a portion of space in order to perceive it. This is not true of time. You can only perceive the time in which you exist. You may perceive the past in memory, or the future in the imagination, but direct perception only exists in the present. You can perceive space at a distance, but time only when in proximity to it. Since no one can perceive the future, you cannot know what you will do later. It is due to this fact that you can have free will in the present. Thus, it is this basic difference between space and time that allows freedom of action. The heart in the soul. The different spatial points, as well as past and future, involve endpoints in their respective continua. Still, they do not represent opposites. In the spiritual dimension, on the other hand, the two endpoints are good and evil, and these are diametrical opposites. Since the heart is the midpoint between these opposites, it is seen as the site of battle between good and evil. The Talmud therefore identifies the heart as the scene of the battle between the good urge, Yetzir Tov, and the evil urge, Yetzir Hara. Chapter 6, stanza 4. Also, God made one opposite the other. Ecclesiastes, chapter 7, verse 14. Good opposite evil, evil opposite good. Good from good, evil from evil. Good defines evil, and evil defines good. Good is kept for the good ones, and evil is kept for the evil ones. One opposite the other. This speaks of the heart, which is like a king in battle. The two extremes on the spiritual axis, good and evil, are actual opposites. Like light and darkness, the two cannot coexist. Good from good. As discussed earlier, in Chapter 1, stanza 5, good is the point on this axis that is closest to God. Evil is the side that is furthest from Him. All good comes from the side of good, while all evil comes from the other side. Good defines evil. The Zohar explains that light can only be recognized because of the existence of darkness. If there were no darkness, light would be an integral part of the environment, and such an integral part cannot be sensed. Thus, for example, we cannot sense the air, since it is an integral part of our normal environment. Since air is always present, there is no need for us to have senses to detect its presence or absence. Similarly, if light were always present, without being divided into shades and colors, we could not see anything with it. Every shade or color involves some absorption of light, and hence a degree of darkness. In a similar manner, good can only be recognized because of the existence of evil. If evil did not exist, then we would not have any free choice whatever. We would be like mere puppets or robots. It is only because of the existence of good and evil that free will can exist, where we can choose between them. Conversely, it is only as a result of free will that good and evil can be recognized and defined. Good is kept for the good ones. The dimension of good and evil not only serves to define these concepts, but also serves to reward them. It is taught that God created the world in order to bestow good to the world. But what good does he offer? First of all, we must realize that any good that God gives must be the ultimate good that his creation can accept. The psalmist said, "How great is your good, stored up for those who fear you." Psalm 31, verse 20. Our sages interpret this to say that God bestows good in the greatest possible abundance. In another place, they teach us that this verse means that God is telling us, "You according to your strength, and me according to mine." In other words, God gives us the greatest good that we can possibly accept. But what is this ultimate good? What is the greatest possible good that God can bestow? If we think about it, the answer is really quite simple. The greatest possible good is God himself. There is no other ultimate true good. The psalmist thus said, "I have no good but you." Psalm 16, verse 2. In the Talmud, Rabbi Aryeh interprets this to mean that no true good exists in the world except that of God himself. The ultimate good is therefore to partake of God, and it is this good that he planned to give the world. He would create a world where creatures ultimately could partake of his essence. The psalmist sings of this, "Taste and see that God is good. Happy is the man who finds refuge in him." Psalm 34, verse 9. God, therefore, created the world in such a way that we could draw close to him and partake of his essence. Of course, we are not speaking of physical closeness, but of spiritual closeness. Such closeness involves the knowledge and understanding of God, as well as resembling him to the greatest degree possible. Here again, we hear this in the words of the psalmist, "But for me, the nearness of God is good. I have made God my refuge, that I may tell of his works." Psalm 73, verse 28. The psalmist is teaching us that his ultimate good is nearness to God. This nearness involves telling of his works, that is, a deep knowledge and perception of the divine. The ultimate good that God offers is therefore the opportunity to perceive him. In one place, our sages thus teach us that God created the world in order that men may know him. This is not a separate reason, but the way in which he bestows his good upon us. God thus told us through his prophet, "I am your God. I teach you for your good." Isaiah chapter 48, verse 17. The psalmist expresses the same idea when he says, "You are good, and you do good. Teach me your decrees." Psalm 119, verse 68. To know God and understand him in any way is to have a deep awe and dread of his majesty. All true wisdom is that of God. But such wisdom and knowledge imply the fear and reverence of God. The psalmist thus said, "The beginning of wisdom is the fear of God." Psalm 111, verse 10. Solomon expressed the same idea when he said, "The fear of God is the beginning of knowledge." Proverbs chapter 1, verse 7. We can therefore say that the ultimate goal of creation is that we should come close to God, and therefore both know and fear Him. Again, we hear the words of Solomon, "Whatever God does shall be forever. God has made it so that man should fear Him." Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 14. The Talmud comments on this, saying that the world was created for the fear of God. This is man's true purpose in the world, as we find again, the sum of the matter, when all has been heard, fear God and keep His commandments, for this is all of man. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 13. In the Talmud, Rabbi Elazar comments on this, and says Solomon is teaching us that all the world was created for the fear of God. When our sages say that the world was created for the fear of God, they are not contradicting the teaching that it was created as a vehicle for His good. What they are doing is expressing what this good ultimately is. It is a knowledge of God that is most perfectly expressed by the reverence and awe that we call the fear of God. The ultimate place where we will be worthy of this vision and perception will be in what we call Olam Haba, the future world, or the world to come. It is a world of absolute life and goodness. It is of the vision of the world to come that the psalmist is speaking of when he says, "I believe that I will gaze upon God in the land of the living." Psalm 27, verse 13. This land of the living is the future world. It is this future world that is the goal of all creation. Our sages thus teach us, this world is like an antechamber before the world to come. Prepare yourself in the antechamber before you enter the palace. Since this future world is the ultimate goal of creation, it is also the place of ultimate good. In the language of the Talmud, it is called the world where all is good. It is a good that surpasses anything that this world may possibly have to offer. This is what our sages mean when they say, one moment of delight in the future world is more than all the good of this world. We can obtain some idea of what this future world will be like from a common saying of Rav, quoted in the Talmud. He said, "In the future world, there will be no eating, drinking, childbearing, or business. Neither will there be jealousy, hatred, or strife. The righteous will sit with their crowns on their heads, delighting in the radiance of the divine presence." Our sages teach us that this radiance of the divine presence is a perception of the divine. In the future world, we will perceive and comprehend God in the greatest degree possible. This perception of God in the future world is totally beyond our present grasp. That of the least of us will pale the achievements of the greatest sages in this world. Still, of course, it will be impossible to perceive God in His entirety. This is impossible for any being other than God Himself. Although incomparable to anything in this life, our perception will still be less than a drop in an infinite ocean. Nevertheless, it will far exceed anything possible in this world. In order that we may know Him, God created a dimension of nearness to His being. By moving through this dimension, we are able to come closer and closer to God, even though we can never actually reach Him. This dimension is what we call the spiritual world. Our sages call the highest spiritual world Atzilut, the world of nearness. All the spiritual worlds were created as vehicles through which we may draw near to God. In a sense, they serve as a filter, allowing us to draw near and still not be obliterated by His infinite light. In a number of places, our sages speak of these worlds as the celestial treasuries. Thus, Israel sings to God, "The king will bring me into his chamber." Song of Songs, chapter 1, verse 4. The sages comment that God will bring the righteous into His celestial chambers and allow them to probe the treasuries on high. This is also the meaning of the light that was made on the first day of creation. Our sages teach us that it was not mere physical light, but a wondrous light with which one could see from one end of the universe to the other. This was the light of perception, shining in all the spiritual worlds, with which one could experience this vision of God. Our sages thus continue, God set this light aside for the righteous in the world to come. This is the light of perception with which we will partake of the divine, the radiance of the divine presence. Elihu was speaking of this when he told Job that God will turn back his soul from destruction and illuminate him in the light of life. Job chapter 33, verse 30. Solomon informs us that this light is the source of eternal life, when he says, "In the light of the king's face is life." Proverbs chapter 16, verse 15. God's ultimate goal in creation was therefore the world to come, where man could perceive a vision of God. Not God himself, of course, but a vision. Perhaps through many filters, but still a vision of God. The psalmist sings of this vision. "In righteousness I will see your face. When I awake, I will be satiated with a vision of you." Psalm 17, verse 15. The psalmist is speaking of the time when he will awake to the delights of the future world. Our sages comment on this verse, God will satisfy the righteous with a vision of the divine presence. The bliss of the future world will be endless. In his endless goodness, God will give us a world of good without end. The psalmist is speaking of this when he exclaims, "In your presence is fullness of joy. In your right hand is bliss forever." Psalm 16, verse 11. Of course, everything about this future world is totally beyond our powers of description. Even the visions of the greatest prophets will pale in comparison. It is something that no human mind can possibly imagine in this life. It cannot come through human understanding, but only as a gift from God. And when he gives it, we will understand. The prophet therefore says, when speaking of the world to come, "Never has the ear heard it, no eye has seen it, other than God, that which he will do for those who hope in him." Isaiah chapter 64, verse 3. This good is not given as a reward, but as a direct result of a person's binding himself to good. A person attains that to which he attaches himself. Chapter 6, stanza 5. 3. Each one stands alone. One acts as advocate, one acts as accuser, and one decides between them. 7. 3 opposite 3, and one is the rule deciding between them. 12 stand in war. 3 love, 3 hate, 3 give life, and 3 kill. 3 love, the heart and the ears. 3 hate, the liver, the gall, and the tongue. 3 give life, the 2 nostrils and the spleen. 3 kill, the 2 orifices and the mouth. And God, faithful King, rules over them all, from his holy habitation, until eternity of eternities. 1 on 3, 3 on 7, 7 on 12, and all are bound, one to another. One acts as an advocate. Refer to chapter 2, stanza 1, and chapter 3, stanza 1. 7. 3 opposite 3. The sequence 3, 7, 12 can be defined in a number of ways. 1, which we have discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 2, involved the lines connecting the sefirot. However, there is another important sequence that also yields these numbers. This second sequence can also be expressed in a number of ways. The most obvious involves the first 3 regular polygons. The simplest polygon, the triangle, has 3 points. When inscribed in a square, one then has 7 points. Finally, when both are inscribed in a pentagon, there are a total of 12 points. See Figure 64. On a more sophisticated level, this sequence can be represented by a triangle, a tetrahedron, and a hypertetrahedron. Another significant sequence that yields exactly the same result is that of truncated triangles. See Figure 65. Section A, Figure 65, consists of 3 points. Here, the one to the right is the advocate, the one to the left is the accuser, and the middle point is the deciding one. This is the concept of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, discussed earlier in Chapter 2, Stanza 1. Figure 66 consists of 7 points in a truncated triangle. This can be divided into 2 triangles, each representing the original triad, and a center point in the middle. In the top section of Figure 66, we can clearly see 7 distinct steps from right to left. We also have 12 points in a truncated triangle shown in both Figures 65 and 66. Here, there are no longer 7 distinct steps, since 3 are duplicated in the top and bottom lines. The 3 on top are the ones that give life, while the 3 on the bottom are the 3 that kill. The triangle to the right represents love, while that to the left are the 3 who hate. See Section B in Figure 66. Hate can also be represented in this diagram by a large inverted triangle. It is hate because the 3 points are separated. The smaller inner triangle, where the points are not separated, then represents love. The 2 triangles to the right and left in Figure 66 are then life and death. And God, faithful King. The expression here is exactly the same used in Chapter 1, Stanza 5. The Hebrew word ma'on for habitation has also been explained there. 1 on 3. The 1 is the ineffable, which is not counted in the sequence. 3 on 7. When the truncated triangle of 3 is placed on that of 7, one has a truncated pyramid containing 10 points. These represent the 10 sefirot. See Figure 67. When this, in turn, is placed on the truncated triangle containing 12 points, this yields a truncated pyramid with 22 points. These represent the 22 letters of the alphabet. Chapter 6, Stanza 6. These are the 22 letters, with which engraved Eye, Yah, YHVH, Elohim, YHVH, YHVH Tzvaot, Elohim Tzvaot, El Shaddai, YHVH Adoshem. And with them he made 3 books. And with them he created his universe. And he formed with them all that was ever formed, and all that ever will be formed. This is very similar to Chapter 1, Stanza 1. The 10 divine names here represent the 10 sefirot in descending order. See Table 55. Chapter 6, Stanza 7. And when Abraham our father, may he rest in peace, looked, saw, understood, probed, engraved, and carved, he was successful in creation, as it is written, and the souls that they made in Haran. Genesis chapter 12, verse 5. Immediately there was revealed to him the Master of all. May his name be blessed forever. He placed him in his bosom, and kissed him on his head, and he called him Abraham, my beloved. Isaiah chapter 41, verse 8. He made a covenant with him, and with his children after him forever, as it is written, and he believed in God, and he considered it righteousness. Genesis chapter 15, verse 6. He made with him a covenant between the 10 fingers of his hands. This is the covenant of the tongue, and between the 10 toes of his feet. This is the covenant of circumcision. And he bound the 22 letters of the Torah to his tongue, and he revealed to him his mystery. He drew them in water. He flamed them with fire. He agitated them with breath. He burned them with the 7 planets. He directed them with the 12 constellations. And when Abraham our father. It is from here that a tradition is derived linking Abraham to the Sefer Yetzirah. Engraved and carved. Here, we clearly see that engraving and carving involve meditative techniques. This has already been discussed previously in chapter 1, stanza 14. Before one can engage in these techniques, however, one must look, see, understand, and probe. These techniques have also been discussed in chapter 1, stanza 4. And he was successful. The complete verse quoted here relates to Abraham's leaving Haran at God's command, and it states, "So Abram went, as God had told him, and Abram took his wife Sarai, and his nephew Lot, and all the substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had made in Haran." Genesis chapter 12, verse 5. This implies that before God had spoken to him and told him to leave his land, Abraham had already mastered the mysteries of Sefer Yetzirah. The Kabbalists note that the verse says, "the souls that they made," in the plural. This indicates that one attempting to make a golem should not work alone, but should do so in partnership with others. He made a covenant. Refer to chapter 1, stanza 3. He drew them in water. This indicates that the symbolism of water and fire, discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanzas 11 and 12, also relate to meditative techniques. Appendix 1. Other versions of the Sefer Yetzirah. The short version. In order to show how it can be done, this has been translated in the imperative. Some portions are those omitted by Donash. Chapter 1. 1. With 32 wondrous paths of wisdom, engrave Yah the Lord of hosts, God of Israel, the living God, King of the universe, Almighty God, merciful and gracious, high and exalted, dwelling in eternity, whose name is holy, and create his universe. With 3 books, with text, Sefer, with number, Sephar, and with communication, Sipur. 2. 10 sefirot of nothingness, plus 22 foundation letters, 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. 3. 10 sefirot of nothingness, the number of the 10 fingers, 5 opposite 5, with a single covenant precisely in the middle, like the circumcision of the tongue and the circumcision of the membrum. 4. 10 sefirot of nothingness, 10 and not 9, 10 and not 11. Understand with wisdom, and be wise with understanding. Examine with them, and probe from them. Make a thing stand on its essence, and make the Creator sit on his base. 5. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Their measure is 10, which have no end. A depth of beginning, a depth of end, a depth of good, a depth of evil, a depth above, a depth below, a depth east, a depth west, a depth north, a depth south. The singular Master, God, faithful King, dominates them all from his holy dwelling until eternity of eternities. 6. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Their vision is like the appearance of lightning. Their limit has no end. His word in them is running and returning. They rush to his saying like a whirlwind, and before his throne they prostrate themselves. 7. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Their end is embedded in their beginning, and their beginning in their end, like a flame in a burning coal. For the Master is singular, he has no second, and before one, what do you count? 8. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Bridle your mouth from speaking, and your heart from thinking. And if your heart runs, return to the place, as it is written, the chayot running and returning. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 14. Regarding this, a covenant was made. 9. 10 sefirot of nothingness. One is the breath of the living God. Blessed and benedicted be the name of the life of worlds. Voice, breath, and speech. This is the holy breath, Ruach HaKodesh. 10. 2. Breath from breath. With it, engrave and carve 22 foundation letters, 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals, and 1 breath is from them. 11. 3. Water from breath. With it, engrave and carve chaos and void, mire and clay. Engrave them like a garden plot, carve them like a wall, cover them like a ceiling. 12. 4. Fire from water. With it, engrave and carve the throne of glory, seraphim, ophanim, holy chayot, and ministering angels. From the 3, establish his dwelling. As it is written, he makes his angels of breath, his ministers from flaming fire. Psalm 104, verse 4. 13. 5. With 3 of the simple letters, seal above. Choose 3 and place them in his great name, YHV. With them, seal the 6 extremities. Face upward, and seal it with YHV. 6. Seal below, face downward, and seal it with YVH. 7. Seal east, face straight ahead, and seal it with HYV. 8. Seal west, face backward, and seal it with HVY. 9. Seal south, face to the right, and seal it with VYH. 10. Seal north, face to the left, and seal it with VHY. 14. These are the 10 sefirot of nothingness. One is the breath of the living God, breath from breath, water from breath, fire from water, and the extremities, up, down, east, west, north, and south. Chapter 2. 1. 22 foundation letters, 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. The 3 mothers, Amsh, their foundation is the pan of merit, the pan of liability, and the tongue of decree, deciding between them. 2. 22 letters. Engrave them, carve them, weigh them, permute them, and transform them, and with them depict the soul of all that was formed, and all that will be formed in the future. 3. 22 foundation letters. They are engraved with voice, carved with breath, and placed in the mouth in 5 places: A, CH, H, O, B, V, M, P, G, Y, K, Q, D, T, L, N, T, H, Z, S, SH, R, TZ. 4. 22 foundation letters. They are set in a circle as 231 gates. The circle rotates back and forth, and this is a sign. There is no good higher than delight, ONG, and there is no evil lower than plague, NGO. 5. How? Weigh them and transpose them, Aleph with each one, and each one with Aleph, Bet with each one, and each one with Bet. They repeat in a cycle. Therefore, everything formed and everything spoken emanates in one name. 6. Form substance out of chaos, and make non-existence into existence. Carve great pillars out of air that cannot be grasped. This is the sign. One foresees, transposes, and makes all creation and all words with one name. And a sign of this, 22 objects in a single body. Chapter 3. 1. 3 mothers, Amsh. Their foundation is the pan of liability, the pan of merit, and the tongue of decree, deciding between them. 2. 3 mothers, Amsh. A great mystical concealed secret, sealed with 6 rings, and from it emanate fire and water, separating themselves as male and female. 3 mothers, Amsh, are their foundation, and from them are born the fathers, from which everything was created. 3. 3 mothers, Amsh. In the universe are air, water, and fire. Heaven was created from fire, earth was created from water, and the air decides between the fire and the water. 4. 3 mothers, Amsh. In the year are fire, water, and breath. The hot is created from fire, the cold is created from water, and the temperate from breath, decides between them. 3 mothers, Amsh, in the soul are fire, water, and breath. The head is created from fire, the belly is created from water, and the chest, created from breath, decides between them. 5. 3 mothers, Amsh. Engrave them, carve them, permute them, and with them seal 3 mothers in the universe, 3 mothers in the year, and 3 mothers in the soul, male and female. 6. Make Aleph king over breath, bind a crown to it, and combine one with another. And with them seal air in the universe, the temperate in the year, and the chest in the soul, the male with Amsh, and the female with Asham. 7. Make Mem king over water, bind a crown to it, and combine one with another. And with them seal earth in the universe, the cold in the year, and the belly in the soul, the male with Mash, and the female with Mashah. 8. Make Shin king over fire, bind a crown to it, and combine one with another. And with them seal heaven in the universe, the hot in the year, and the head in the soul, the male with Sham, and the female with Shema. Chapter 4. 1. 7 doubles, B, G, D, K, P, R, T. Their foundation is life, peace, wisdom, wealth, grace, seed, dominance. Each has 2 sounds, B, V, G, R, D, V, K, Ch, P, F, R, R, T, Th. A structure of soft and hard, a structure of strong and weak. Double, because they are transposes. The transpose of life is death. The transpose of peace is evil. The transpose of wisdom is folly. The transpose of wealth is poverty. The transpose of grace is ugliness. The transpose of seed is desolation. The transpose of dominance is subjugation. 2. 7 doubles, B, G, D, K, P, R, T. 7 and not 6. 7 and not 8. Examine with them, and probe from them. Make each thing stand on its essence, and make the Creator sit on his base. 3. 7 doubles, B, G, D, K, P, R, T. Parallel the 7 extremities. These are the 6 extremities: up, down, east, west, north, south. And the holy palace, precisely in the middle, upholds them all. 4. 7 doubles, B, G, D, K, P, R, T. Engrave them, carve them, combine them, as planets in the universe, days in the year, and gates in the soul. From them engrave 7 firmaments, 7 earths, 7 weeks. 7 is therefore beloved under all the heavens. 5. How? Make Bet king over life, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Saturn in the universe, Sunday in the year, and the right eye in the soul. 6. Make Gimel king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Jupiter in the universe, Monday in the year, and the left eye in the soul. 7. Make Dalet king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Mars in the universe, Tuesday in the year, and the right ear in the soul. 8. Make Kaf king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict the sun in the universe, Wednesday in the year, and the left ear in the soul. 9. Make Pe king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Venus in the universe, Thursday in the year, and the right nostril in the soul. 10. Make Resh king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Mercury in the universe, Friday in the year, and the left nostril in the soul. 11. Make Tav king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict the moon in the universe, the Sabbath in the year, and the mouth in the soul. 12. The 7 doubles. How does one permute them? 2 stones build 2 houses. 3 build 6 houses. 4 build 24 houses. 5 build 120 houses. 6 build 720 houses. And 7 build 5,040 houses. From there on, go out and calculate that which the mouth cannot speak, and the ear cannot hear. These are the 7 planets in the universe: the Sun, Venus, Mercury, the Moon, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars. These are the 7 days in the year, the 7 days of creation. And the 7 gates in the soul are the 2 eyes, the 2 ears, the 2 nostrils, and the mouth. And with them were engraved the 7 firmaments, the 7 earths, the 7 hours. 7 is therefore beloved for every desire under heaven. Chapter 5. 1. 12 elementals: H, V, Z, CH, T, Y, L, N, S, O, TZ, Q. Their foundation is sight, hearing, smell, speech, taste, coition, action, motion, anger, laughter, thought, and sleep. Their measure is the 12 diagonal boundaries: the northeast boundary, the southeast boundary, the upper east boundary, the lower east boundary, the upper north boundary, the lower north boundary, the southwest boundary, the northwest boundary, the upper west boundary, the lower west boundary, the upper south boundary, the lower south boundary. They continually spread forever and ever. They are the arms of the universe. 2. 12 elementals: H, V, Z, CH, T, Y, L, N, S, O, TZ, Q. Engrave them, carve them, weigh them, permute them, transpose them, and with them depict the 12 constellations in the universe: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. The 12 months in the year: Nisan, Iyar, Sivan, Tammuz, Av, Elul, Tishrei, Mar Cheshvan, Kislev, Tevet, Shvat, Adar. And the 12 directors in the soul: 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 kidneys, the spleen, the liver, the gallbladder, the hemses, the kiva, and the korkovan. How does one permute them? Make He king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Aries in the universe, Nisan in the year, and the right hand in the soul, male and female. Make Vav king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Taurus in the universe, Iyar in the year, and the left hand in the soul. Make Zayin king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Gemini in the universe, Sivan in the year, and the right foot in the sole. Make Het king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Cancer in the universe, Tammuz in the year, and the left foot in the sole. Make Tet king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Leo in the universe, Av in the year, and the right kidney in the sole. Make Yud king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Virgo in the universe, Elul in the year, and the left kidney in the sole. Make Lamed king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Libra in the universe, Tishrei in the year, and the liver in the sole. Make Nun king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Scorpio in the universe, Mar Cheshvan in the year, and the spleen in the sole. Make Samech king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Sagittarius in the universe, Kislev in the year, and the gallbladder in the sole. Make Ayin king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Capricorn in the universe, Tevet in the year, and the Hemses in the sole. Make Tzadi king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Aquarius in the universe, Shavat in the year, and the Kiva in the sole. Make Kuf king, bind a crown to it, and with it depict Pisces in the universe, Adar in the year, and the Corcovan in the sole. 3. 3 mothers, which are 3 fathers, from which emanate fire, breath, and water. 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. 4. These are the 22 letters which were founded by the Blessed Holy One, Yah, YHVH of hosts, God of Israel, the living God, high and exalted, dwelling in eternity, whose name is holy, exalted and holy is he. Chapter 6. 1. 3 are the fathers and their offspring. 7 are the planets and their host. And 12 are the diagonal boundaries. And the proof of this, true witnesses, are the universe, the year, and the soul. He decreed 12, 10, 7, and 3, and he appointed them in the Tali, the cycle, and the heart. The 3 are fire, water, and breath. Fire above, water below, and breath, the decree that decides between them. A sign of this is that fire upholds water. Mem hums, Shin hisses, and Aleph is the decree that decides between them. 2. The Tali in the universe is like a king on his throne. The cycle in the year is like a king in the province. The heart in the soul is like a king in battle. Also every desire, one opposite the other, was made by God. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 14. Good opposite evil, good from good, evil from evil. Good makes evil recognizable, and evil makes good recognizable. Good makes evil recognizable, and evil makes good recognizable. Good is kept for the good, and evil is kept for the wicked. 3. 3. Each one stands alone. 7 are divided, 3 opposite 3, with a decree deciding between them. 12 stand in war, 3 who love, 3 who hate, 3 who give life, and 3 who kill. The 3 who love are the heart, the ears, and the mouth. The 3 who hate are the liver, the gallbladder, and the tongue. And God, the faithful king, dominates them all. 1/3, 3/7, 7/12, and all of them are bound one to another. 4. And when Abraham our father gazed, he looked, saw, delved, understood, engraved, carved, permuted, and depicted, and he was successful. And the Master of all, blessed be he, revealed himself to him, and took him in his bosom, kissed him on the head, and called him, My beloved. He made a covenant with him between the 10 toes of his feet. This is the covenant of circumcision. And between the 10 fingers of his hands. This is the covenant of the tongue. He bound the 22 letters to his tongue, and revealed their foundation. He drew them in water, burned them in fire, agitated them with breath. He ignited them with the 7 planets, and directed them with the 12 constellations. The long version. Chapter 1. 1. With 32 mystical paths of wisdom, engraved Yah, YHVH of hosts, God of Israel, the living God, God Almighty, high and exalted, dwelling in eternity on high, and his name is holy. And he created his universe with 3 books, with text, with number, and with communication. They are 10 sefirot of nothingness, and 22 foundation letters. 2. 10 sefirot, like the number of 10 fingers, 5 opposite 5. The singular covenant is directly in the middle, like the circumcision of the tongue and the mouth, and like the circumcision of the membrum. 3. 10 sefirot of nothingness, 10 and not 9, 10 and not 11. Understand with wisdom, and probe with understanding. Discern with them, and probe from them. Make a thing stand on its essence, and make the Creator sit on his base. For he alone is the former and Creator, and there is none besides him. And his measure is 10, and they have no end. 4. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Bridle your heart from thinking, bridle your mouth from speaking. And if your heart runs, return to the place, as it is written, and the chayot running and returning. Regarding this, a covenant has been made. 5. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Their end is embedded in their beginning, and their beginning in their end. Like a flame bound to a burning coal. Know, think, and depict that the Master is unitary, and the Creator is one, and he has no second. And before one, what do you count? 6. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Their measure is 10, which have no end. A depth of beginning and a depth of end. A depth of good and a depth of evil. A depth of above and a depth of below. A depth of east and a depth of west. A depth of north and a depth of south. The unique Master, God, faithful King, dominates them all from his holy dwelling until eternity of eternities. 7. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Their vision is like the appearance of lightning, and their limit has no end. They speak of them as running and returning. They pursue his word like a whirlwind, and before his throne they prostrate themselves. 8. 10 sefirot of nothingness, and 22 foundation letters, 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals, and breath is in each of them. 9. 10 sefirot of nothingness. 1 is the breath of the living God. His throne is established from eternity. Blessed be the name of the life of worlds constantly, forever and ever. Voice, breath, and speech. Speech is the holy breath, Ruach HaKodesh. Its inception has no beginning, and its termination has no end. 10 sefirot of nothingness. 1 is the breath of the living God. 2 is breath from breath. 3 is water from breath. 4 is fire from water. And up and down, east and west, north and south. 11. 2 is breath from breath. With them he engraved and carved the 4 direction breaths, ruchot, of heaven, east and west, north and south, and breath, ruach, is in each one of them. 12. 3 is water from breath. With them he engraved and carved chaos and void, clay and mire. He made them like a garden bed. He carved them like a wall, and he covered them like a ceiling. And he poured snow over them, and dust was made. It is thus written, for to snow he said, become earth. Job chapter 37, verse 6. Chaos is an azure line that surrounds all the world. Void consists of the spongy rocks that are embedded in the abyss, from between which water emanates. 13. 4 is fire from water. With it he engraved and carved the throne of glory, seraphim, ophanim, holy chayot, and ministering angels. And from these 3 he founded his abode. As it is written, he makes his angels of breaths, his ministers from flaming fire. Psalm 104, verse 4. 14. 5. He sealed above. He selected 3 letters from among the elementals, and fixed them in his great name, YHV. With them he sealed the 6 directions. He faced upward, and sealed it with YHV. 6. He sealed below, and faced downward, and sealed it with YVH. 7. He sealed east, faced forward, and sealed it with VYH. 8. He sealed west, faced backward, and sealed it with VHY. 9. He sealed south, faced to his right, and sealed it with YVH. 10. He sealed north, faced to his left, and sealed it with HVY. These are 10 sefirot of nothingness. 1 is the breath of the living God. 2 is breath from breath. 3 is water from breath. 4 is fire from water. Above and below, east and west, north and south. Chapter 2. 1. 22 foundation letters, 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. And all of them are engraved with voice, carved with breath, and set in the mouth in 5 places. The letters A, CH, H, O, G, Y, K, Q, D, T, L, N, TH, Z, S, TZ, R, SH, B, V, M, PH. They are bound to the tongue like a flame bound to a burning coal. A, CH, H-O is pronounced with the base of the tongue and the throat. B-V-M-P-H is pronounced between the lips and with the tip of the tongue. G-Y-K-Q is pronounced with the back third of the tongue. D-T-L-N-T-H is pronounced with the tip of the tongue together with the voice. Z-S-T-Z-R-S-H is pronounced between the teeth, with the tongue lying flat and spread out. 2. 22 foundation letters. They are set in the cycle in 231 gates. The cycle oscillates back and forth. And a sign for this, if in good, there is nothing higher than delight, O-N-G, and if in evil, there is nothing lower than the plague, N-G-O. 3. 22 foundation letters. He engraved them, carved them, weighed them, and transposed them, Aleph with them all. And he permuted them, and with them he formed the soul of all that was ever formed, and the soul of all that ever will be formed. 4. How? He weighed them and transposed them, Aleph with them all, and all of them with Aleph, Bet with them all, and all of them with Bet, continuing likewise with all the letters. And all of them oscillate cyclically. Thus, they emerge through 231 gates, and everything formed and everything said emanates from one name. 5. From chaos he formed substance, and he made that which was not into that which is. He carved great stones out of air that cannot be grasped. Chapter 3. 1. 3 mothers, Amsh. Their foundation is the pen of merit, the pen of liability, and the tongue of decree deciding between them. 2. 3 mothers, Amsh. A great, concealed, mystical secret, covered with 6 rings. From them emanate fire, water, and breath. They are divided as male and female. Know, think, and contemplate that fire supports water. 3. 3 mothers, Amsh. The progeny of the heavens is fire. The progeny of the air is breath. And the progeny of the earth is water. Fire is above, and water is below. And breath is the decree deciding between them. From them were born fathers, and from them all things were created. 4. 3 mothers, Amsh. In the universe are breath, water, and fire. The heavens were created from fire. The earth was created from water. And the air from breath decides between them. 5. 3 mothers, Amsh. In the year are the hot, the cold, and the temperate. The hot was created from fire, the cold from water, and the temperate from breath decides between them. 6. 3 mothers, Amsh. In the soul are the head, the belly, and the chest. The head was created from fire, the belly was created from water, and the chest from breath decides between them. 7. 3 mothers, Amsh. He engraved them, carved them, permuted them, and sealed with them 3 mothers, Amsh, in the universe, 3 mothers, Amsh, in the year, and 3 mothers, Amsh, in the soul, male and female. 8. He made the letter Aleph king over breath, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with them formed air in the universe, the temperate in the year, and the chest in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Mem king over water, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with them formed the earth in the universe, the cold in the year, and the belly in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Shin king over fire, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with them formed the heavens in the universe, the hot in the year, and the head in the soul, male and female. 9. How did he form them? Amsh, Asham, Mash, Meshah, Sham, Shema. The heaven is fire, the air is breath, and the earth is water. Man's head is fire, his belly is water, and his heart is breath. 10. 3 mothers, Amsh. With Aleph he formed breath, air, the temperate, the chest, the tongue of decree between them. With Mem, water, earth, the cold, the belly, the pan of merit. With Shin, fire, heaven, the hot, the head, the pan of liability. This is Amsh. Chapter 4. 1. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T. Their foundation is life, peace, wisdom, wealth, seed, grace, and dominance. They function with 2 tongues, the doubling of opposites. B, BH, G, GH, D, DH, K, KH, P, PH, R, RH, T, TH. A structure of soft and hard, strong and weak. These are the opposites. The opposite of wisdom is foolishness. The opposite of wealth is poverty. The opposite of seed is desolation. The opposite of life is death. The opposite of dominance is subjugation. The opposite of peace is war. The opposite of grace is ugliness. 2. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T. 7 and not 6. 7 and not 8. They parallel the 6 ribs and the 6 orders, and the holy palace is precisely in the center. Blessed be the glory of God from his place. Ezekiel chapter 3 verse 12. He is the place of the universe, and the universe is not his place, and he supports them all. 3. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T of foundation. He engraved them, carved them, permuted them, weighed them, transformed them, and with them he formed 7 planets in the universe, 7 days in the year, and 7 gates in the soul, 7 and 7. 4. How did he permute them? 2 stones build 2 houses. 3 stones build 6 houses. 4 stones build 24 houses. 5 stones build 120 houses. 6 stones build 720 houses. 7 stones build 5,040 houses. From there on go out and calculate that which the mouth cannot speak, and the ear cannot hear. 5. He made the letter Bet, king over wisdom, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with them he formed Saturn in the universe, the Sabbath in the year, and the mouth in the soul, male and female. 6. He made the letter Gimel, king over wealth, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with them he formed Jupiter in the universe, Sunday in the year, and the right eye in the soul, male and female. 7. He made the letter Dalet, king over seed, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with them he formed Mars in the universe, Monday in the year, and the left eye in the soul, male and female. 8. He made the letter Kaf, king over life, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with them he formed the sun in the universe, Tuesday in the year, and the right nostril in the soul, male and female. 9. He made the letter Pe, king over dominance, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with them he formed Venus in the universe, Wednesday in the year, and the left nostril in the soul, male and female. 10. He made the letter Resh, king over peace, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with them he formed Mercury in the universe, Thursday in the year, and the right ear in the soul, male and female. 11. He made the letter Tav, king over grace, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with them he formed the moon in the universe, Friday in the year, and the left ear in the soul, male and female. And with them he engraved 7 firmaments, 7 earths, 7 seas, 7 rivers, 7 deserts, 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 years, 7 sabbaticals, 7 jubilees, and the holy palace. He therefore engraved the 7th for every desire under the heavens. 12. 7 planets in the universe are Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon. 7 days in the year are the 7 days of the week. 7 gates in the soul, male and female, are the 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, and the mouth. 13. 7 firmaments are Vilon, Rakia, Shechakim, Zevul, Ma'on, Machon, and Aravot. 7 earths are Adamah, Tevel, Nishiyah, Tziyah, Chalad, Eretz, Gai. And he made each one stand alone, the universe alone, the soul alone, and the year alone. 14. 7 doubles, B, G, D, K, P, R, T. With Bet he formed Saturn, the Sabbath, the mouth, life and death. With Gimel he formed Jupiter, Sunday, the right eye, peace and evil. With Dalet he formed Mars, Monday, the left eye, wisdom and foolishness. With Kaf he formed the sun, Tuesday, the right nostril, wealth and poverty. With Pe he formed Venus, Wednesday, the left nostril, seed and desolation. With Resh he formed Mercury, Thursday, the right ear, grace and ugliness. With Tav he formed the moon, Friday, the left ear, dominance, and subjugation. These are B, G, D, K, P, R, T. Chapter 5. 1. 12 elementals. H, V, Z, C, H, T, Y, L, N, S, O, T, Z, Q. Their foundation is sight, hearing, smell, speech, taste, coition, motion, anger, laughter, thought, joy, and sleep. 2. 12 elementals. HV, ZCH, TY, LN, SO, TZQ. Their foundation is 12 and not 11, 12 and not 13. The 12 diagonal boundaries peel off as 6 orders divided between each direction: the eastern upper boundary, the eastern northern boundary, the eastern lower boundary, the southern upper boundary, the southern eastern boundary, the southern lower boundary, the western upper boundary, the western southern boundary, the western lower boundary, the northern upper boundary, the northern western boundary, the northern lower boundary. They continuously spread until eternity of eternities, and it is they that are the heights of the universe. 4. 12 elementals. HV, ZCH, TY, LN, SO, TZQ. He engraved them, carved them, permuted them, weighed them, transposed them, and with them he formed 12 constellations in the universe, 12 months in the year, and 12 directors in the soul, male and female. 2 rejoice, OLZ. 2 slander, LOZ. 2 advise, YOTZ. 2 rejoice, OLTZ. And they are the korkovan, the teeth, the 2 hands, and the 2 feet. He made them like a controversy. He arranged them like a war, one opposite the other. 5. 7. 3 opposite 3, and 1 deciding between them. And 12 stand in war, 3 allies, 3 enemies, 3 life-givers, and 3 killers. 3 allies are the heart, the ears, and the eyes. 3 enemies are the liver, the gall, and the tongue. 3 life-givers are the 2 nostrils and the spleen. 3 killers are the 2 orifices and the mouth. And God, faithful King, dominates them all from his holy dwelling until eternity of eternities. 6. 1 over 3, 3 over 7, 7 over 12. All of them are attached, one to the other. And a sign for this is the 22 objects and 1 body. 7. And these are the 12 directors: 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 kidneys, the liver, the gall, the spleen, the hemses, the korkovan, and the kiva. 8. He made the letter He, king over speech, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Aries in the universe, Nisan in the year, and the liver in the soul, male and female. 9. He made the letter Vav, king over thought, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Taurus in the universe, Iyar in the year, and the gallbladder in the soul, male and female. 10. He made the letter Zayin king over motion, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Gemini in the universe, Sivan in the year, and the spleen in the soul, male and female. 11. He made the letter Chet king over sight, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Cancer in the universe, Tammuz in the year, and the Hemses in the soul, male and female. 12. He made the letter Tet king over hearing, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Leo in the universe, Av in the year, and the right kidney in the soul, male and female. 13. He made the letter Yud king over action, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Virgo in the universe, Elul in the year, and the left kidney in the soul, male and female. 14. He made the letter Lamed king over coition, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Libra in the universe, Tishrei in the year, and the Korkovan in the soul, male and female. 15. He made the letter Nun king over smell, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Scorpio in the universe, Cheshvan in the year, and the Kiva in the soul, male and female. 16. He made the letter Samech king over sleep, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Sagittarius in the universe, Kislev in the year, and the right hand in the soul, male and female. 17. He made the letter Ayin king over anger, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Capricorn in the universe, Tevet in the year, and the left hand in the soul, male and female. 18. He made the letter Tzadi king over taste, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Aquarius in the universe, Shavat in the year, and the right foot in the soul, male and female. 19. He made the letter Kuf king over laughter, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with them he formed Pisces in the universe, Adar in the year, and the left foot in the soul, male and female. 20. He divided the witnesses, and made each one stand alone, the universe alone, the year alone, and the soul alone. 21. 12 elementals, HV, ZCH, TY, LN, SO, TZQ. With Hay he formed Aries, Nisan, the liver, sight, and blindness. With Vav he formed Taurus, ER, the gall, hearing and deafness. With Zayin he formed Gemini, Sivan, the spleen, smell and the inability to smell. With Chet he formed Cancer, Tammuz, the Hemses, speech and dumbness. With Tet he formed Leo, Av, the right kidney, taste and hunger. With Yud he formed Virgo, Elul, the left kidney, action and paralysis. With Lamed he formed Libra, Tishrei, the Korkovan, coition and impotence. With Nun he formed Scorpio, Mar Cheshvan, the Kiva, motion and lameness. With Samech he formed Sagittarius, Kislev, the right hand, anger and lack of liver. With Ayin he formed Capricorn, Tevet, the left hand, laughter, and the lack of spleen. With Tzadi he formed Aquarius, Shvat, the right foot, thought, and the lack of heart. With Kuf he formed Pisces, Adar, the left foot, sleep, and insomnia. These are the 12 elementals: HV, ZCH, TY, LN, SO, TZQ. And all of them are attached to the Tali, the cycle, and the heart. Chapter 6. 1. 3 mothers, Amsh, 7 doubles, BGD, KPRT, 12 elementals, HV, ZCH, TY, LN, SO, TZQ. These are the 22 letters with which formed YHVH of hosts, God of Israel, the living God, El Shaddai, high and exalted, dwelling in eternity, and his name is holy. YHVH, 2 divine names. Of hosts, Tzvaot, because he is a sign, Ot, in his host, Tzava. God of Israel, Yisrael. A prince, Sar, before God, El. The living God. 3 are called living: the living God, living waters, and the tree of life. El is harsh. Shaddai, because he decreed, until here is enough, die. High, because he sits in the height of the universe, and is high above all the high. Exalted, Nisa, because he supports, Nasa, and sustains those on high and below. All that support are on the bottom, with their burden below them. But he is on top, and his burden is below him. He supports and sustains the entire universe. He dwells in eternity, because his kingdom exists for eternity of eternities, without interruption. Holy is his name. Because he is holy, his ministers are holy, and to him they say, Holy, holy, holy. Isaiah chapter 6, verse 3. 2. 12 below, 7 over them, and 3 over 7. From the 3 he founded his abode, and all of them hang from one and stand on it. And a sign of one, he has no second. He rules alone in his universe, for he is one, and his name is one. 3. 3 fathers and their progeny, 7 subduers and their host, 12 diagonal boundaries. A proof of this, trusted witnesses, are the universe, the year, and the soul. 4. The sefirot of the universe are 10 and 12. Fire, breath, water, 7 planets, and 12 constellations. The sefirot of the year are 10 and 12. Cold, hot, temperate, 7 days, and 12 months. The sefirot of the soul are 10 and 12. The head, chest, belly, 7 gates, and 12 directors. 5. A rule of 10, 3, 7, and 12. And he appointed them in the Tali, the cycle, and the heart. The Tali in the universe is like a king on his throne. The cycle in the year is like a king in the province. And the heart in the soul is like a king in battle. 6. The general rule is this: some of these combine with others. and some are the transpose of others. Some are opposite of others, and others are the opposite of these. If some exist, others do not. And if others exist, these do not. And all of them are attached to the tali, the cycle, and the heart. 7. Also every desire, God made one opposite the other. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 14. Good opposite evil, and evil opposite good. Good from good, and evil from evil. Good discerns evil, and evil discerns good. Good is stored away for the good, and evil is stored away for the wicked. 8. And when Abraham our father of blessed memory came, he looked, saw, probed, understood, engraved, carved, permuted, formed, and thought, and he was successful. The Lord of all, may his name be blessed for eternity, revealed himself to him, kissed him on the head, and called him Abraham, my friend. Isaiah chapter 41, verse 8. He made a covenant with him and his seed forever. And he believed in God, and he considered it righteousness. Genesis chapter 15, verse 6. The glory of God was decreed upon him, as it is written, Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5. He made a covenant between the 10 fingers of his hands, and this is the holy tongue, the Hebrew language. He bound the 22 letters on his tongue, and the Blessed Holy One revealed to him their mystery. He drew them in water, ignited them with fire, agitated them with breath, burned them with the 7 planets, and directed them with the 12 constellations. 9. Heaven, fire, heat, head. Air, breath, temperate, chest. Earth, water, cold, belly. This is Amsh. 10. Saturn, Sabbath, mouth. Jupiter, Sunday, right eye. Mars, Monday, left eye. Sun, Tuesday, right nostril. Venus, Wednesday, left nostril. Mercury, Thursday, right ear. Moon, Friday, left ear. This is BGD KPRT. 11. And these are the 12 constellations: Aries, Nisan, liver, sight, blindness. Taurus, gall, hearing, deafness. Gemini, Sivan, spleen, smell, inability to smell. Cancer, Tammuz, Hemses, speech, dumbness. Leo, Av, right kidney, taste, hunger. Virgo, Elul, left kidney, action, paralysis. Libra, Tishrei, Corcovan, coition, impotence. Scorpio, Marcheshvan, Kiva, motion, lameness. Sagittarius, Kislev, right hand, anger, lack of liver. Capricorn, Tevet, left hand, laughter, lack of spleen. Aquarius, Shvat, right foot, thought, lack of heart. Pisces, Adar, left foot, sleep, insomnia. This is HV, ZCH, TY, LN. 12. 3 enemies are the tongue, the liver, the gall. 3 allies are the eyes, the ears, the heart. 3 life-givers are the teeth, the nose, and the spleen. 3 killers are the 2 lower orifices and the mouth. 13. 3 not in one's control are his eyes, his ears, and his nose. 3 good sounds to the ear are a blessing, good news, praise. 3 bad sights to the eye are an adulteress, an evil eye, a roving eye. 3 good sights are humility, a good eye, a true eye. 3 evil to the tongue are slander, tale-bearing, saying one thing with the mouth and another in the heart. 3 good for the tongue are silence, watching the tongue, and true speech. Saadia version. Chapter 1. 1. With 32 mystical paths of wisdom, engraved YH, YHVH of hosts, God of Israel, the living God, El Shaddai, high and exalted, dwelling in eternity, and holy is his name. He created his universe with 3 books, with script, number, and telling. 10 sefirot of nothingness, 22 letters, 3 basics, 7 doubles, 12 elementals. 2. 10 sefirot of nothingness, like the number of 10 fingers, 5 opposite 5, with a unitary covenant directly in the middle, as the circumcision of the tongue and mouth. Their measure is 10, which have no end, a depth of beginning and a depth of end, a depth of good and a depth of evil, a depth of above and a depth below, a depth east and a depth west, a depth north and a depth south. And the unitary Master, God faithful King, dominates them all from his holy abode until eternity of eternities. 3. 22 letters, a foundation of 3 basics, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. The 3 basics are Amsh. Their foundation is a pen of merit, a pen of liability, and the tongue of decree, deciding between them. The 7 doubles are B, G, D, K, P, R, T. Their foundation is life and peace, wisdom and wealth, seed, grace and dominance. The 12 elementals are H, V, Z, CH, T, Y, L, N, S, O, T, Z, Q. Their foundation is sight, hearing, smell, speech, taste, coition, action and motion, haughtiness, laughter, thought, and sleep. 4. Through them, YH, YHVH of hosts, God of Israel, the living God, El Shaddai, high and exalted, dwelling on high and holy is his name, engraved 3 fathers and their progeny, 7 directors and their host, and 12 diagonal boundaries. A proof of this, true witnesses, are the universe, year, and soul. A rule of 10, 3, 7, and 12. He appointed them in the tali, cycle, and heart. Chapter 2. 1. 10 sefirot of nothingness, 10 and not 9, 10 and not 11. Understand with wisdom, and be wise with understanding. Discern with them, probe from them, and know, think, and depict. Stand a thing on its essence, and make the Creator sit on his basis. And their measure is 10, which have no end. Their vision is like an appearance of lightning, and their limit has no end. His word in them runs and returns. They pursue his saying like a whirlwind, and before his throne they prostrate themselves. 2. 22 letters are a foundation of 3 basics, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. The 3 basics, Amsh, are a great, concealed, mystical, exalted secret, from which emanates fire, breath, and water, from which everything was created. The 7 doubles function with 2 tongues, Be, Ve, Gimel, Rimmel, Daled, Thaled, Kaf, Chaf, Pe, Fe, Resh, Resh, Tav, Thav. Hard and soft, they are strong and weak structures. They are doubles because they are opposites. The opposite of life is death. The opposite of peace is evil. The opposite of wisdom is foolishness. The opposite of wealth is poverty. The opposite of seed is desolation. The opposite of grace is ugliness. The opposite of dominance is subjugation. 3. 7 doubles, B, G, D, K, P, R, T. 7 and not 6. 7 and not 8. 6 ribs for 6 orders, with the holy palace precisely in the center. Blessed by God from his place. His is the place of the universe, and the universe is not his place. 4. 12 elementals, 12 and not 11, 12 and not 13. The 12 diagonals peel off to 6 orders, separating between one direction and another, an east-north boundary, an east-upper boundary, an east-lower boundary, a north-west boundary, a north-upper boundary, a north-lower boundary, a west-south boundary, a west-upper boundary, a west-lower boundary, a south-east boundary, a south-upper boundary, a south-lower boundary. 5. With them, YH, YHVH of hosts, God of Israel, the living God, El Shaddai, high and exalted, dwelling on high and holy is his name, engraved 22 letters, and set them in the sphere. He oscillated the sphere back and forth, and the sphere continues to oscillate back and forth. As a sign of this, there is nothing higher than delight, O-N-G, and there is nothing more evil than plague, N-G-O. 6. Proof of this, trustworthy witnesses, are the universe, year, and soul. The sefirot of the universe are 10. 3 are fire, breath, and water. 7 are the 7 planets. 12 are the 12 constellations. The sefirot of the year are 10. 3 are the cold, the hot, and the temperate. 7 are the 7 days of creation. 12 are the 12 lunar months. The sefirot of the soul are 10. 3 are the head, chest, and belly. 7 are the 7 gates. 12 are the 12 directors. Chapter 3. 1. 10 sefirot of nothingness. Bridle your mouth from speaking. Bridle your heart from thinking. And if your heart runs, return to the place. For it is written, running and returning. Regarding this a covenant was made, and their measure is 10, which have no end. Their end is embedded in their beginning, and their beginning in their end. like a flame attached to a burning coal. Know, think, and depict that the Creator is one, there is no other. And before one, what do you count? 2. The 22 letters are a foundation of 3 basics, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. The 3 basics, amsh, are fire, breath, and water. The offspring of heaven is fire. The offspring of air is breath. And the offspring of earth is water. Fire is above, water is below, and breath is the decree that decides between them. Mem hums, Shin hisses, and Aleph is the decree deciding between them. Amsh is sealed with 6 rings, and cocooned in male and female. Know, think, and depict that fire upholds water. 3. The 7 doubles, B, G, D, K, P, R, T, function with 2 tongues, Be, Ve, Gimel, Rimmel, Dalid, Thalid, Kaf, Chaf, Pe, Fe, Resh, Resh, Tav, Thav. They are soft and hard, a structure that is strong and weak. They are doubled because they are opposites. The opposite of life is death. The opposite of peace is evil. The opposite of wisdom is folly. The opposite of wealth is poverty. The opposite of seed is desolation. The opposite of grace is ugliness. And the opposite of dominance is subjugation. 4. The 12 elementals are H, V, Z, CH, T, Y, L, N, S, O, TZ, Q. He engraved them, carved them, permuted them, weighed them, and transformed them. How did he permute them? 2 stones build 2 houses. 3 build 6 houses. 4 build 24 houses. 5 build 120 houses. 6 build 720 houses. 7 build 5,040 houses. From there on, go out and calculate that which the mouth cannot speak, and the ear cannot hear. 5. With these, Yah, YHVH of hosts, God of Israel, the living God, El Shaddai, high and exalted, dwelling in eternity on high, and holy is his name, engraved. Yah is 2 names. YHVH is 4 names. Hosts, Tzvaot, means that he is a sign, Ot, in his host, Tzava. Israel, he is a prince, Sar, before God, El. El Shaddai, El is hard. Shaddai indicates that until here, it is enough, die. High, because he sits in the height of the universe, and is high above all the high. Exalted, because he upholds and sustains those on high and below. All others who carry something are on the bottom, and their burden is above them. But he is on top, and his burden is below him. He upholds and sustains the entire universe, dwelling in eternity, because his kingdom exists for eternity of eternities without interruption. And holy is his name, because he is holy. His ministers are holy, and to him they proclaim, Holy, holy, holy. 6. Proof of this, trustworthy witnesses, are the universe, year, and soul. 12 are below, 7 are above them, and 3 are above the 7. From these 3 he founded his abode, and all of them depend on one. As a sign, this is a one that has no second. He is a singular king in his universe, where he is one, and his name is one. Chapter 4. 1. 10 sefirot of nothingness. 1 is the breath of the living God, life of worlds. His throne is established from eternity. Blessed and benedicted is his name, constantly, forever and ever. This is the holy breath, Ruach HaKodesh. 2. 2. Breath from breath. With it he engraved and carved 4 directions, breaths of heaven: east, west, north, and south. And there is a breath in each one of them. 3. The 22 letters are a foundation consisting of 3 basics, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. The letters are carved with breath, engraved with voice, and set in the mouth in 5 places: AHCHO, BVMP, GYKQ, DTLNTH, ZSTZRSH. AHCHO is pronounced with the base of the tongue and the throat. BVMP is pronounced between the lips and with the tip of the tongue. GYKQ utilizes the first third of the tongue. DTLNTH is pronounced with half the tongue and the voice. ZSTZRSH is pronounced between the teeth with the tongue sleeping. 4. The 22 letters. He engraved them, carved them, permuted them, weighed them, transformed them, and from them he formed all that was ever formed, and all that would ever be formed. How did he permute them? Aleph with them all, and all of them with Aleph. Bet with them all, and all of them with Bet. Gimel with them all, and all of them with Gimel. All of them oscillate cyclically and emerge through 231 gates. As a result, everything spoken and everything formed emerges as one name. 5. He formed substance from chaos, and made that which was not into that which is. He carved great pillars from air that cannot be grasped. 6. 3. Water from breath. With it he engraved and carved chaos and void, clay and mire. He made them like a garden plot. He carved them like a wall, and he decked them like a ceiling. He poured water on them, and it became dust, as it is written, "For to snow," he said, "become earth." Job chapter 37, verse 6. Chaos is the azure line that surrounds the universe. Void consists of the split stones embedded in the abyss, from between which water emerges. It is thus written, "He spread over it a line of chaos and stones of void." Isaiah chapter 34, verse 11. 7. 4. Fire from water. With it he engraved and carved the throne of glory and all the host on high. It is thus written, "He makes his angels of breaths, and his ministers of flaming fire." Psalm 104, verse 4. 8. He chose 3 elementals, and set them in his great name, and with them he sealed the 6 directions. He sealed above, faced upward, and sealed it with YHV. 6. He sealed below, faced downward, and sealed it with YVH. 7. He sealed east, faced forward, and sealed it with HVY. 8. He sealed west, faced backward, and sealed it with HYV. 9. He sealed south, faced to his right, and sealed it with VYH. 10. He sealed north, faced to his left, and sealed it with VHY. These are the 10 sefirot of nothingness. 1 is the breath of the living God. 2 is breath from breath. 3 is water from breath. 4 is fire from water. Above and below, east and west, north and south. Chapter 5. 1. He made Aleph king over breath, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed air in the universe, the temperate in the year, and the chest in the soul, male and female, the male with Amsh, and the female with Asham. 2. He made Mem king over water, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed earth in the universe, the cold in the year, and the belly in the soul. 3. He made Shin king over fire, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed heaven and universe, the hot in the year, and the head in the soul. As male and female, how did he permute them? Amsh, Asham, Mashah, Mash, Sham, Shma. Heaven is fire, air is breath, earth is water. Man's head is fire, his heart is breath, and his belly is water. 4. The 7 doubles are B, G, D, K, P, R, T. He engraved them, carved them, permuted them, weighed them, and transformed them. With them he formed planets, days, and gates. 5. He made Bet king, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with it formed Saturn in the universe, the Sabbath in the year, and the mouth in the soul. 6. He made Gimel king, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with it he formed Jupiter in the universe, Sunday in the year, and the right eye in the soul. 7. He made Dalet king, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with it he formed Mars in the universe, Monday in the year, and the left eye in the soul. 8. He made Kaf king, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with it he formed the sun in the universe, Tuesday in the year, and the right nostril in the soul. 9. He made Pe king, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with it he formed Venus in the universe, Wednesday in the year, and the left nostril in the soul. 10. He made Resh king, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with it he formed the star of the sun, Mercury, in the universe, Thursday in the year, and the right ear in the soul. 11. He made Tav king, bound a crown to it, permuted them one with another, and with it he formed moon in the universe, Friday in the year, and the left ear in the soul. 12. He separated the witnesses, and stood them alone, one by one, the universe alone, the year alone, and the soul alone. Chapter 6. 1. The 12 elementals are H, V, Z, CH, T, Y, L, N, S, O, TZ, Q. He engraved them, carved them, permuted them, weighed them, and transformed them. And with them he formed constellations, months, and directors. 2 are extreme, 2 stabilize, 2 advise, and 2 rejoice. They are the Korkavans, the 2 hands, and the 2 feet. He made them like a dispute, and arranged them like a battle. And God made one opposite another. Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 14. 2. 3. Each one is alone. 7 are divided, 3 against 3, with 1 as the decree, deciding between them. 12. 12 stand in war, 3 allies, 3 enemies, 3 killers, and 3 life-givers. All of them are attached one to another. A sign of this is 22 objects and 1 body. 3. How did he permute them? HV, VH, ZCH, CHZ, TY, YT, LN, NL, SO, OS, TZQ, QTZ. 4. He made Hay king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Aries in the universe, Nisan in the year, and the liver in the soul. 5. He made Vav king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Taurus in the universe, ER in the year, and the gallbladder in the soul. 6. He made Zayin king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Gemini in the universe, Sivan in the year, and the spleen in the soul. 7. He made Chet king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Cancer in the universe, Tammuz in the year, and the Messes in the soul. 8. He made Tet king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Leo in the universe, Av in the year, and the right kidney in the soul. 9. He made Yud king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Virgo in the universe, Elul in the year, and the left kidney in the soul. 10. He made Lamed king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Libra in the universe, Tishrei in the year, and the Korkavan in the soul. 11. He made Nun king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Scorpio in the universe, Cheshvan in the year, and the Kiva in the soul. 12. He made Samech king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Sagittarius in the universe, Kislev in the year, and the right hand in the soul. 13. He made Ayin king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Capricorn in the universe, Tevet in the year, and the left hand in the soul. 14. He made Saadia king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Aquarius in the universe, Shavat in the year, and the right foot in the soul. 15. He made Kuf king, bound a crown to it, permuted one with another, and with it he formed Pisces in the universe, Adar in the year, and the left foot in the soul. 16. He separated the witnesses, and stood each one alone, the universe alone, the year alone, and the soul alone. Chapter 7. 1. Air, temperate, chest. Earth, cold, belly. Heaven, hot, head. And this is Amsh. 2. Saturn, Sabbath, mouth. Jupiter, Sunday, right eye. Mars, Monday, left eye. Sun, Tuesday, right nostril. Venus, Wednesday, left nostril. Sun star, Mercury, Thursday, right ear. Moon, Friday, left ear. And this is BGD, KPRT. 3. Aries, Nisan, liver. Taurus, ER, gallbladder. Gemini, Sivan, spleen. Cancer, Tammuz, Messes. Leo, Av, right kidney. Virgo, Elul, left kidney. Libra, Tishrei, Korkovan. Scorpio, Marcheshvan, Kiva. Sagittarius, Kislev, right hand. Capricorn, Tevet, left hand. Aquarius, Shvat, right foot. Pisces, Adar, left foot. And these are H, V, Z, CH, T, Y, L, N, S, O, TZ, Q. Chapter 8. 1. With Aleph he formed these: breath, air, temperate, chest, and the tongue of decree. With Mem he formed these: water, earth, cold, belly, and the pan of liability. With Shin he formed these: fire, heaven, hot, head, and the pan of merit. 2. With Bet he formed these: Saturn, Sabbath, mouth, life and death. With Gimel he formed these: Jupiter, Sunday, right eye, peace and evil. With Dalet he formed these: Mars, Monday, left eye, wisdom and foolishness. With Kaf he formed these: Sunday, Tuesday, right nostril, wealth and poverty. With Pei he formed these: Venus, Wednesday, left nostril, seed and desolation. With Resh he formed these: Sun star, Mercury, Thursday, right ear, grace and ugliness. With Tav he formed these: Moon, Friday, left ear, dominance and subjugation. 3. With He he formed these: Aries, Nisan, liver, sight and blindness. With Vav he formed these: Taurus, ER, gallbladder, hearing and deafness. With Zayin he formed these: Gemini, Sivan, spleen, smell and inability to smell. With Chet he formed these: Cancer, Tammuz, Messes, speech and dumbness. With Tet he formed these: Leo, Av, right kidney, taste and hunger. With Yud he formed these: Virgo, Elul, left kidney, coition and castration. With Lamed he formed these: Libra, Tishrei, Korkovan, action and paralysis. With Nun he formed these: Scorpio, Cheshvan, Kiva, motion and lameness. With Samech he formed these: Sagittarius, Kislev, right hand, anger and lack of liver. With Ayin he formed these: Capricorn, Tevet, left hand, laughter and lack of spleen. With Tzadi he formed these: Aquarius, Shvat, right foot, thought and lack of heart, where it is not. With Kuf he formed these: Pisces, Adar, left foot, sleep, dead and gone. 4. And all of them are attached to the Tali, cycle, and heart. Tali in the universe is like on a throne. Cycle in the year is like a king in the province. Heart in the body is like a king in battle. The general rule is this: some permute with others, and others permute with these. Some are with others, and others are with these. Some are the opposite of others, and others are the opposite of these. Some are the parallel of others, and others are the parallel of these. If not some, then not others, and if not others, then not these. And all of them are attached to the Tali, the cycle, and the heart. 5. And when Abraham our father understood, formed, permuted, probed, thought, and was successful, the Blessed Holy One revealed himself to him, declaring to him, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you emerged from the womb, I sanctified you. I have made you a prophet for the nations." Jeremiah chapter 1, verse 5. He made him his friend, and made a covenant with him and his children, forever and until eternity. Appendix 2. The 32 Paths of Wisdom. The 32 Paths of Wisdom are presented as different states of consciousness. This presentation most probably dates from the Gaonic period, 7th through 10th centuries, and is found in a number of kabbalistic texts. These states are also related to the 32 times where God's name appears in the first chapter of Genesis. The 32 Paths of Wisdom. 1. Mystical consciousness, Sechel Mufla. This is the light that was originally conceived, and it is the first glory. No creature can attain its excellence. 2. Radiant consciousness, Sechel Mazhir. This is the crown of creation, and the radiance of the homogeneous unity that exalts itself above all as the head. The masters of Kabbalah call it the second glory. 3. Sanctified consciousness, Sechel Mekudash. This is the foundation of the original wisdom, and it is called faithful faith. Its roots are Amen. It is the father of faith, and from its power, faith emerges. 4. Settled consciousness, Sechel Kavua. It is called this because all the spiritual powers emanate from it as the most ethereal of emanations. One emanates from the other through the power of the original emanator. May he be blessed. 5. Rooted consciousness, Sechel Nishrash. It is called this because it is the essence of the homogeneous unity. It is unified in the essence of understanding, which emanates from the domain of the original wisdom. 6. Transcendental influx consciousness, Sechel Shefa Nivdal. It is called this because through it, the influx of emanation, Atzilut, increases itself. It bestows this influx on all blessings, which unify themselves in its essence. 7. Hidden consciousness, sechel nistar. It is called this because it is the radiance that illuminates the transcendental powers that are seen with the mind's eye and with the reverie of faith. 8. Perfect consciousness, sechel shalem. It is called this because it is the original arrangement. There is no route through which it can be pondered, except through the chambers of greatness, which emanate from the essence of its permanence. 9. Pure consciousness, sechel tahor. It is called this because it purifies the sefirot. It tests the decree of their structure and the inner essence of their unity, making it glow. They are then unified without any cutoff or separation. 10. Scintillating consciousness, sechel mitnotzetz. It is called this because it elevates itself and sits on the throne of understanding. It shines with the radiance of all the luminaries, and it bestows an influx of increase to the Prince of the Face. 11. Glaring consciousness, sechel mitzuchtzach. It is called this because it is the essence of the veil which is ordered in the arrangement of the system. It indicates the relationship of the paths, nitivot, whereby one can stand before the cause of causes. 12. Glowing consciousness, sechel bahir. It is called this because it is the essence of the Ophan wheel of greatness. It is called the visualizer, chaz chazit, the place which gives rise to the vision that the seers perceive in an apparition. 13. Unity directing consciousness, sechel manhig ha'achdut. It is called this because it is the essence of the glory. It represents the completion of the true essence of the unified spiritual beings. 14. Illuminating consciousness, sechel me'ir. It is called this because it is the essence of the speaking silence, chakhmah. It gives instruction regarding the mysteries of the holy secrets and their structure. 15. Stabilizing consciousness, sechel ma'amid. It is called this because it stabilizes the essence of creation in the glooms of purity. The masters of theory said that this is the gloom at Sinai. This is the meaning of gloom is its cocoon. Job, chapter 35, verse 9. 16. Enduring consciousness, sechel nitzchi. It is called this because it is the delight, Eden, of the glory. As it is, there is no glory lower than it. It is called the Garden of Eden, which is prepared for the reward of the saints. 17. Consciousness of the senses, sechel hahergesh. This is prepared for the faithful saints, so that they should be able to clothe themselves in the spirit of holiness. In the arrangement of the supernal entities, it is called the foundation of beauty, Yesod HaTiferet. 18. Consciousness of the house of influx, sechel Beit HaShefa. By probing with it, a secret mystery, Raz, and an illusion are transmitted to those who dwell in its shadow and bind themselves to probing its substance from the cause of causes. 19. Consciousness of the mystery of all spiritual activities, sechel sod ha'peulot haruchaniot kulam. It is called this because of the influx that permeates it from the highest blessing and the supreme glory. 20. Consciousness of will, sechel haratzon. It is called this because it is the structure of all that is formed. Through this state of consciousness, one can know the essence of the original wisdom. 21. desired and sought consciousness, sechel hachafutz vehamevukash. It is called this because it receives the divine influx so as to bestow its blessing to all things that exist. 22. Faithful consciousness, sechel ne'eman. It is called this because spiritual powers are increased through it, so that they can be close to all who dwell in their shadow. 23. Sustaining consciousness, sechel kayam. It is called this because it is the sustaining power for all the sefirot. 24. Apparative consciousness, sechel dimyoni. It is called this because it provides an appearance for all created apparitions in a form fitting their stature. 25. Testing consciousness, sechel nisyoni. It is called this because it is the original temptation through which God tests all of his saints. 26. Renewing consciousness, sechel mechudash. It is called this because it is the means through which the Blessed Holy One brings about all new things which are brought into being in his creation. 27. Palpable consciousness, sechel murgash. It is called this because the consciousness of all things created under the entire upper sphere, as well as all their sensations, were created through it. 28. Natural consciousness, sechel mutba. It is called this because the nature of all that exists under the sphere of the sun was completed through it. 29. Physical consciousness, sechel mugsham. It is called this because it depicts the growth of everything that becomes physical under the system of all the spheres. 30. General consciousness, sechel klali. It is called this because it is the means through which the generalizers of the heavens collect their rules regarding the stars and constellations, forming the theory that comprises their knowledge of the Ophan wheels of the spheres. 31. Continuous consciousness, sechel tmidi. Why is it called this? Because it directs the path of the sun and moon according to their laws of nature, each one in its proper orbit. 32. Worshipped consciousness, sechel ne'evad. It is called this because it is prepared so as to destroy all who engage in the worship of the 7 planets.